सारी वीडियो को जमा करते हैं तो फुकट शॉट मत लो, सिर्फ देते रहो।
शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी वीडियो भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर, बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर, मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार, क्यों करते ही 5 स्टैक सारी वीडी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते, घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते, मेरे पास सारे खास मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास, हमारा ड्रीम्स नहीं ये नींद बस एक काम का बुखार, तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज, रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब, मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल, फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब, सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल, फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल, बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू बाद में डाल, खुश मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल, टेंशन का को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी वीडियो भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर, बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर, मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार, 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए तके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम, टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम, जितने का था मेरा पीसी अभी उतने का है हेडफोन, नहीं थे नेट के पैसे इंटरनेट पे अब हूँ वेल नोन, घर पे सबको खुशी मिल रहा नहीं चाहिए अननोन है सब, सपने से बड़ा ये सब, गिर गया फिर भी उठ के ट्राई करा बार बार हर बार, रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे लिए तब राम नाम, रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे, करना बहुत खाली बच्चन फूक दे रहे, सोच से कल के पर आज ही सोते रहे, सुनते कुछ नहीं खाली बनते बहरे, बोलेंगे अब टाइम नहीं है रील स्वाइप करने में बिजी, कल करते यार आज में वाइब नहीं है, मिलेंगे ऐसे सोचिए बोलने झूठ अपने आप से, तू सिर्फ डर अपने बाप से, बाकी दूर कर दिमाग से, और अगर आप फ्री टिकट किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी वीडियो भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर, बदले
फ्लैश बैंग हो गया माँ कसम, इतना लाइट इतना ज्यादा लाइट, डेढ़ बग गई। हाँ अभी थोड़ा बेटर है, अभी थोड़ा बेटर है। फ्लैश बैंग गेमिंग भाई, लेकिन फ्रेम क्या दिख रहा है ब्रो। वेलकम बैक, गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग। स्वागत है आपका एक और वॉच पार्टी लाइव स्ट्रीम नेशन में। इट्स टैलोन वर्सेस नोंगशिम for the lower bracket round 1.
For sure, but guess
ये
who
lower
else has
bracket
the
ही है ना
win
chat,
expectations?
if I'm
These are
not wrong.
casters, Komodo and Quack.
आफ्टरनून हो गई, मेरी गुड मॉर्निंग है तो गुड मॉर्निंग है भाई। कल गुड बाय हो गया ईजी का, हाँ लोअर राउंड बनेगा। आज जो हारेगा वो जाएगा घर पे, और आज जो जीतेगा वो एडवांस करेगा लोअर राउंड में। हेवी मैचेस है आज, हेवी मैचेस है। ये मैच तो बहुत क्लोज जाएगा ही, लेकिन अगला गेम भी बहुत कड़क है दोस्तों। अगला गेम पेपर एक्स वर्सेस T1 होने वाला है। वन साइडेड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो होगा, T1 वन साइडेड पेपर एक्स को हरा देगी, बट हु नोज, पेपर एक्स कैन पुल ऑफ समथिंग obnoxious एनी टाइम। कब तक चलेगा ये मैच? ये मैच 3 बजे तक चलेगा और दूसरा वाला 6 तक। और सकने लेट्स फ्रिकिंग गो। फीफा खेलोगे आज? नहीं लाला, आज तो वॉच पार्टी होगी। आ जाओ चलो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, द गेम इज ऑन, लेट्स गो। हमने ना ये मसाला डोसा। Whom are you supporting? ऐसा देखा जाए तो नोंगशिम आई फील जीतनी चाहिए, लेकिन आई गेस नोंगशिम वर्सेस टैलोन पहले भी हुआ है ना, जिसमें टैलोन जीती। मेरे को याद नहीं, बताओ जरा।
That's why it all comes down to this very first map as well. Talon on the attack, and we have kicked things off. So far, so good, just hovering around this A long position.
Yeah, of course, Talon. Idea with this composition as well is going to be great to counter the
Talon
likes of
one है
Darby on
वही,
the Neon, the likes
but
of Young
आज तो
plays
उनके
as
पास
well.
एक
TPs,
redemption
you
का
expect
मौका
to see
है,
Cruz with
which
Sonic
is
senses. One thing
very
to flip over on
huge.
defense, but on attack, passive approach, classic 1-2-2 if you want to call it as well. Really just spread default for Nongshim, eventually starting to gather a little bit of information. Our drone not spotting out anything, so you'll take some further information, some further space down sewers, and this is the time for Talon where they've got to realize that they're not being presented with anything. Now they've got to go looking.
Curious smoke bloomed up around A lobby as well, right? And this kind of puts Jitboys in a precarious position as he gets stunned up. The kill now heading over onto Francis, but also the sight for Talon.
Yeah, look at the damage though.
But Talon का alternate win script के हिसाब से Talon जीतेगा, ऐसा scene.
Gate crash available, but right now it's the spike that Talon are not even caring to stay on the side itself. They want these fights.
And that was a really great flash coming out from Persia as well. It does keep Talon pinched into this B site where Dambi comes in, slays them down with a triple kill, trying to fight for his life right now, but the spike getting stuck just does not do him any favors. The round picked up in a dime by Nongshim.
I think this is going to be my most mentioned statement ever this year in all of the broadcasts. You probably already know where I'm going with this one. Stuns are cosmetic. They do not exist in this game of Valorant. Darby has just delivered them death in this pistol round. And I got to say, the damage that was delivered real nice early on. I mean, I thought that Talon were at least going to be able to find one kill on the back of that, but unfortunately not. It's just damage, and Darby literally says, no, I don't care. I'm going into the site. There's a sonic sensor.
NS का full form Nongshim है भाई लोग, Nongshim. वो अपन ये खाते हैं ना.
Sometimes if you're a Jitboy is getting stunned up, you feel that pressure. But if you're Dambi, oh my god, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Stinger buy up though for Talon as the plant was there, and they favor themselves going for this, but against Margaret with a shotgun.
But he gets tagged straight through the cyber cage as Talon swarms this garage position. Just Francis to try to spray and fend them off, but to no avail. The spike still going down on the C site. Nongshim all around though, but the spams as well. Persia fighting one through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Cruz. He's been accidental there.
Spike planted.
Got the wall up now as well, just for Talon to hold. They're still trying to keep
Nice dance, Rea, love you.
Remember, difference, Breach versus Teo. You got flashes and an aftershock for Francis.
And also the stuns, but the flash coming back out from Thigh. He's trying to keep Nongshim at bay, which allows Privy to then spray down this choke point. 2 kills, a third from Thigh, and just Persia left. He's gonna push out of the smoke. The barrel spotted. Khelraay finds it, and Talon answer right back.
Yeah, good force up from Talon as well. You know, we've seen a lot of discussion and arguments at the moment of second round force up, second round fight ups, especially with the stingers. You know, you look over yonder and you got a team like G2, for example, that might be favoring it. I've seen a lot of great percentages in Pacific so far when you've got the individual stinger in towards the second round, but I guess for Talon here, it's, you know, why not just all go in together? We've got an idea that Nongshim are playing quite slow already from the pistol round. They may not expect something a little bit faster for a C split, and it works a treat, you know. Unfortunate for Margaret, the judge is not able to, well, do anything, and now you have to take a knee as Nongshim.
What are you going to do? I mean, they're taking a bit of a knee, but they're also pushing out a C-long, and it's just one where Thigh has everything covered.
Yeah, I mean, a round such as this, shouldn't be reading too hard into it. As a viewer for Nongshim's chances, already losing 2 members, pretty easy. You just reset, play to the numbers, see no overextension, have an idea of individual tendencies in a situation like this as well, right? Ivy, most likely always favoring this A site on the Sova. You'll see him with Dambi a couple times here and there. I'd be interested to see, you know, for later when there's proper rounds, you know, what
एक सेकंड chat almost done मैं कुछ कर रहा था फोन में.
That will be
almost
quite crucial, Komodo, but for now it's just Talon having their way with things into the site, trying to get the spike planted, but Ivy not too bad for a bit of damage. Just Persia now heading back in.
Yeah, would have been good if Ivy was able to find more than one, because now gets just a little bit more problematic for the likes of Persia, where, I mean, you'd see maybe Thigh look for a kill here to be one away from the ultimate on the Omen. Primy's already got the dimensional drift, which coming in towards the next gun round is going to be quite huge. So that kill at the end is just a bit of a consolation prize for him, some padding of the stats, some extra creds. And now we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this game where we'll have the buyout for Nongshim.
I like meat and potatoes. But more importantly, it's also just taking a look at the entire history back and forth, right? I mean, you're talking about how Nongshim has played Talon a couple of times so far in this year. Every time they've lost, and Haven was one of these maps where Talon always had their way with things as well. Talon getting that great read against T1 from before, a little bit shaky against Genji last week for sure, but right now, so far, this is getting that feeling tingly.
Yeah, immediately.
Right भाई third map जाएगा कि जा सकता है भाई genuinely.
Potentially when you got a
3-man mid push.
your way in mid.
सब जमापुर. Ooh, Jit boy. बचा लिया भाई Jit boy ने.
Jit boys gets 2 here.
3v2 ला दिया.
A little bit upside down for Nongshim.
Okay,
but
2v2.
maybe just maybe Margaret and Ivy can bring it back.
Hey, a little bit too early into the peak of B site, but it also kind of alleviates pressure onto A for then the spike to get delivered over Primi though.
क्या बात है भाई, important duel निकाल लिया Primi ने.
Left. He's been having a great game.
But Margaret बचा है.
Recent matches, but
अबे लेकिन इन लोगों ने अच्छा setup लगाया.
Can he live up to these expectations? Kind of walks
Bro,
across.
actually ये अच्छा setup नहीं था, ये 1v1 लिया भाई Primi ने.
A little bit unfortunate for Ivy pushing.
निकाल लिया लेकिन इसको ये बोलते भाई confidence से बोलते confidence से.
A really great duel for Primi to be able to just dig deep and win, right? A massive kerfuffle in mid that ultimately gets won by Talon. Some stability looking to be brought back by the Nongshim lads, but I'm looking at Ivy here and I'm thinking to myself,
तुम्हारा favorite skin कौन सा है?
Two shock darts, right? You can actually wait for Margaret to come to you and play a little bit more passive and potentially go in together, right? You get the information with the standard kind of oversight dart and a drone if you want, but didn't happen. One of those things. Teething issues potentially. Adjustments, more importantly, to be made for Nongshim coming into the depths of this round of this map where there's some damage already delivered around A.
Okay, that is a lot of damage, Komodo. Look at that sheriff shot. Good spams coming up.
अबे बेचारे को ये कर दिया यार उसने अल्ट किया. Oh wait, वो जा सकता है.
They recognize that he can get through this one, but he has to be shifted here. He has to be silent.
Snuck over and he's slowly creeping up from behind. You
but उसका अल्ट खत्म हो जाएगा, खत्म हो गया.
Just hovering around the bottom of window just in case, maybe. Talon though already in towards garage, creating some pressure, pulling rotations over onto the C side, and here comes Dambi. Overdrive might have expired, but he's still got that sheriff. He's good for one. Straight right back.
Yeah, but you got to remember Ivy is gone as well, and now with the neural theft, that's all the information that Talon need to book it towards the A site. However,
danger है chat.
Met by Persia there, nice and early. Disrespect this smoke and look for the lurk of Primi.
It's decent timing though, but that grab net still landing the shot square on. Khelraay to trade right back as well, and then for Primi on this lurk position, just completely cutting off rotations. Margaret left, and this is not a scenario where you want to find yourself in.
No, कौन जीतेगा?
आज जीतेगा Nongshim.
If he can potentially even pick up a rifle here, you'd just be looking to save that in towards the next round as well, because you're not going to tickle the economy of Talon really whatsoever here. Again, building up some better things, getting closer towards some of these ultimates. Thighs picked up his. Cruz is one away from the annihilation. You set yourselves up in a place like that, and it's going to be pretty good for Talon. They've already been showcasing early and mid rounds. Decisioning is looking good, and the pace that they're changing up on this attacking side. This is sort of the scenario where I'm thinking to myself, you might need actually some early coach intervention from Nongshim.
Quite possibly. I mean, this is several rounds now where Nongshim have been caught with their hands down. You know, they're not getting their guard up. And at the same time, if you're looking at future rounds, Cruz is now close to assault. Khelraay as well, and that could be so darn impactful. Nongshim, though, trying to find ways back in the game. I see an op being picked up, and just with a bit of a glimpse.
Yeah, I think when you're looking towards them, they need to do something getting an operator out if you can put them on the proper line. And I think right now, if you're able to remove the likes of Primi, finding some great duels here, feeling confident. I think that's going to be, you know,
happy birthday, Kevin. Bye.
As I was just talking about, right?
Time out आते हुए, Nongshim का very important time out.
Nongshim to settle some nerves, get some great ideas, because I'm looking in towards this veto scenario as well, and I'm thinking, and I'm agreeing with what Pilsky's saying. It's like the fact that Pearl is snuck in towards this veto should be a massive boon for Nongshim. But the fact that Haven comes in towards this one as well, when we're looking at Talon having some hit and miss results in the early stages of this year, switching up the comp to incorporate this deadlock and then getting some, you know, quite good results.
यार क्या ये लोग drawing बनाते देखो ना कितना clean.
You know, not bad.
लोग बहुत talented होते भाई मार्केट में.
Right idea for them to continue on with this comp. So I think if we're looking at the veto, I wouldn't be
surprised. कैनेडा में खाना भी मुश्किल से मिलता है, खुद बनाओ. ऐसा उधर स्विगी जोमेटो नहीं रहता है क्या? रहता रहेगा ना?
I mean, it still is one of those things where it kind of could be anyone's game. You know, it's been a week. Who knows? Maybe Talon comes in with some improvements, massive improvements on a map like Pearl as well.
Well, that's it, right? If they are leaving it open and not banning it, you surely are expecting that Nongshim would be picking it.
That's the thing. You know, we're all on the outside looking in.
Uber Eats होता है वहाँ पे.
This is what we can see. Smokes up. You got the op watching down A.
Fancy a Persia operator posted on the Omen.
Just in case.
Op लगाइए भाई पर्शिया ने.
To get antsy to peek out.
And Killua pick करने वाला है वो.
At the top of the B side at the moment.
And that would be an angle that's so unexpected.
Talon
hasn't really dealt with anything like that so far, but right now keeping things close and safe. Alt Orbs picked up.
They haven't dealt with an operator, they haven't dealt with an elevated spot at B, but they have dealt with many members in mid. Using the stealth drone early on means that mid is a little bit more vulnerable of information. The camera, of course, already used in A lobby as well, so it's going to be this dry information spot at the moment. And if Jit Boys can pull some of this utility away from the likes of Ivy, that would be really good at the moment. So drone used, Dart still available, but Hunter's Fury, if you're thinking about it, that's on the other side of the map.
Cypher को lurk मिला है. They can actually go back. They got 40 seconds.
Well, so Nongshim don't really have good idea, and Primi just opened things up onto the side. Flash already drawn out as well. The hit's still not committing.
Nongshim भी rotate कर रही है पूरी.
30 seconds to go. Ivy needed to win this.
पहले ही सूंघ लिया है ना भाई इन लोगों ने.
He was doing really well for the lurk a little bit early.
ये kill नहीं मिलना चाहिए था Jit Boy को मालूम क्या? Checkmate हो जाते Talon वाले.
Darby's in the heavens. Persia's with this operator. It's not the greatest for a retake.
Not too bad though with the spam so far. Dambi a bit of damage over, but Primi just fires
aim duels
right back.
भाई aim duels हार रहे बनता है.
भाई सब बोल के spotted. How quick has all this happened? Quad kill in round 6.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, Primi, he is activated in towards this matchup. He wants to make sure that there's a lower bracket run for Talon to get an international appearance happening. You know, it would be really awesome for the likes of Khelraay and Thai stepping in towards this roster. Imagine, you know, you get straight in towards an international. I mean, it's a little bit far away, don't get me wrong, but the way that Primi's playing at the moment, he's certainly looking to be doing the lion's share of damage, and that's why I'm talking about needing to remove Primi nice and early. We need to see a way that Nongshim are able to isolate him. I thought the operator might be the right weapon to be able to do so, but Primi was challenging in through towards mid.
Rather unfortunate, and that's why it was such a good call by Cruz to take that round rather slow as well, but this time with the confidence going in a little bit quicker into C.
Just risking it for the biscuit by himself up through C long, trying to get in the cubby with his camera back on site. It makes it quite problematic at the moment for Nongshim when they're in a player deficit. Yeah, they might have some A-long control with Darby slotted up deep and Ivy available in the backlines with the recon, with the Owl drone still, but the stealth drone is just gonna, well, I would have said destroyed by Ivy early on, but it's the false sense of info now, isn't it? Rotations away from the C site, where if Talon hit it, it'd be free for the taking.
So with that drone taken down, it's a bit of information. You feel that there's something fishy around this A-long. You just commit into C. You find that nobody's here, especially the Annihilation for extra cover. If you're Nongshim, this is a tough retake.
Yeah, and you've still got Barrier Mesh, you've still got sensors as Cruz.
Francis का अल्ट आ रहा है 2 और में breach का, defensive breach का.
It would take a
ये तेजू लर्क देखो माँ कसम डम्बी को मार देगा.
From Talon to mess this one up. Oh shit! Decent chance. Off towards the fights around the back lines. Initiates a bit of utility into Garage again. Not too bad though,
instant trade हो रहे यार. Crazy Talon आज कुछ तो danger खेल रही है भाई.
But I don't see how Ivy could deploy it in this round.
Nah, gotta call it. Some really great decision making from Talon. Again, beginning of the rounds, not going too far, but if you are together as a unit, as I said, a bit of a misstep from Margaret, right? You see the blind side, you're not able to dodge it. You try to sneak in towards the cubby, and you're just dead to rights.
जिन्होंने नहीं देखा ना भाई,
And if we just take a
G2 वाला, sorry G2 को तो 10 वाला match बहुत miss किया भाई.
In terms of the stakes as well.
क्या मारा है Zakan ने, क्या मारा है.
Talon's been keeping things up all towards this A site, as well as C. Extremities on the map because of Jit Boys on the lurk, because of the whole team peeking down C.
And I mean, who have we seen change positions on Nongshim so far?
G2 एक round से बची है, मिनटों से 13-11 हुआ, एक round से कैसे बची?
It's been Darby and Ivy over at the side of A. It's Margaret setting up C, and it's Francis, you know, kind of frolicking between a lot of the map, right? He's dancing around, he's spreading his wings.
Yes, Sal bhai.
But apart from that, it's been just a little bit stale at the moment from Nongshim.
Yeah, same thing right now.
Yeah, setting up for the breach fault line down the sewers, trying to set up Darby for
वापस
something
ही जा रहे
again,
बे
once away from his overdrive, but
ये
it's just a
economical
heads-up
round है
decision from
दो
Talon
जनों के पास
into the
guns है
C site, layer down all your utility, something that you just try again and again in scrims to get down right. And they're going to have a free site.
नॉन्गशिप मार क्यों नहीं बारी मालूम क्या ये लोग ट्रेड्स बहुत क्रेजी ले रहे हैं बहुत क्रेजी ले रहे हैं ट्रेड्स
Friendship had found that one kill that would have been rolling thunder, but Jit Boys just keeps Nongshim on their toes. Second kill, Persian a
एमर
trade.
लोगे भाई एमर लोगे और एम है और सब है भाई
I mean, you got to consider that Khelraay has an Armageddon. Salvos eventually will come back online. It's just another round where you're not doing anything, and Premi's found one again.
Well, Davi's certainly going to try at the very least until Cruz denies
Happy birthday,
entry.
Simon!
Wow, Salvos as well. Persia knows that they're kind of on the move for him, so he's going to back off. No real exits found. It's just Talon going all the way.
Talk about on the move. I'm seeing them in the groove at the moment. Talon. They've got the song that's in their ears, and they are not
What
stopping.
would that song be?
What would the song be?
Yeah, give me a song.
I'm not that fluent in Thai music.
It doesn't have to be.
She should be hard to execute if breach
I mean,
is
the way that they're going
defending
right now, it might be we are the
अभी तो 5 चलते भाई अभी अगर हार गए ये
I
राउंड
don't
तो
know.
फिर
I mean,
GG
Talon are playing pretty damn good on this attacking side at the moment, and I look towards, you know, what we've seen so far in this league for the likes of Nongshim. They are the team currently, albeit slightly, with the highest defensive round win percentage. We're not really seeing that at the moment.
No, that was actually one of the more interesting things. We were talking about this from pre-game, right? Nongshim had higher stats overall compared to Talon, but Talon so far on this Haven have been taking their way with things. Back into it again, and it's Jit Boys with pressure down A.
Well, I'm going to say it again, folks. It's the same setup for Nongshim.
They do the ults.
Yeah, they've got the ults. They changed their trapwire setups towards the C site, though. Still standard garage one and kill trap for Margaret at the back of the site where, you know, maybe Premi's been TPing into, or you've got it from the shadows from Dai. At the moment, though, dimensional drift, you know, it definitely could be an angle for Premi to pop that and gather all the info.
Slowly. At least to throw the utility down to bait reactions out from Nongshim.
वापस ही जा रहे
It's good timing, actually, on the dark cover. Spotted out Ivy, and you just found him.
oh
Once again, Jit Boys slip through the cage and spots Davi's back as he tried to reposition. Now Thai creates some pressure onto C. If you're Nongshim, where do you rotate? You're not entirely sure. Neural Theft comes in as well. And don't do it.
कौन था वो जिट बॉय था भाई साहब प्लेयर लोग यार ये लोग
Just Francis left and
नॉन्गशिम को एक और टाइम आउट ले लेना चाहिए भाई मेंटल रीसेट के लिए
at the moment from Talon.
Because they are being diabolical.
Overstepping from them. They're being very patient, aggressive when they need to. The lurks from Jit Boys have been sensational. The timing from Khelraay there, impeccable. They are kind of just not faltering on this attacking side. Really
Anita Max win. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Demon 1 और रॉसी को 11 ने निकाल दिया. Yes, निकाला नहीं उन लोगों को बोला है कि you can
does around the cage, finding all the information. You can't falter them.
You just have to hand it to Talon on this one. I mean, on
उनके
this
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वगैरह खत्म हो गए रहेंगे उनको रिन्यू नहीं किया.
Almost perfected.
Yeah.
ऐसा लफड़ा.
It's just such a
टाइम
beautiful
आउट
recovery from
बहुत ही
last
इंपॉर्टेंट
week's
टाइम पे
games.
8-4 हाफ ये हो सकता है.
Yes, Talon have read the script at the moment. I'm looking like a fool on my prediction with the way things are going here.
Right,
but
both timeouts being called down the first half.
I mean, you've got to, like, if you're considering that this could blow out to an 11-1.
Yeah.
बॉल अभी देने की जरूरत नहीं है.
But you know, if there's anything to look forward to, you do have the next upcoming map. We were talking
अभी
about
कोच
the map.
खाना खा रहे हैं.
Still a decent chance. I know the mental game can
5
be
मिनट में
affecting
कॉल
Nongshim a
देंगे.
bit right now.
Are we already thinking about Pearl? Is that the scenario
क्या है?
where we're at right now?
You look at the score.
भाई ये क्रेडिट कार्ड रिवील कर रही है.
It's first half. You know, they could turn the monitors
क्या
on.
हो रहा है इनके
We're
साथ?
also kind of theorizing that the second half with Nongshim on this composition would kind of work against the whole Davi Neon thing,
correct.
right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're
DL
seeing,
क्या होता है भाई?
you know, what the change up of the sides will do, you're going to be expecting Cruz to be at the A site more often than not with a lot of these deeper sensors to stop any TP aggressions to come on out. You'd need some good shock darts from Ivy. And I mean, we've not really seen the utility be successful for Nongshim at the moment, right? We're thinking about combo moves, we're thinking about fault lines and darts and getting Darby activated. None of it's really been able to come into play. You're looking at this round again, and it's the same, you know, spots essentially for Nongshim. Slight difference in the fact that you've got Francis more towards B yet again like last round, but you've got Danby going down the sewers instead of long.
I don't mind it too much. At least they're still trying to work with what they've got, right? Breaking the camera,
Yeah, but it's playing into Talon's hands. They're happy to play very passive at the beginning of the round, wait for any oversteps because they're hitting their shots. Their first bullet accuracy in this map so far has been impeccable. And this is about the time in the round. They've used the drone. They see, all right, Ivy's over towards the A side again. Dambi's probably going to be here.
Speaking of first bullet accuracy, that's all at the hands of Primi as well as
भाई ये इकोनॉमिकल राउंड है 5 चलते लेकिन ये राउंड में यार इन्वेस्ट कर भी देंगे क्या पता रिक्लियर कर रहे लोग क्या बात है
Finally, there's an opening frag the way of
भाई बिठा दिया डैम्बी को
down the raid boss
ओ
in
नहीं
Primi.
बच गया भाई
40
कैसे
seconds to go. You're pivoting to this C site. You're tempting with Margaret.
सब डाल देते भाई ये लोग जितना भी है पास में सब डाल
30
देते
seconds to go to stave off this round.
Very good chance for it. Oh, Francis, what's the call though? He's already hovering around side. He's up towards logs right now. Persia finds one down middle. Armageddon ripped through as well.
Oh, good ult. Big ult.
There's
Big
the
ult.
rolling thunder. Timing now. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and die.
They can't plan.
No ultim as well.
Round आ गया. Round आ गया नोंगशिम का W. Eco में.
Oh boy. All of them holding these grand
They're
positions.
saving this.
The call has been made.
क्या बात
Go
है?
for a save instead. Jit boys though.
क्या बात है?
Still silently skulking around. Another kill for Margaret. Why not? But oh, Jit boys.
वाह.
Nongshim need the guns essentially. I mean, they'll have a buy
Ooh,
in the next
imagine,
round.
bro.
They need all that they can get. So 3 the pass mark, I guess you'll say. More importantly for Nongshim, it's the round. But at that point in time, that could even just be like a respect one from Talon. We've taken 8 off you. You can have another one. It'll be fine.
Certainly feels that way right
Anand
now.
bhai, thank you so much for the response, sir.
Note that single mistake. You don't want to get too complacent. Nongshim could still mount a bit of a comeback. Right now, though, that's a great recovery and certainly will do.
विलान कौन है भाई? वैलिन की बात कर रहा है और क्यों रोया? वो तो क्वालीफाई हुआ है.
Result that Nongshim can hope for, but I think hope is not what we need to rely on. They need to be individually hitting the shots, coming out with a lot of these calls. They've been holding some of these ults in their back pockets for quite a little bit now, wondering when are they going to put themselves in a situation to be able to use them, because Talon aren't giving them space. Talon aren't giving them the light of day.
And Talon are
भाई ये बार
just reacting and calling so quickly off of the extremities of the map right now.
अरे यार भाई टीम वाले ने बिठा दिया था प्रीमी को.
Can't even find an escape route either. Tough luck. And off to the C side as well. Talon still.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just
IC के लिए बुरा लगा.
towards C, dimensional drift in, which is exactly what they've just pulled for all the information. You're either getting from the shadows or annihilation for Thai and Cruz respectively here.
Noting all the positions. Nongshim maybe setting themselves up for sort of a retake. Decent kill now from Primi.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या easily मार रहा Primi.
You don't even have an opportunity to use the Hunter's Fury to deny
round
Spike Plan at this point.
You have to save. You honestly
Yes,
have to
God,
save here
hello.
as well
Good morning,
for
Ayush.
Nongshim. You need to make sure that your credits are deployable for the rest of the team next round.
Yoman and Ban are going. Yoman bhi.
You're again not playing with the economy of Talon whatsoever.
All Primi.
यार.
Yeah, you take him down, but it's still a 2 versus 5 now. 1 versus 4. Like, yeah, it's just not achievable for Nongshim.
योमान बहुत ठीक परफॉर्म किया भाई जनजी में. Ban भी.
Primi stats, I mean, the way that he's going right now, whoever of our analysts and hosts predicted Primi on the duelist, they put him in their build diff team. Nice. Now Ivy is probably going to be, you know, put 6 feet
भाई
under as
उसका
well.
क्रॉसर मर्ज हो गया उधर.
No, kind of keeps himself afloat. A little bit further
क्या
away
बात
With
है?
these frags earlier, Ivy.
Well, we might see them a little bit more in the second half.
9-3
now
course
that he's
से, Chad,
found
9-3 course से.
this little moment. The round might have gone over onto Talon, but we will keep ourselves invested for Nongshim.
Yeah. The wheels are still spinning. They're still going forwards. I mean, there's a lot of traffic lights here and there that the lights are red, but they're still going.
Warning signals here and there, but we're still chugging along with the Chober hype train right now.
One enemy remaining.
We'll see though. Somebody check in on him. I hope he's doing okay.
I mean, knowing and looking at this, it's Haven from Talon. They've been on an upward trajectory. Pearl is in the pool. You're probably looking at an angle of ascent. That might be the thought process. But it's early. It's the first half of the first map. And now it's the last round of this half. An operator out for Primi, an Odin for Cruz. I talked about the ultimates in the previous round for them. They're now online. So it gives them a couple more options, but it's going to be the first frag that really needs to go Nongshim's way. And it might very well, Jit Boys, quite low.
Decent shots, but also the slide already spent. Meanwhile, Talon once again back in towards C, where it's just Persia.
Yeah, there's actually a bit of difference now, isn't there? You've swapped Persia and Francis's locations around the map. You've got a little bit of this Cypher utility at the front of B, and an operator echoes out towards the C side of things, where now Persia, yeah, the right player to get out of dodge with that shrouded step, but still maybe gonna be Cocoon. No, it's Margaret. Instead,
so no neural theft. He does get away
though.
Khelraay from Garage, unfortunately not able to come up with the goods. Down to the site now. There's the Hunter's Fury to buy a bit more time. Neural theft too.
Yeah, but the neural theft was used after the Hunter's Fury, so they're not able to combo those ultimates on the back of the information.
Yeah, not fully, but at least they are aware that there might be a player looking down the back of Garage. That said, though, JitBoys will regroup with his team just to mark down these angles now, trying to block them off at the choke points. Or here comes Tabby with the overdrive as well. They're both in, and they're trying to keep themselves alive, but still, gunned down, blazed down by Nongshim now. Just this round should be heading over the other way, but Primi still keeping Nongshim on their toes. 2 kills. He's still good on the 1v1s. Nongshim, though, will be able to stick the defuse all the way through.
2 kills, not scary enough at the end there for Primi. Certainly a little bit of damage. 93
is going to be a comeback or a one-side W.
You can learn for Nongshim, hopefully in this little break here, on what they need to deploy coming in towards the second half. But attack versus defense can be a bit of a fickle thing. I don't really think they've given themselves enough space for this second half. But if they can get out of the gates, you get your pistol round, you're getting a bonus, or you're dropping the pistol round, you get a second one back like your Talon have just done to you. Maybe they can start to have a little bit of a comeback at the moment. I'm seeing a couple of worries. All right, what have you got for us, Jen? What have you got here? Every match has gone to map 3 so far. What about today?
match 3 map gaye ye baar.
She's thinking. She
shouldn't be thinking. It should be definitely going to map 3 here, Jen.
Just based on trends, right?
Come on!
She's still deciding. Okay, there we go. She's picking into a 2-0.
Yeah, but that's a 2-0, and the players in the picture are Nongshim there. So she's saying
America's
2-0
final
Nongshim, which means
Sunday night,
there's going to be a
Monday
full
morning.
reverse sweep on Haven, and then Pearl goes their way.
Jen is the prophet. Things have
ये
happened
क्या serious
before.
है?
We might see the comeback.
दादा या दीदी ये पता नहीं.
Chance.
Serious है जो भी है.
Map 3.
The more logical prediction, especially with the win-loss record of Talon so far.
House on Demon 1 kicked out.
Prediction is probably 2-0 to
उसका contract खत्म. लोगों को टीम बदलनी है इसलिए उसको जाने दिया.
We've seen so far, but sometimes you gotta believe.
Needs to be the wake-up call though for Nongshim at the moment, right? A half is done. They can stew in this little break at the moment. They need to shake off.
बस हो गया कैमरा निकाल दे बोल रहा है बस हो गया भाई.
Majority of the audience just went for the three mapper.
Audience knows.
They know what's up.
Yeah, I'm Talon though. Primi, first half, 19 kills. That is absolutely ridiculous. JitBoy's up there as well. Cruz is just laying back. He's doing his calls. The team's shooting. And Primi is... Oh, I thought he got darted himself, but he didn't. You're scared though. You see Primi down sewers. That's going to scare Nongshim a little bit.
Well, scared or you'll take more members into this one fight.
Okay.
And they do just that.
Yeah, but he still takes one down with him, and it's Darby first.
4v4. You still have your initiator. You can kind of cook things up somewhere.
This is interesting for Talon. Running the double senti, choosing to go for some little bits of information in the mid rounds here. Ivy, I don't know how he's gotten away with that one. That was risky business. But
close.
Now you've got a 4 versus 3, and again, Talon still going mid, and it's gorgeous for them. They might get a double here.
They have the numbers, they have the confidence from the previous duels being won, so why not go for it? Cruz now finding the headshot. Got Khelraay spotting them out towards the back as well, the double kill. One that Nongshim did not expect.
Yeah, just absolutely
horrendous gameplay हो रहा है भाई.
Through the sewers and wrapping around. They would have had to contend with the barrier mesh as well that was at the top entry choke of A, so it would have been quite difficult for them to even get on in. Just a lot of duels being traded here and there.
This is not happening, bro.
Interesting on how it actually goes the way of Ivy, but
पता चला जी के बारे में guys, relax.
If he's able to dispatch of Cruz.
It's, you know, pushes that Nongshim didn't quite expect.
Oh,
speaking of things that you don't expect, though, yeah, I just caught a glimpse of the judge, the outlaw being pulled out. Stinger as well for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, Talon were able to get the Stinger round successful. So going against 140 each shot, Primi. He's essentially just won the round with those 2 kills and even the tag
Primi का नाम Primi Dawn रहना चाहिए.
Slide in with 10 HP on a Stinger, you would assume.
Absolutely not. Clapped through. your entire force buy hinged upon this, but it just got broken apart. Decent kill from Ivy though, but you still have Primi around the site.
Yeah, Primi still
Primi
here,
down.
calling for the cavalry as well.
आपको Talon में चले जाना चाहिए
Nearby
to make the match
flashes
fair.
is
Shut
needed.
up.
You got this little edge around the smoke. Margaret though will be able to play close range.
Smoke's gonna fade.
Primi out through the other side, and Dambi looks to equalize. Cruz up from the top. And, well, Jitboy's with the judge. It's a little bit tough in terms of range, but down the drops. It's going to be Margaret trying to trace through. It doesn't quite go all the way that he wants. Margaret now with an outlaw. One shot is on top, but still the low HP. Tough again, but decent economical damage.
Yeah, it's a nice try in for Nongshim there, but unfortunately, as I
भाई
mentioned,
तो watch party करते हुए कितना अच्छा लगता है, gameplay देख के mood खराब हो जाता है.
Trying to weave out the dark cover through the
So
cyber
many
cages
hitters
as well, and
nowadays,
it's
bro.
just Not able
क्या
to get
मारा
the
है
job done,
प्रीमी ने.
unfortunately,
मेरी outlaw
for
ऐसे नहीं
Nongshim.
चलती भाई, मेरी outlaw
The
बहुत हिलती है.
replays, it's a cheeky one out from Margaret, but just not able to get it done at the end. You know, there's two duels that they're trying to fight almost individually as Margaret at the end, and just not able to find any. That might be the nail in the coffin.
चलिए क्या one side game हो रहा है? Nongshim जो थी वो कहाँ गई भाई? 22-7 है प्रीमी.
You really need to make a deep run with every single buy from here on out.
Yeah.
The outlaw can just
सो गई है भाई Nongshim.
couple players as well. Two of them on light shields.
11-3 come back, please. Shot.
Well, at least they
Beautiful.
do diff Primi this time. I say diff, not really a massive diff. It's just removing the head of the duelist of Talon, and that's from, unfortunately, highlighting the least fragging member in Francis at the moment. Has to adjust between the Teo back towards the breach, where I was expecting a lot more setups from him for Darby, for example.
Thing is, do you expect there to be a judge inside the garage, or for Talon to continue pushing out of B as well? Cruz.
This is a risky one, but I don't mind it.
Oh, and he sidesteps in with the second kill. The Stinger doing wonders. But he walls himself up just to keep himself somewhat alive. Nongshim then to play with caution. Shrouded steps over. Margaret to receive. And Ivy to find the final kill. Nongshim will keep themselves afloat for one more round.
Haters तो बोलते रहेंगे, उन्हें बोलने को, उन्हें बोलने दो, चाहे वो सच ही क्यों ना बोले.
But all it's going to take is one little faltering, and Talon would find map point here. Is this the time for Nongshim to start to make an attack and train happen though? Hey, look, maybe, right? They're starting to have a couple of opening frags. That is the
भाई अब
first
से
run that they
सिर्फ
get
watch
here.
party
And
करना. क्यों
genuinely
ऐसे हो
would
यार
have
तुम
been
लोग?
a bonus round for Talon
क्यों?
anyway, but with the way that those first two rounds went, it means that they're going to be down on the pistols come this next round.
Stop hate rating, bro.
I'm already seeing a lot more.
What is this blind hate rate?
Of position, of utility from
Shut
Talon
up.
on this defensive side as well. They're not scared
Horrendous
to walk
gamers.
together through mid.
There you go. Changes in the players' demeanor as well. Certainly giving them a lot more confidence, especially for the later maps right now. Talon trying to keep themselves alive.
Ivy's using the drone right now out through mid, so you're not going to be able to use that towards the alpha side of the map, which
Chat members only कर दो. I feel I should do it. I should do it. I should do it.
Absolutely leave the site. This time though, Nongshim just going quite slow together, waiting to see any over aggressions from Talon.
And could reckon kind of fair enough. You've seen Talon push out B a couple times now.
Yeah, but Nongshim, if this is the call to go to A, you're going to be going into a potential Khelraay Armageddon if you're spotted. If that goes from the top of A lobby toward long, well, you're shreked.
You just removed Khelraay, so no need to
भाई
worry
कैसा
about that
बराबर
for
उसने
now.
क्रॉसर उधर लेके गया.
Great place shot from
That's some
Dambi,
hacking
who
level
has
shit.
been the star duelist of the team, needing to put up huge numbers for this map as well.
Oh,
Top flash from Primi stays alive, still skulking around the site. Francis, though, coming back in with the entire team, just decimates Talon.
Horrendous.
But you have sussed out some positions now.
It's good to
Love
see
you
that the
guys.
layers there didn't wreck them in the end. So Nongshim, again holding on. But remember, that was just the pistols to come through for Talon.
Now you've got the full buy.
Now you've got the full buy and the backup of the ults as well. And I say backup because we know that Talon might not necessarily need to even deploy them. Team that has a lot of great decisions on the early stages. You know, if they're able to get Primi on the right spot with this operator as well, for example. See where that one's going to be poised over towards the C site where you've got your
Hello, love from
setup.
India.
I say
Hey,
sentinel
hello,
setup. It's
what's
a
up?
setup rather because the deadlock traps are going to be towards the A side of the map from long, which means if Darby decides to overdrive through there, well, he's getting stunned up twice.
Ultimate है.
great anticipation from Cruz. We'll see how it all works
5
out.
ultimate है Talon पे.
Yeah, it's the
ये तो
timing
GG है
right now
फिर.
as well, right? It's what can you hear on the utility mark. Khelraay with the stealth drone. Smokes really quickly deployable by Thai. Do you get the sensation as Nongshim that there might be a little
Members
bit more
only
of a
chat
stacking
कर दे.
towards this
पैसे
A
देके
side?
chat लिखूंगा फिर भी.
One sensor removed
Love you,
by a
bro.
shock dart. Still one
पहला दे दे
at the front
पैसा
of the
फिर.
site. However,
फिर करता हूँ.
Those are a couple of
आपके तो members भी आपके haters है. भाई mod भी
Nongshim
मेरे
trailing
haters
off of
हैं.
Alpha now.
मैंने
yeah,
क्यों इनको
remember
mod
this
बनाया? I have no
operator too.
idea.
Primi, head on a
Hirsch
swivel.
actually plays good.
Go
Don't
between
spread hate.
garage
Love
and
you,
long.
White Sprite.
Trapwire not broken by the owl drone. And I don't even know if it was actually spotted out with the positioning that Ivy has just shot. So
3-man on A.
Can still be played with a little bit later, and that's timing to be bought with the Armageddon and the barrier mesh deployed as well. So Nongshim, 30 seconds to go.
ये क्या ult था बे?
They can't
Horrendous
get
ult.
They're feeling the heat though, and the annihilation called out as well.
Now you got to contend with Primi, who has dimensional drift, but the operator and
Horrendous
flashes to
ults by
dance with.
Talon.
We'll see.
What?
You're able to throw Primi
वो
off.
Primi
That
को
could
पकड़
work
लिया!
wonders for your team. Primi though just steps into the right line at the right time.
Wait,
dimensional drift as well.
Dami actually got picked up by the annihilation.
Oh, that just does not bode
I mean,
too
Dami
well
को
for
पकड़ लिया.
Nongshim. Persia,
कैसे
though,
पकड़ा
trying to
भाई
keep
वो?
themselves alive, trying to stick the spike down as well. But Primi out for the clone, in with the angle being held as well.
साहब, उसने
Cruz then
क्या ult
with the
चलाया,
ground
chat
back
वो?
up, that could work out huge. But 2v3, the kills not going their way. Primi and Kill have fallen.
भाई
Just Cruz
साहब.
left.
Chat मुझे एक
Might
चीज
have
बताओ.
just done it here. Nongshim surviving through a
Deadlock का
pretty
ult
hefty
triple
ultimate
bounce भी
round.
होता है. ये नहीं पता था मेरे को.
Cruz
अभी
now
triple bounce हुआ
with some
literally.
potential exits.
And that's just an incredible save coming out from players like Persia,
Bro, he
Francis,
had a lineup for that.
Ivy a little bit as well.
Absolutely. Talk about getting some confidence. Oh, okay. hang on, maybe. No, never mind.
Cruz still got some kick in him.
10 bullets and ammunition. But
Triple bounce होके
might
पकड़ा भाई
be
डैंडी
able
को
to
भी.
just escape on this one.
Spike will just blow off.
More importantly, it's another round for Nongshim.
हर्ष भाई इतने
and
अच्छे
I'm
हैं
looking
कि
at
मेरे
it,
पापा
right?
ने बोला
Primi
हर्ष की
ult,
तरह
Cruz
बनो.
ult, Khelraay
Love
ult.
you.
I gotta say, Cruz popped the annihilation on the A side itself
ये देखो, ये
really
देखो.
early. He's just ricocheted that one
Nah,
to mid window.
that's
and picked
horrendous,
up Darby.
भाई.
When, by the way, Nongshim are in the C site, Darby the duelist is lurking mid window.
How big brain is that?
No, how unexpected is that?
I mean, he knew Dambi was somewhere around the A side, just based on like timing rotation of things. I think that's just such a smart call. And he's kept himself up
That's
to
luck.
9-9 right now.
That was a little bit of luck.
Sure enough, there is an element of that in there.
Crosshair किधर
Rifles,
है?
though, for Nongshim.
That's right.
To the A side of things, forcing a gate crash away, starting to slowly gather some space. It's another eco scenario for Talon. Holding on to a bit of this Sentinel utility, by the way, as well. 2 trapwires, 2 sonic sensors.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, if you are able to cycle through with your ultimates, you can definitely string a couple of rounds together, especially
का ult है.
the ones where Talon will
Execute
be
करने के लिए.
able to
भाई
come back
chat.
in with the
Last
full
round
dice.
Talon ने 4 ultimates use
I mean,
किए
if
हैं.
you're Nongshim, you want to try and be kind of 100%
फिर
in
भी
these
हारे.
sort of rounds, right? If you have
Hell
to use
nah,
an
भाई.
ultimate to be able to pick it up, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Reminds me of, Americas at the moment where the likes of a Vice, right? Steel Gardens are used on these anti-eco rounds more often than actual rifle rounds. Here, but ultimates, as I'm trying to say, use an ultimate if you've got it, and you might need to with 4 players at this A site for Talon. 30
चार
seconds
जने
to
क्यों
go.
खेल रहे हैं
If
उनके?
you're not
Hack कर
rolling
रहे हैं.
thundering as Francis, this is
Bro,
rough.
क्या combo करने
Yeah,
वाले
no
हैं लोग.
info yet either.
Sound आ जाएगा उसको.
Hopefully the recon
Oh, you're gonna get
gives a bit
absolutely
of a
done.
tell, but yeah, the grab net right on through. TP's away, 20 seconons then for the hit. The barrier mesh coming up at
serious,
the
bro?
right time.
हमेशा
Got a
वैसा हो
right
रहा है
click through as
भाई.
well,
But
not
they got
too bad.
entry.
Nongshim able to
Clean
just
up भाई.
absolutely
Clean up कर
overrun
दिया
the
पूरा side.
entirety of Talon all throughout this part of the map.
Neural theft used at the
Dambi के
end
साथ
there,
हमेशा
you
ऐसा हो रहा है. वो
bring
ult
back
कर रहा है
the
ना,
wing,
उसके
so to
सामने
speak,
ball आ
as
जा रही है.
Margaret, but the bell had already rung, so nicely done. 11-7, 4 in a row for Nongshim. A better identity on this attacking side at the moment, where we were highlighting earlier, they have had majority of their success over on that defensive side. Flawless variety though, against the little half buy, half investment, sort of investment. Call it what you will, it's a round for Nongshim. Now they have to try and do it again against the proper weaponry of Talon.
Talon is also kind of pulled off for the past several rounds now, no longer peeking out aggressively. This time though,
Oh, you say that, yeah. A little bit of a creep up together, holding each other's hands. It's something that Margaret maybe should have done on the defensive side. Have a buddy with you.
Key info.
Trade ability.
Nongshim still just hovering around.
It's risky though, because Primi wants to do
wow,
it.
क्या setup लगा है भाई ये लोग ने.
And they can get out of this one as well.
क्या setup है
Oh, it's
ये?
done. You've taken out 2 members.
Just around Garage, and then the drone out. 3v5 just
आ
as
गया
the
12th
round
round.
started.
आ गया 12th round,
Nongshim
chat.
are just left wondering what happened.
And this is the scenario now where that halftime result of 9-3 really becomes.
कल सेन की वॉच पार्टी देख के सोया था, अभी उठा हूँ तो भी तू स्ट्रीम ही कर रहा है. मजा का साथ
Unless you get a 3 versus 5 conversion.
वेलो कब खेलोगे केशव भाई? वॉच पार्टी होने के बाद मंडे को मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली.
What a way to splash cold water onto Nongshim's 4-round win streak.
मंडे को खेलेंगे
Still, the
Valorant.
3 members trying to scrounge
And
something
FIFA भी.
together towards this Charlie site.
If they can get the plant free of charge, they'll have a recon for Ivy. There's 1 shock dart and a Hunter's Fury. But you have to see Danby, you have to see Persia doing a lot here.
Well, in position so far. Side steps, got the flash as well. Primi coming back.
Oh my god, भाई round निकाल दिया Danby ने. Crazy.
Ivy down towards the back as well.
And then you switch to post, mate. You still got that ult. As I said, you got it from the shadows for Persia. You
Huge
can
kills.
one-way the site.
Really good chance. Just got to spam right through.
Nice,
Ripping
nice,
out.
insane.
And it's just thigh left.
Crazy.
And he's just trying to keep himself alive.
He got tagged.
70 HP. Danby slips through the net, and he sees that no one is on the spike. That's key information. The round is done.
And they've really dug deep there. Oh my, Danby, Ivy, Persia, a 3 versus 5 conversion. It doesn't matter that Thai has survived there with the operator. That's just a bit of a saving grace for Talon.
Aim गरम हो रहा है, aim गरम हो रहा है.
Huge round for Nongshim that may very well save them in this map depending on the next gun round that we see.
ये setup अच्छा था भाई कैमरा वाला.
Doesn't deploy anything substantial in this next round, it could actually be the round that has just saved Nongshim.
A clattering round of applause from our Korean home crowd right here in S-Plex as well.
Time
just
out.
giving so much acknowledgement to the efforts of
ये तो
Nongshim in that
fantastic वाला
very
comeback हो
round.
रहा है.
Meanwhile, for Talon, still looking for that map point.
comeback हो सकता है. Can be. आज T1 PRX में कौन जीतेगा आज भाई T1?
Attacking side deja vu for this map.
At least they've got those 2 timeouts. We'll see if Jovi and Frost can cook something up.
Have they swapped spots?
No call, bro. This is not a horrendous team to be called.
Not entirely sure. They've kind of, you know, actually, it kind of looks familiar.
जो हर्ष को हेट करता है सबके सब आयन है. एकदम 100% fact.
All it took was 1 time to
100% fact.
Not wearing a hat.
You see him not wearing a hat in the homegrown documentary as well, so that, you know, it's Frost. Hector Rosario. But that said, yes.
Hat on means business.
It is.
Right now, we've got a very loose handshake at the moment from what we're seeing for Talon. 11
जी का मैच कब है? अगले महीने या उसके अगले महीने.
So they call the timeout to have a bit of a discussion.
हर्ष भाई मुंबई में कहाँ रहते हो? घर पे.
Nongshim's able to play around this as well.
Something I want to say as well. 19 kills
पाकिस्तान को पानी कब दोगे?
He's had 5.
Bro, आपकी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी है?
Now,
मेरी फेवरेट टीम है मुंबई इंडियंस.
Getting clapped by Nongshim, finding first contact with numbers.
Yeah. Do you still want to try and regain something towards this
When
A
it's
site?
split 2, I have no idea.
Yeah, repositioned.
Cheeky from Khelraay too. Has the stealth drone. If he wants to pop it down sewers or down long, I mean, it might have been a bit of a bad scenario because Soul of Nongshim are pretty much here now.
Okay, gate crashes away. A little bit of information for Nongshim to that.
Francis
really
का ult
collapse
है.
into the site.
Ult कर दे भाई.
On the barrier mash, but Percha just slips through.
What?
The rest of the team as well. Khelraay finds the first kill. Off to the next as well, though, as Danby now slides back in.
ult के side लिया.
Operator for Premi, you'd need to be given a duel almost.
बिना ult के side W.
2 rifles of Thai and Jip Boys. I mean, 3 versus 4, you kind of consider going for it, but remember, Francis rolling Thunder too.
Yeah, I might even think to a save unless you can find an opening kill. Watching for at least while Thai as well as Chip Boys methodically clear every single angle. Danby first done, Rolling Thunder baited out, and unfortunately for Chip Boys, he doesn't get away alive.
That's got to be the call now. You want to take this operator into the next round. You cannot reinvest in towards that one. Jip Boys, unfortunate that you lose your life at the end, but you will take
no idea.
And that sniper into the next round. It's another successful one for Nongshim.
6 in the books.
As I said though, right, using the ultimate on these rounds where you feel like you just have to try and win it. because that's the important factor at the moment for Nongshim. It's winning. It's not giving Talon the space, the opportunities. If you're off-putting this operator time and time again, you're giving yourselves enough rope to be able to hang on.
A lot of rope, in fact. I mean, 6 rounds in a row, and you just hear the crowd
VCT PACIFIC की मेरी favorite team DFM है.
applause.
मेरा favorite player है मिया भाई.
With every single round going towards Nongshim.
But again, all it's going to take is one. It's not too excitable at the moment for Nongshim. They know that they have to just keep their head on straight and into the C site. Potentially, it would be where Premi is. You would think generally, you should be good for one.
भाई 2 judge खेल रहे हैं पे.
At least one. You got the gate crash to
like
stuff out as well.
वापस ये लोग 4-man A कर रहे हैं.
To just make sure
Premi अकेला यहाँ पर.
isn't available for him. A bit of a difference as well, right? Playing on a Yoru, you're generally not going to see it elevated on the top of the C site. You'd have to see Dai pick up the operator, and are we seeing Dai pick up an operator?
No, not so far.
Not really.
Great recognition coming through from Nongshim, and right now just to lurk into several positions just in case as well. Cruz deals with the camera for now.
You see a lot of the Senzi U-tilt towards the A side as well for Nongshim. It's where
कोई भी जीते RCB और Sen नहीं जीतनी चाहिए.
A bit of a different look as well. Forward trap wire, kill trap in the site, sensor as well.
Over there.
More time bleeding off this clock. You start to consider that if you're going into an angle and the judge is there, well, it could be a little bit problematic for Nongshim.
Especially if you've just seen Cruz in such a
The
forward
hate
position.
is real.
Oh, they do want to contend with going to this A side though, so it's going to be Jip Boys. It's going to be Dai.
Yeah, it comes down to the utility as well as the smokes. Possibly close range kills as well, but you're working against Dambi.
ये हो रहा है. ये पे 4 जलते start of the round में. अरे फंस गया है.
Oh, the judge is just going to echo on out. This might be hard for Nongshim.
11 round गया.
Cancelled as well.
50 जन आ गए side पे.
Now Nongshim just trying
Oh
to
my
press their way
God,
forward, but the judge brings justice. Francis
wait.
and Ivy though not backing down.
Never mind, smoke fade हो गया है.
But Premi to fire back. They're all blocked.
Oh,
This little toe
1v1.
point Ivy still bringing things right back to the 1v1. Jit Boys getting the spam forward, and he brings
कैमरा
Talon
नहीं
up
रहता
with a
निकाल लेता.
crucial,
कैमरा नहीं
much
रहता
coveted
निकाल लेता.
map
100%
point.
निकाल लेता. 100% निकाल लेता. But die.
As Ivy to extend your chances of
Varun
winning
the
the
gamer,
round
what
when
is
neural
up,
theft
my
comes
G?
out. You don't know where Jip Boys
पीछे
has
प्लांट कर रहा था, निकल जा रहा.
slipped
Time
in
थोड़ा
towards
कम
as
था ना
well.
उस पे.
It becomes a little bit difficult. As I said, sub 30 seconds for them to get in towards the site. The
वो
fact that the
कैसा
from the
मरा
shadows
इस
is
sample
invested
में
from
था.
Omen just absolutely read and heard as well.
भाई नहीं वो कौन मरा उधर भाई ओमन नोंगशिम का.
Not even to the 3 seconds.
चमन जिंगा.
It would have been really difficult for Ivy to have won that one, but as
केशव
you
भाई ने
said
40
now,
रुपए दिया और लिखा है
12 of
MI
that point
कुकर.
for Talon.
गोल्ड लॉबी में बॉटम फ्रैग करा
Already
और
locking
डायमंड लॉबी
Nongshim
में
out of
टॉप
A
फ्रैग.
lobby.
And you also got Premi pushing up.
You
as
are
well.
actually
Further
horrendous,
information
bro.
gained. Nongshim though, just throwing caution to the
You should
wind.
sell your
Straight into
account.
B site for the quick TP
How is you? I'm doing good, babe.
play.
Oh,
But
no,
Thai
no.
has spotted
Ooh.
ahead of it.
No one's protecting him. He's gone for the plant and then to try and get on out.
वरुण भाई क्या कर रहे हो अभी?
How do you
जॉब
get
भी
the
लगाया
spike
क्या
back?
सीन?
It's Persia.
No chance.
This is probably done. This is absolutely an unheard of situation for Nongshim to get back in.
Oh, and they're just continuing to spray a hail of bullets going all the way
wait.
through
3v2.
at this one little gate. Nongshim unable
जॉब चल रही 6 months हो गए. Let's
to
go भाई.
scratch their way back
W.
in, still close off onto the other side, grab net, and that just confirms positioning.
आज FIFA खेल रहे हैं नहीं ला रहा.
I mean, they've got 2 kills so far, but can you get more? I mean, Spike in the site, disrespectful play from Thai to deny the plant from going down, fault line and recon to at least clear the front of sight. But Talon, they recognize with 30 seconds to go, all right, let's just disconnect from it, have a bit of a flank potential to come on out.
Right, play with numbers. Got the flash, possibly GravNet coming back as well.
And if you keep pushing as Ivy, you
Oh,
would probably
breach.
assume that
Oh my
Premi
God.
would be good for 1, but now you've not expected a reflank to come out from Cruz, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Francis.
GG's.
How could you possibly know? Francis still trying desperately to keep himself in the game. A 1v3 would
पीक ही
be
नहीं देते भाई. देखो ना
monumental.
पीक ही नहीं दे रहे भाई.
It's so tough. He hears the footsteps. Cruz just crouched at the very last second.
भाई close
And we
तो था.
end the first match.
अगर-
13-9 in favor of
अगर
Talon.
नोंगशिम स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा खेलते ना तो they would have won. They would have won. 100%. 100% they would have won.
8 rounds in a row rather to make it 8-1. Finally won back, but I mean it was really the heavy lifting that they did on their own attacking side. Gets a little bit of hold under the collar on the switch up, piss around second.
Who is the best Omen player in Americas? Reason? Bang. Huh?
A wake-up call on the side
Reason?
of Nongshim. They start to come together. They start to have some good timing and spacing. But really, when you're looking at that 9-3 turned into an 11-3.
भाई, लेकिन ओए मैं लाइव नहीं देख रहा था. मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से नोंगशिम घर पे जा रही है भाई. ब्रो तुम लोग समझ रहे हो? सोचो ना, नोंगशिम असेंशन जीती थी, बूम असेंशन हारी थी, लेकिन ओपी कौन खेल रहा है सबसे? बूम. लेकिन बूम ने टीम भी बहुत चेंज किया, अलग बात है. डब्ल्यू रील, थैंक यू. ये टेंस है? नहीं, ये जेकन है ब्रो. कुछ भी चल, ये टेंस है, जेकन है, कौन है ये? लॉकेट किसके पास है ये? टेंस है. सॉसी है. कैन बी रियल.
हराम का कैट फूड खाता रहता है दिन भर, पूरे दिन इस कमरे में ही पड़ा रहता है, सोता रहता है. मोटे क्या मियाओ बता क्यों करता है? काम धंधा ढूंढ ले, वरना घर से बाहर निकाल दूंगा. रेंट भी नहीं देता तू उस घर का. क्या 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 गरीबी आई हुई है? रहपटे पे रहपटे पड़ेंगे. जल्दी काम धंधा.
बेचारी है यार. लड़की था मैं, ये किसका नाम होता है भाई? ओजी चटाप. व्हाट इन द वर्ल्ड इज दिस माउस? स्पेरो. नाइस कार ब्रो. पन्नी निकाल दे यार भाई. मैं तो एक दिन नहीं, एक सेकंड नहीं लगाता. मैं तो पीसी अगर बनाने बैठू ना तो सबसे पहले पन्नी निकालू सबकी. भाई नया पीसी लग रहा है. इसका कीबोर्ड देखो कितना क्लीन दिख रहा है. नया अब भी बनवाया है. भाई साहब, लाइफ. ही इज एंजॉयिंग लाइफ चैट. ही इज एंजॉयिंग लाइफ. is enjoying life. पहले सोचा था कि बॉटम ऑफ द टेबल टीम्स की मर्च और एसेसरीज कौन खरीदता है, अब पता चला कौन. भाई तेरा कीबोर्ड बहुत बढ़िया है. कीबोर्ड बहुत बढ़िया है तेरा, कुछ ज्यादा ही अच्छा. ब्रो लेवियतन का ऑफिशियल है ये. भाई क्रेजी पैसे वाला है बे तू साले. और अब तक मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया है अपने चैनल की. टट्टी इंसान. सिल्वर 3 पीक. भाई साहब हैवी ब्रो. क्रेजी. तेरे पे एडिट बना रहा हूँ लाला, इंस्टा पे सेंड करूंगा, देख लेना. ओके भाई लोग सेटअप डालिए फटाफट. हैशटैग सेटअप फ्लेक्स में एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड पे. मॉनिटर बता कोई अच्छा. VIEWSONIC VX2779 या फिर 2479. ये तो सारे देखे. हर्ष भाई मित WPU में लू क्या एडमिशन? ये क्या है भाई? कनाइफ ले लिया? नहीं लिया. हर्ष भाई मेरे जैसे नूब को खेलना सिखा दो प्लीज. ओके भाई खरीद के दो. चाइला किक कर दूंगा अगली बार, डायरेक्ट बैन कर दूंगा खाली पुकट. मितवा कहे धड़कने तुझसे क्या। डैनी भाई कल तेरा पैक खोले भाई, कुछ नहीं आया। आज का एजेंट कौन सा होगा? आज का एजेंट होगा नियॉन। नहीं, फिमाले नहीं है, माले है, डुअलिस्ट नहीं है। 2022 नियॉन के साथ कोई माले आया था? हार्बर आया था। लेजेंडरी, लेजेंडरी शट डाउन। ये कौन है? पाड़े दिख रही है, पाड़े ही दिख रही है। चढ़ क्या, लास्ट टाइम भी यही था? ब्रो आर यू सीरियस? आर यू सीरियस? कुछ भी इसमें ग्रीन कलर कहीं पे नहीं है ना। That was hell nah bro, ये मुझे पता है। हेवन लिख रहे चैट में। ओ माय गॉड, यू मस्ट बी सिल्वर और समथिंग। फर्स्ट ट्राई ओपी गेमर। That's it. That's it. That was the whole clip. सिर्फ इतने क्लिप पे कैसे गेस करे? कॉम्प देखते हैं। एम तो बढ़िया था। ये रहना को साउंड आया रहेगा ना अगर यहां से कोई पीक कर रहा है तो ऐसा भाग के। यहाँ नहीं आता, नहीं आता शायद। शिट यार ये टफ है। गोल्ड है। आर यू सीरियस? ओके ओ छी, चैट में किसी को नहीं आया। छी, चैट में किसी को नहीं आया। छी, टॉटी चैट, टॉटी चैट, टॉटी चैट। इसको क्या बोलते हैं? शॉक डार्ट, शॉक बोल्ट बोलते हैं इसको। ये नहीं पता था मेरे को, याद रखेंगे। गेस द वेपन स्किन। ओ मुझे पता ही है, सोल स्ट्राइफ। लीजेंड, लीजेंड। भाई इतना अच्छा कैसे हूं मैं ये? ए हे स्टे फोकस्ड, दो शिट्स आर ट्राइंग टू किल अस। ओ भाई साहब, मुझे पता है किसका है, मुझे पता है ये किसका है। Stay focused. Those shits are trying to kill us. Hey, hey. Stay focused. Those shits are gonna kill us. Huh? Huh? Okay, I give up. मैं चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ। वेले ब्रो, ये कैसे? हाउ एम आई सपोज टू नो दिस ब्रो? हाउ एम आई सपोज टू नो दिस? ले होगा ये? डिस्कॉर्ड का नाम एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड डाल भाई, आ जाएगा लिंक। लोड क्यों नहीं हो रहा? अबे यार लोड नहीं हो रहा है। चैट नोज बेटर कुछ भी, वो मैप में तो हेवन बोल रहे हो।
Hey, hey, stay focused. Those shits are trying to kill us.
भाई अगर मुझे ये आवाज भी दे देता ना ये क्ल्यू में, तो भी मेरे को समझता नहीं कि ये वेल है। मजाक से हट के, There was a horrendous sound. यानी मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ डायरेक्ट अभी क्या उसे कहते हैं, पैक्स इकट्ठा कर करके डायरेक्ट मंडे को खेलूं।
There wasn't that much against Gen G, let's be real. So
they got shut down every step of the way.
Yeah, they did. They couldn't get anything happening as Talon in that game, nor really against Team Secret as well, if you cast your minds back towards that one. But hey, different scenario, different standings right now. We're in towards the pistol round of map number 2. And Nongshim
Stay focused वाला फेड भी बोलती है हाँ।
into the third to be in with a chance to win this series.
अभी कितने पैक हो गए? खेला थोड़ी ना मैंने कल।
At the moment they would have to contend.
रात भर रात से सुबह मतलब रात में भी पूरा स्ट्रीम किया, आज भी स्ट्रीम किया। I mean अभी भी स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ। ये स्ट्रीम 6 बजे खत्म होगी, फिर उसके बाद मैं सोऊंगा, फिर रात में वापस स्ट्रीम होगी।
Nongshim just kind of drawing out the utility early on.
Yeah, Jitboy's taking a little bit of that damage early on with Margaret fighting an opener. You can't quite navigate a secondary one though as Nongshim, so it's a little bit evens here. Margaret down for the count, of course, had a bit of a life map last time on this one.
Oh, Ivy, आगे.
Map number 1.
Aim आगे लाए बनता है.
Well, he started to wake up a bit from that second half. Who hasn't? Jitboys. That's an awkward one.
Really
aim आगे लाए Nongshim के पास.
now as well to be put in this 1v4.
Good chance के लिए qualify भी तो होना चाहिए.
Then again, Talon were able to kind of bring things back on towards the subsequent rounds. Right now though, just
Chat, आज मैंने 30 नहीं की सुबह.
Cleanly on towards the next win.
And now this is the second round where we need to see what Talon is going to do. Are they going to present us with stingers yet again and potentially win out the round, or are they going to play quote-unquote normal Valorant, go for an eco and get out a proper bonus round, buy round in the third?
Shot,
they
bhai.
didn't get much in this pistol round. A little licking of damage, a single frag, and apart from that, a lot of bullets going haywire.
Yeah, if you do buy up the stingers for the next round, you're not gonna be leaving yourself with a lot for the upcoming ones.
So it's gonna be होता है भाई बताना, तो मैं बीच में कभी भी टट्टी करने निकल सकता हूँ ऐसा.
That's gonna do a lot of penetrative damage.
Yeah, you'd expect. Timing, Primi afforded something here with the pistol potentially, but just with the classic and a gate crash to get out of dodge, you would generally hope that Nongshim would not overlook a position like this. And with the drone going through, he's going to have to skedaddle on out of there. Meanwhile, Jitboys is down for the count already. Again, just pistols here. So you were generally just looking for the pass mark for Nongshim.
Puppy gameplay, puppy gameplay.
Flawless.
Puppy gameplay.
And that's what's curious about this.
Is he gonna pick that?
Veto
he won't,
as well, right? I mean, you left Pearl open intentionally.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, also just recognizing how to play around this map as well. The long-range duels right now, everything favoring them. He can close
puppy gameplay. Puppy gameplay.
Using this musket.
Arre?
So far, so good. Reloads, but Cruz back in with a right click.
I just have in my head
Margarate
a
bhai.
situation like that. If Margaret is there, he needs to be doing texture. Help, help, help! He's missing the shots of the Marshal, already gone. Needs someone to bail him out, but this time
no way,
right now,
no
there's an
way.
unexpected location.
No way!
And this, I'm talking about needing to be a flawless round, Quack. It might be a 1 versus 1, but no Army in for the 4K.
So clean, still good, and with those kills,
danger है Redambi, danger है.
Going his way, certainly pointing towards an upward trajectory for Nongshim so far.
अच्छा ego था Talon
for
का.
Talon as well.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of highlight for me in a round.
ये तो कुछ भी था भाई.
Classics, it's the shots coming out. You're looking at a round such as that, carrying over these Guardians, carrying over the Outlaw to make sure that you've got a lot of these.
ये वाला fight अगर निकालता ना वो,
next round to
Khelraay
try and come out on this attacking side. Kind of flawless, right? We need to just see some domination from Nongshim to build some confidence on this map. Of course, a map expected to come in towards the veto with Talon not banning it. So I would be expecting a lot of counterplays, a lot of anti-strats.
Especially in terms of how Talon have been playing the mind game so far. It's a lot of early pressure around mid. If you're Nongshim right now, you're a little bit paranoid, and that's why you have a couple of players just to investigate around Art this time.
Oh, waiting for flash.
So close. You got the kills.
Oh damn, bhai, crazy.
Numbers and spades, and it's just who is that?
Flash और missile full peak लिए लेना भाई उन लोगों ने. Clean up कर दिया अभी long
3 versus 4. Maybe a 3 versus 3 if Cruz had overstayed a little bit, but now you've got a slight gap around the map. Khelraay dead, so the shear is down, meaning you can funnel some information up through mid for Nongshim. But trips though, what can you do? You need to see something come out from Ivy, from Margaret, and the spike gonna make its way out of the A site.
At least for now, they're trying to.
Primi garden में घूम रहा है.
Invested towards this alpha site, breaking the trips. Players rotated over.
I was looking at mid as well, and I was seeing that Margaret's turret was still there. He's just retracted it, so I don't know if Primi would have heard that go down and confirmed anything. They are still putting a lot of their eggs in this A side of the map.
Oh, so alt आ रहा है देखो plant के बाद.
Exactly, they're okay to do so. They've got.
They can actually win this bonus chat.
Spot info. They've got the clone on Primi to throw a spanner in the works, and they've got salvos as well. So.
Here's the thing, though. They gotta do it together as a full team.
Oh, Primi long आ रहा है.
Francis actually.
नहीं आ रहा.
Recon has just come online. You've got 2 shock darts and a Hunter's Fury. I mean, how nerdy is he gonna be with lineups?
Precisely that, Komodo. There's still a good chance that Nongshim
वो plant lineup के लिए है ही नहीं.
win this time.
Nanos too.
Wait, Killjoy भी alive है. Oh my god.
Together, but the first shot goes great for Ivy.
एक और मार देता ये.
Back. Francis and Margaret to hold up, trying to play for time. Recon in, Hunter's Fury out.
Oh, it's half done.
And that's tied down to half HP as well. He's trying to jiggle back and forth on.
2v1.
Kill comes in.
Oh!
Just Primi left. On towards Francis.
Good shock dart.
Stick it all the way through. The shock dart comes in, but it's not enough damage. And the Red Bull
shock dart miss
by Talon.
That
oh
just
my
looks
god!
Like Francis didn't really have a full idea on where the spike was planted. I mean, in a map such as this one, if you're going through a bit of an open plant, you need to make sure that
exclamation
you're
WhatsApp डालो वो वाले
timing down right, making sure that if
steps
there is a
follow
smoke,
करो.
you're kind of having the numbers.
But that was a good
when the Hunter's
bonus.
Fury,
That was a very good bonus.
A little bit too late. It's also looking like, you know, a half defuse. You can just get on that while the nebula's still up and go for it.
Yeah. So it came close. There was a slight chance, but, you know, recognition, especially in the heat of things. But that said, though, catching a glimpse from it from before, the economy on Talon's side completely down in the dumps.
The shock dart, by the way, wouldn't have even finished off Primi. So it would have had to have a spray.
But playing the long game, Nongshim with the full buys, Outlaws as well.
Yeah. I mean, those sort of scenarios, you see a couple of, you know, post-plant teams, for example. They are throwing these double shock darts first and Hunter's Furying and waiting with the bolts in between and doing all this nerd stuff, which I like, personally. I like post-plants, but...
Yeah, it just kind of really shows you why they went back to the Sova right now.
Yeah.
Also recognizing for Talon to possibly push out mid again. I mean, look at how both Margaret as well as Ivy are watching for this middle area of the map.
I mean, a little bit of paranoia as well around this B site, right? Yeah. Needing to clear all of the angles, seeing no Cypher util, seeing no Vice util, now getting info from Ivy.
And that's where Ivy kind of plays around with it as well, just to keep Talon on their toes. They have to spend some time now just to check him out. Talon, of course, you know, it's a round where they're kind of throwing things away. If you can find a kill, if you can pick up a rifle, that could mean quite a bit as well. So all of them trying to swarm down this one player right now. They take Ivy down. Margaret, though, not too bad, standing tall. And you have more shots coming in with the Outlaw as well.
ये round तो निकल गया भाई Nongshim
का.
का
They're gonna have
easy.
to go up with the spike essentially or die to the rifles, so they do have to just charge on in. And if you're Nongshim, I wouldn't even mind them just disconnecting from this one.
Talon का अच्छा buy नहीं था ये.
2 from the ult.
Suzume, just run in, throw your bodies against Nongshim and find as much as you possibly can. That's it.
आज टाइम पे नींद कंप्लीट कर लिया अगर लाला तेरा भाई भुगत रहा है. You better take care. हो बाबा. झोप तो अरे फक्त weekend ला फक्त वर खाली. काय झालं तुला?
Has some good damage at the end of that one, and actually kind of keeps the credit to Nongshim a little bit honest going in towards these next few rounds. But if they're able to still bring a lot of stability, it shouldn't be too harmful to them. Again, these sort of rounds are just the pistols to come through. Some mid-control, and I'm looking at Nongshim on how you're adjusting.
Hey, last week, futsal last week, I mean.
As well, right? Still having Margaret play solo
direct
there,
masters.
Ivy play solo there. These are the things that if Talon are able to best those bodies a little bit earlier on, you know, what could that look like?
Hello, RJ.
Now you've got Dambu with an up as well.
छलीबा कार्ड क्या है? G2 versus EG क्या मैच होती यार, बगलाबाजी होती.
Yeah, you got the deep
G2
shield wall
versus
towards
EG.
A.
हाँ क्या?
That one to be popped a little bit early in, but now you got all the information as Talon that things are heating up around this B long side of Nongshim, and there's a trade in the kill feed. You've still got advantage as Nongshim, but look at the little lurk that's coming through from Margaret. They don't need to stick around.
Somewhat unexpected. You do have some utility just in case, though. Khelraay, especially that sheer wall up. The rotations, though, of course, it's going to be tough for Thai to be able to hold all this down by himself.
The thing is, he's still got that sheer for information that Margaret will have to pop, and then Thorns, where he can't see them just yet, peeking where he is. They've actually just been popped too.
Big responsibility on his shoulders.
No stars yet.
Just popped. Talon then trying to reconvene.
कल का पैक ओपनिंग देखो डैनी भाई, मैंने खोले मजबूत पैक.
Spam desperately forward. Decent kill from Jit Boys. But then the steel garden coming in. Talon then having to back off because of this. Buys so much time. Nongshim still just keeping Talon away. Jit Boys trying to fight
almost
back
a 2v2 now.
Fourth eye to swing on up, but then
1v1.
another kill.
भाई फ्रांसिस को एक भी कैसे मिला भाई वो किल?
Low HP. Does he have the headshot? Persia off to the classic right clicks, and that's just the perfect way to deal with this fight.
खेल लिया भाई.
Well, working against Jit Boys, he tries to go for the tap. Persia in for the right click shots. The scatter round right in. And Nongshim upwards, forwards, the 4v1.
Yeah, when I started watching you, I was bronze one, and now I am immortal too. Please read my comment.
And the reason I'm highlighting, you know, there's a lot of things building up around B long is because I'm waiting to see what Margaret's lurk is going to be able to achieve. If he can call for the team to come back over towards the A site, they can set themselves up with that 4 versus 3 advantage. And at the end there as well, I was looking at Old Mate in the clutch, you know, waiting for when the Gravwell's going to come back online. Use the Gravwell.
Happy for you, bro.
Boys just not sticking that one on the low HP. A little bit rough. Talon not able to start off on this map like they did on map number 1. But Nongshim, they are out of the gates nice and early here.
Very swift.
Yep.
Talon, meanwhile, it is pistol, so I can see why, but again, you're pushing out.
On a map like Pearl, I mean, you're generally using your salvos and stuff to gain some of this A main control, right? So it's not the worst idea for them to change it up a little bit and go together as a team on this eco round, a deeper sheer wall as well, where you're either putting all the bodies together through it, or you're just baiting it out. Yeah, verticality, you're still not getting over that one, unfortunately. So now it's a lot for Ivy to just kind of hold.
Oh my god, free phantom.
Not expecting that many players.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I highlighted a little bit
पूरा
earlier.
गाँव है उसने कॉल दिया रहेगा भाई पूरा गाँव आ रहा है इनसे.
In these sort of scenarios, so if you are able to find one of them and get a trade, you pull for a rifle, you give yourselves an option to be able to clutch around such as this one and steal it.
उल्टी है.
Yeah. Again,
I mean, a risk with a Steel Guard and a Cosmic Divide, imagine.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
you gotta get close enough, and yet Margaret will really push him off of that line.
Yushbhai, what's up?
Into the site, though. Cosmic Divide now coming out from Persia as well. Talon might have snuck in, but do they have... Well, the range is one thing. The accuracy is a whole other aspect as well. Now just the positioning from Dabby and Persia to clean things up.
Alrighty, 5-1. This is where we get the rifles back in the possession of the Talon members.
All
Quite
good.
a large difference as well. As Bruni is not finding a lot of these successful openers at the moment, or the team isn't finding openers.
Bro, मेरा 10th का result आ गया. I got 97%.
From Margaret and Persia, though. I mean, Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Pearl and you think of the last installment of this map, Margaret had a sensational one. A bit of a life game, but still, you know, when you look towards Nongshim, not able to get the job done. Time out for Talon here.
97?
Recuperate. Have some thoughts. What you want to do. Gathering a lot of the same main control. Looking for some fights in towards mid. Not pushing too far up B long, for example. Not getting a great
इसमें 2 जन पास हो जाएंगे. चार्ली भाई क्या हुआ तुमको बताओ तो.
Have been toing and froing. So it definitely feels like Nongshim are set up nicely in the driver's seat at the moment.
97 में 3 जन पास हो जाएंगे.
As we saw from map number 1.
नहीं 3 नहीं होंगे.
The tail end of what was happening there.
There's always a chance. That begs the question, what's the possible solution going to be? Frost as well as Jovi certainly trying to cook things up. Meanwhile, for Silkanon, keeping the team's spirits alive.
Bit of a frustration for Frost here. by the face mannerisms.
I mean, that's kind of one of the things that he has been mentioning before, right? Sometimes when a team starts to run away with some rounds, calms
आज FIFA नहीं कर पाएंगे लाला.
A bit flat.
Remy coming back up with the op this time, but we'll see. He's up against Dambi.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm looking in the beginning of this and I'm seeing no salvos, hearing no salvos again. So if I'm Ivy right now, I'm considering what are they doing differently on the line? Do we need to invest a drone? Do we need to invest a dart?
For
No
3-man
information on
art
the arc rows in towards
और
art,
एक
but
B
you'll
hold
still
कर रहा है.
silently creep on up. You got the sheer wall as protection.
Attacking op लिया है भाई Dambi ने.
And you wouldn't actually mind to see Talon even be okay to go for a retake when you've got A main control, when you've got a steel garden, the team can rotate flowers, rotate secret, provided that Nongshim don't overextend into those situational spots.
Nongshim, though, I mean, if they're taking this carefully, just tripping that sheer wall, it does force some question marks into Talon's minds.
It's a really early pop on the stealth drone from Cruz, but not seeing anybody out through long, not seeing anybody through club. You know that it's got to be a mid-angle at the moment, but whether or not it's through streets, so you pop the camera for the information, you see nothing, well, you know it's outside art.
So they're all around the
Engine
spot
cross
now.
कर दिए
Set
भाई.
up perfectly for Killua to find at least
Oh
one, but
wow!
Dambi not
Wow!
able to make it out alive. Primi then with the dimensional drift to retrieve all that beautiful info. Survey complete, he says. And the smokes come up. Hunter's Fury to possibly allow Persia to sneak on through, but it's not going to happen. Cruz says no. Ivy, though, out from stairs. It's undetected. Thigh still kind of turns back around, but it's all down for Cruz, who spins around 90 degrees to find both kills. Triple kill in the round to bring Talon up to 2.
Yeah, the informational game.
नहीं भाई मैंने भी realize किया है नींद important तो है.
Actually, a bit more superior than the likes of Nongshim, I'll be honest, right? Timing to get all the info at B long, recognizing that with the A main push and seeing nothing that, well, they're either going to be mid, as I've said, either through street or wrapping through art, and it is the latter.
अभी मैं वापस सोऊंगा ये stream होने के बाद.
Street as well. So just really nice, you know, kind of defaulty with a little bit of aggression style from Talon there.
Something that they needed a lot of.
Now a bit of a different scenario where you hear a little bit more of the utility over through A-long. You hear Dambi just sending it, an overdrive angle you would expect here, given that the Stinger is the purchased weapon.
ये सारे players same क्यों? चार्ली भाई ऐसा नहीं बोलने का रहता है.
Spotted Persia, and they have absolutely did not. He has just timed them into oblivion. Cruz. That one hurts.
Yeah, that's certainly one where the Elder Scrolls will kind of scream your name down into doom. Jit Boys left to pick up the pieces.
And what can Francis sell over here with a single drone? A dart to become available soon as well. They now actually recognize the camera. So you got to think, as Nongshim, if they're getting information from the camera in street a lot of these rounds, we should be destroying that to remove info from them, because that has been a spot that Talon have just commanded in this map so far. Like, if Nongshim went there, they would be dead.
So kind of broken or recalled. And then the sudden peek out off of timing.
30 seconds though, Quack, and you've still got a steel garden as Killua. He is at the wrong site, so it's down on what Primi can do with the operator. If he misses a shot or dies,
he doesn't have the gate crash out. And up around dugout, it's ooh.
Are they going to smoke that though? Generally, it's you know, when you've got this.
Oh, what a shot by Primi, bhai!
Primi, he's going to flash himself into another peak, but shut down by Ivy. Now Killua on site, but not in position to deploy the steel garden. This is a tough.
Yeah, result, but time ही नहीं था उस पे. Crazy भाई 6-2 आ गया. Thoughts on new battle pass worth it? 100% भाई. Claw knife is any day W. तुम्हें claw मिल रहा है 800 रुपए में और क्या चाहिए भाई?
Jit Boys saves. I mean, he could potentially even drop something for Primi. So it's not the worst save, but it is a bit of a hurtful one, given that Nongshim will elevate their score onto 6.
अगले राउंड किलुआ का अल्ट है रीटेक के लिए और डम्बी का अल्ट है घुसने के लिए. ओ ये आईवी का भी अल्ट आ रहा है, तो दोनों ऐसे कैसे वैसे का अल्ट है.
So I'm looking towards Nongshim being able to potentially extend the lead. See what damage Margaret may find, and it's going to be the
क्या
third
टाइमिंग हुआ जिट बॉय के साथ. वेलो होगा आज नहीं.
And that's kind of
when they come for you.
Nongshim. I don't know if that's the song that they will go for, but you know, this replay right here, it's one of the problems that has been plaguing.
Matter करो ना रे, matter एक आदि को मारो ना जरा.
It's not quite like Haven.
मजा नहीं आ रहा है. एक आराम से मर रहे. डैम भी घुसना 4-5 मार देना डायरेक्ट.
Right? Yep. And they are ultimately winning the Talon duels in crossfires, in seeing some overextensions from Talon.
Precisely that. Well, early salvos this time.
Yep. Situate Premi on the line, but is he going to be able to find the opening kill? It's a bit of a more shallower off angle that Darby would have to stay scoped in. Or for Persia to just absolutely book you.
Peeked into it.
I was talking about the credits.
ये मैप है भाई नोंगशिम का चैट.
Expectation was going to be from
heavy gameplay चल रहा है इधर.
Into this round. Now, oh boy.
Oh, 3v2 on main.
Dodge, but still kind of
Crazy flash.
Alone in the cold.
Crazy flash.
Now getting gunned down as well. Still once again back up into the B long position. Dambi is just having a
night market लेके दो ना गया ना night market अभी.
Tail between his legs over at the A site too, so they know where he's going to be able to come from. You can plant anywhere you want. Margaret's just going to pick up the ulti orb first because with the plant he'll get the lockdown, so you've got that available in the next round. This is a very well adapted round for Nongshim here back because they've seen some aggression from
Battle pass लेके दो ना. अरे क्या चल रहा है chat मेरे?
They set the arc rows ready to flash and swing together as a team, right? How often have we seen just Ivy pick
Dumpy shotgun only player था ना? हाँ ना भाई अभी Vandal भी करे क्यों खेल रहे क्या बता?
Finding a very
ये लंबा मैप है ना रे?
against Talon.
You देखा क्या? ये क्या है?
Stupendous. If you're thinking for Talon, yeah, it kind of also looks like
DJ आलोक दे दो for real यार. वैसे ही chat चल रही है भाई. DJ आलोक दे दा वाली.
Duels. Thian now at least able to.
Series है you नहीं देखा यार?
First assailant. Not the second one.
No longer for this world. That's another one going the way of Nongshim and Talon. Do you consider the second time out in the first half like your counterparts in the previous match?
ले लो भाई time out.
The coaching staff perhaps.
Depends what Frost and Jovi are hearing in the comms. You mentioned a little bit earlier, sometimes when there's a lot of these losses happening for the rounds, Talon can go a little bit flat. You know, it's on to cruise essentially. How excitable can he be for the team to get back into it?
Not just Cruz, but for the rest of the boys as well.
सपने चुराना, नींदें उड़ाना, बस यही मेरा कसूर.
At least for now, giving them the freedom to do what they want. Got another AP.
Chappy.
It's the outlaw for Dambi.
And we're expecting this map to come into the veto, right? We're thinking to ourselves, all right, you've had a week to prep. If you're doing veto check-in, you know what's happening. You're thinking, all right, there's going to be a scenario of counterplays. Not really seeing too much from Talon, unfortunately, at the moment.
Oh, that's a little bit greedy.
Yeah, you're just expecting on the back of an Armageddon that Nongshim all the way back. Not that they're going to re-peek into that one, so that's just great realization.
You go out low.
Some great timing there. With Primi down, with Jit Boys down. This is just an eco to come through from Talon, so you're not going to read into this one too much. I mean, an Armageddon on an eco as well is quite costly when you're not going to have that for the remainder of the half.
I know. You're at round 10, 11, 12. If you don't have the ult, what do you have?
GG है बे. पहला मैप वन साइड हो रहा था. ये वाला मैप वन साइड हो रहा है. क्या सीन है chat?
Hey, we've seen a lot of these rounds in Pacific where someone has been holding an ultimate and they don't use it for the half, and then you're just wondering, well, what if you invested it, right? You know,
it's also tough for him. I mean, you haven't really been put in a scenario where you can't.
Which I was a little bit surprised. Like when it was the 4 versus 2 in the previous round, where he's on the back of A site and he's toing and froing between the church side of things and the art side of things. Cruz, see if he can get something here, which he won't. You know, all the members of Nongshim are on the site. He's got the rifle. He potentially could have used it there, but the expectation is that as soon as you rip that back sight, you would just.
No round में से 5 round तो pistol पे ही थी Talon.
You're done. So I
Nongshim series जीत रही है my prediction.
He's not using it in a couple of scenarios where he may have been able to use it, but it's also a scenario where you do have it. Nongshim are getting into these sites. Talon have shown us that they're capable of playing post plants. Just realize a little bit earlier, let's just switch into a post plant and use it.
Exactly.
Gain a bit of strength with that.
We haven't really seen that so far, though. Now we have what could be a last-ditch effort in this first half. Primi out with an op.
And I highlighted a little bit earlier, this camera has been quite common from Talon to Overlook Street, so you would expect it to be potentially destroyed by Nongshim here.
A main formation as well, so we'll see. Steel Garden for both sides.
Wow.
Stacked Steel Gardens. Oh, Margaret though. Yeah, no lurk held, but now information is there.
decent recognition from Cruz. But still, Nongshim have quite a bit of
किसी को
freedom.
नहीं पता.
There could be a world in which Margaret wants to meet up with the team and drop a lockdown here for this B site. I mean, they would still have to continue with all of the Sentinel util that's going to be
Chat
here.
पागल है आज.
The way the positioning is going from them, if Francis can keep
Life
some
liya ne.
eyes towards the A site with this start, that's all he needs to do with that. Remove a body from this B site, use the lockdown, set yourselves up a great opportunity, because now you're thinking for Thai, he's either going to have to Cosmic Divide or drop the Nebula.
Your Talon, though, you still have that camera, but yeah, the Cosmic Divide. Tough position for Jit Boys. See if he can kind of unearth himself from this one. The relay bolt, though, the stuns. Still, you got decent support. Assistance.
What a shot.
Khelraay now looking for the third kill, but denied.
Plant, eventually, has to go down. Margaret's holding that one. Cosmic Divide starts to fade as well.
Okay, the drone keeps Krimi offline for now, but also Cruz
Bro,
to set up
2 kill इसके.
long
Never mind, एक kill.
flank. Spots out there first. Couple of bursts in will remove Margaret from the equation. Just Francis and Persia left. And if you're Talon, you should have a decent idea of where they
Francis
are.
1 HP
Cosmic
है.
Divide to block off Halls. But Nongshim, they're nowhere to be found. Persia, good on the first. Francis for the trade. And it's just Cruz oscillating back and forth into the crosshairs of Francis. What a 1v1.
Yeah, that had to be a pretty swift shot to come through from Francis there with 33 HP.
पागल इंसान.
But the job gets done in a deficit position on that
25
retake.
HP पे टपली दिया
I'm
है.
saying Talon probably need to shift themselves, their mentality in towards a retake scenario, which they kind of did, right? You're expecting the numbers of Nongshim around this B site when they're trying to get the Cosmic Divide down, when they're after the lockdown, you're generally expecting a plant to go down, you've got your numbers, you're retaking, or you're catching them off guard just before they're planning or while they're planning. Great shot at the end there from Francis.
bro,
I
insane.
like the adjustment from Talon, just not able to get it done. So in the last round of this half, it's either 9-3 again, or it's 10-2.
10-2, certainly on the cards right now as well. You might have a full buy, but Nongshim have been getting away with daylight robbery.
Yeah.
Look at the elevated angle now.
You still got Darby holding this overdrive with an operator to lead stead over at B now. You got Francis as well with the Hunter's Fury.
Ooh.
Inside of Talon. Well, they don't have a Cruise. They might not have a Thigh.
Okay, they have a Thigh. Well, they have a Killua.
Yeah,
They do have a Killua.
So they're one away from Dimensional Drift, one away from Neural Theft. These can actually be quite large ults in maybe a retake scenario, in a defendable scenario towards this B side.
It's the overdrive quickly and swiftly dealt with.
भर दिया डम्बी को. ठीक है, trade आ गया.
But now, gotta watch out for the spike plant. Razor Vines keeps Talon away.
A couple of stars as well for Persia here.
To continue blocking off
3v, sorry, साढ़े
Meanwhile, Talon
plus
still
साढ़े 2
dicey,
into
but Primi
क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
now coming online. The heaven position, the dimensional
Alt
drive
कर
into
दिया
the
उसने
peek
भी.
out from Persia where
Alright, 9-3 just like the before map,
Decent
but
recovery coming
sides are
alive from
switched.
Talon, but it is still a 9-3.
Yeah, it's those duels in
Sorry.
mid that really finally going Talon's way work a treat, isn't it? The fact that Thigh gets it and Killua gets it, the newer rookies towards this squadron, and the fact that, well, Darby is just, this time, throwing himself in.
This time,
9-3 on the half. I mean, we were saying the story in the previous map, right? There was not enough space given towards Nongshim to be able to try and mount a recovery in the second half. They started to do so.
यार गुरु रंधावा ने क्या क्रेजी कमबैक किया है ना वो वाले गाने में. मतलब उसका इसके पहले कौन सा गाना आया था मेरे को याद भी नहीं. मतलब जो फेमस था, मतलब फेमस इसके पहले का गाना कौन सा था. अभी उसने आया गाना डाला, काम 25 भाई डायरेक्ट वायरल, सब उस पे रील बना रहे. G2 से CG मस्त था ना, मैंने नहीं देखा.
Now, none. In this one right now, none.
got snacks.
ये क्या है?
Which snack is the goat?
These are
Is Ivy and
snacks,
Margaret
I'm
a
assuming.
snack?
True, maybe.
Are they a snack? What are they even holding?
ये क्या है
Snacks,
चैट?
I'm assuming.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
Explaining that on his watch.
For the Aussies out there, Ivy's kind of look like.
इसने SPG वाला जर्सी लिया देखो.
Okay, then what about Margaret?
Third map 11-13 हुआ है no?
I believe those are the like fruity like pie.
Fallen cried. Why?
Pies?
No, not mince pies, but they've got some
fruit mince pies. You know what those are?
Yeah, sort of.
I like those.
You might
But
like Margaret.
which snack is the goat though? Ivy or Margaret? I'd say
PG ने एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा अच्छा खेला.
Margaret
अच्छी तो team है
overall,
वो.
but Ivy's kind of stepped up this series.
You're my snack, Komodo.
Although, to be fair, there was a point in where Margaret, Francis, Ivy, and Darby all had 11 kills, and now Margaret and Francis have got one more. So it's a big effort by committee, and I did hear that, by the way. You calling me a snack. Okay, we've got confirmation. There are Korean snacks named Ivy and Margaret. Oh, there you go.
Wait, they actually
are named them. Imagine if their IGLs are named after the snacks.
Oh my god.
ऐसा नाम है.
That would be...
Still
though, we are kicking things off into the second half right now. Talon.
भाई अमेरिकाज देखने इसलिए मजा आता है मालूम क्या कुत्ता बनाते भाई अकेले के दम पे कुत्ता बनाते वैसे आप प्रोफेशनली सीखे हो डांसिंग मैं लाइक बहुत छोटे एज से डांस क्लास से जाता था बहुत छोटे एज से क्योंकि मेरे मदर इंडिया ने देख लिया था मेरे अंदर का टैलेंट कि मैं नाच सकता हूँ पर फिर मैंने छोड़ दिया था स्कूल डेज में क्लासेस जाना छोड़ दिया था करता था तो था क्या बात है भाई क्या बात है भाई वी गोइंग थर्ड मैप
Just lie. How can he possibly turn this back around on its head? Back in towards Link, and he's got so many targets. Now spotted out by Ivy. There's no chance in hell. Noxian picks up the pistol on the second half, and it's just tough for Talon to recover.
I mean, you may very well expect it, but we did see
एकदम डिट्टो पिछले गेम वाला मैच हो रहा है
where there was a 9-3 lead for Talon. They picked up the pistol the second round, and then things started to go upside down. My neck of the woods. So we'll see if Nongshim are going to get upset in this next round, or with only the single kill coming through from Talon, that they just go for eco in the next one. And
आँख कतल और डांस भी कतल भाई डेंजर डांस है मैं आज सुबह उठ के वापस देखा मैं बोला क्या नाचा हूँ भाई PRX T1 भी अच्छा होगा नहीं वन साइडेड होगा
decisively quickly. Oh, it's going to be dark days ahead of Talon.
I mean, you technically already knew that Cruz was there with the salvos. It doesn't really matter that he got scanned.
Nothing really much forced up either. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, oh boy. Outlaws, judges.
Yeah, Margaret with a judge at that position.
Even one side, yes.
I generally would say that's like an ace waiting to happen if they all flood him again, but
thankfully.
Talon ये round निकालेगी क्या chat? Economical.
Garage in the first map.
True that.
एक शरीफ है सिर्फ.
Well, seeing what these pistols are going to be able to deliver from Talon here.
तो लोग जीतने के हिसाब से तो नहीं खेल रहे ये.
Not finding too much, and that just suggests to how Nongshim are playing disciplined around this one as well.
Yeah.
Possibly anticipating the judge on the other side of the door, so Talon flushed over into these.
Good timing on the drone, actually, from Francis here.
Yeah, definitely spots him out.
Oh, the foot. So he's got two infos. There's an Arc Rose available, already set up for a good flash. You've got Thorns as well to make things a little bit tricky with 30 seconds to go. You know the Talon are going to end here.
Yep, all the rotation straight in. Even with some shots whipped past, it's okay. We've got the judge. We've got the shots.
Imagine
every single semi-automatic rifle straight into the sight.
And you're taking 4 in the next round as Nongshim as well.
Okay, 11-3, just like last game.
But this is the round. This is the scenario that we started to see Nongshim come back at 11-3. We're copying and pasting with flipping our team names. So let's see if Talon's buy up in towards now round number 15 is going to net them another one on the board.
That's the deal, isn't it? Can Talon turn things around from here on out? They've got the buy. I see you looking over to see what's happening.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit to see how Troper's doing. You know,
is he smiling?
I think he probably recognizes it's not over just yet. So let's just be calm.
All right, all right. So far, so good. Talon picking up the alt orb.
Yeah, getting a little bit closer for it. The opening duel, Francis nearly caught out. He gets spammed as well. Definitely locked in towards the dugout here, but they don't know that Ivy is also here to assist. A sheer to be baited out by Khelraay. Oh, yeah, needs to make sure he properly does that one, which he does. So an avenue a little bit later on available for Talon that they don't have to contend with. Meanwhile, not a lot of shifts around the map from the rest of the Nongshim lads.
Yeah, chipping off so far, not a lot of information, so Nongshim just happy to stay tucked back in.
And there's contingencies at play as well from them, right? If things go towards the B site, Darby's there to spot some early information with the Outlaw, do some damage and get out. They can refresh that Nebula at the front.
So it all comes down to A.
Yeah, you're trying to funnel them into A as well. Alarm bot to play first info. And you can pop the Thorns, stave them and hold them back a little bit. Francis finds Primi too.
And that pulls down the attention to the rest of the team. They have to launch a quick assault into the site, but it's being halted. The drone, the players all marking the positions, darts towards the back, and a lot of paranoia for the players on the side of Talon. They're checking their sixes, they're looking towards their front. Jit Boys then pushing out.
Oh my God,
suddenly finding the lineup. Off towards the back though, Margaret
GG.
with the ghost. He had a judge,
Come
so
back.
looking for
It's
the
on.
range.
Level
Just
11.
left, who hasn't really been spotted. He's got nothing but a ghost in hand. Talon will be able to find the final frag necessary to possibly mount a comeback.
Maybe. Talon, they took it slow and steady in that one. They lose Primi first, who's not been able to really find some opening kills in this map. But the fact that they do get in towards the site, they get the plant down, they can start to shift into just making sure they're removing heads from shoulders. And they do so quite convincingly at the end there. I think every single one of them was a headshot. So it's good to know that the crosshair placement's still there for Talon in this game. Just needs a little bit of the timing and decisive decisions, it feels like now, to start to really stack on top of each other.
That said, though, that was a round where Nongshim, again, didn't have the full kit, not all the weapons available.
Yeah.
So this allows for Margaret to play, a little bit safer towards Connector.
Getting a little bit closer towards Hunter's Fury too for Francis.
Playing closer up towards A main as well.
Information that Primi blindsiding towards Art. Alarm bot too, but they're going to go for a peek together. Not popping the thorns too early as some extra utility invested.
A lot of pokes. Dambi though.
Oh, this is risky for Primi. You'd hopefully see him get the kill, or either traded by Khelraay.
Meanwhile for Margaret as well.
Look at how he sidesteps
the Primi though now finding Dambi.
Got the kill.
Good
now,
chance.
The onus is on Nongshim to be able to bring it back, so it's going to be an unconverted opening kill. Untraded, rather.
Given the movements on the map though already, Nongshim shifting weight over onto its alpha site now. Connector position, as well as dugout. Francis. Salvo's coming in for the hit, and that's when Khelraay finds his
Talon
mark.
मचा रही है अभी ये भी राउंड निकाल लिए वो देखो साइफर को देखो ये तो नाइफ करेगा
one for Talon.
Yeah, this time they've got the lurks all around as well. Even if Ivy wants to try, he can't really make it out alive. 2 left, and Talon much more careful consideration into this execute.
Much more clinical in this round as well, right? The fact that it starts off with Primi finding the first kill on towards Dambi, the rest of the team just together as a unit, making sure that Crosshairs are there, not being too overzealous with their utility and trying to sacrifice bodies and get the trades out. Just kind of dotting I's, crossing T's, so to speak. And they will be rewarded in this bonus round. Oh, sorry, the round after the bonus to come away with 5 alive.
If you can do that. You got the alts beginning to cycle up. Always got to dot your I's and cross your T's, because if you don't do that, then they're just lines on paper.
Hang on, I've got paper right here.
Okay, what are you saying?
1, 2, nope, that's an X. That's 2 lines that make an X. And you know what? X marks the spot, and this time it is the spot towards A that works out again for Talon. So whether or not we're going to see any sort of adjustments for the likes of Nongshim now, we kind of need to a little bit, right? Being more on the passive variety, though I look towards what they come in towards this round with and what they've got soon. If Ivy is able to get one away from the Steel Garden early and he picks that up with Death or an extra kill orb, you also have the Hunter's Fury. Those can be pretty potent come your next round. You know, we're in the sort of mindset now where Nongshim need one to at least push us into overtime. They've seen Talon more often than not trending towards this A site, so stack some extra numbers here.
Dambi हर मैप पे नियॉन गिरता है इसलिए हार रहे हैं मेरा ये हिसाब से नहीं गिरता
and to allow for Dambi to slither through. Decent shot coming out from Francis. Margaret as well. And the numbers have turned around.
And now it's down to Persia. How early do you spot out this information to drop your Nebula to ask for some assistance? Well, now you know.
Oh. Will you stay alive long enough as well for the rest of the team to get into space?
Caruso's just going for the plant. His shoulder was sticking out. I don't know about that one, Chief.
उसको 2 kill मिले क्या?
Down into 2, thanks to the shoulder peeking
out.
And he steps onto the last as well.
GG.
That's map point.
For all intents and purposes, that was the thrifty for Nongshim. They had no business really winning that round, and Talon have had a bit of a blunder. I need Persia vision in this round. Straight out from Francis. Great one from Margaret. Yeah, there's a couple of rifles. Okay, so floor of a half.
Oh
look
my
at that.
God.
The shoulder stuck out. That's my question. Why is Cruz going for the plant on the corner? The Nebula is in a spot where your body may get seen if you're turning, and yeah, it was.
एकदम सीरियस मूड में भाई, बोलता है अभी हो गया मैच भाई, तीसरा लगाओ डायरेक्ट.
Aches on that one. Big blunder if you've ever seen it, and that could spell the end for Talon on this map, which would quickly send us into map 3, but for now still trying to put one foot in front of another into the B site this time.
Yep. Everybody changed together on Talon to go in towards
positioning
the B side.
OP positioning है बंदा है.
From Persia again.
Oh, and he's playing hooky around this smoke. Jit Boys though, so far so good on the recognition. But the spam is now coming out from Danby. Even odds. Hunter's Fury just gives him a little bit more advantage in the retake as well.
You're going to have to see something big come up. I mean, Premi, do you even consider a dimensional drift here? Because information, yeah, but you need kills, man.
He's done it, though. So it comes down to Jit Boys and Khelraay if they are able, indeed, to hold around halls. The sheer at least buys time. And then for Ivy to look for the shots with the elevated position. Fastlane now out. Where is Brittany, though? Oh, good on the first and the next. Now down for Francis and Ivy to try to look for a bit more spacing, but also considering the save as well as the exit. Francis out of position. And that's just going to be Talon obtaining the kills in spades. Primi,
he streams our
I said he needed the kills, so finally he's able to shoot the opponents when they're on his screen. And he will meet up to double digits. I mean, you know what Persia's trying to do there. He's trying to play anti-flash to double on down, to get multiple. Just right in there.
Still came close.
G का कुछ scene चल रहा है क्या? I guess.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Primi certainly needed to do something individual. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're lacking at the moment. Talon's individuals, we're not having any superstar moments.
No gameplay stream, no.
And the calls. Call this time though.
RCB versus CSK aaj.
Into A this time, Talon. But you got 3 marching up B long from Nongshim, and that immediately deletes Jit Boys.
Yeah, what are they favoring on the orb over there as well to get closer to?
अगर आज CSK जीते मैं सब में पेड़े बांटूंगा भाई. एक बड़ा सा केक काटेंगे अपन. मजाक सेट के.
Cosmic Divide as well, possibly, but we'll see if Khelraay and
G Demon 1 incoming, 100%.
More space towards back site. The shear wall instantly placed. Steel Guard at ready.
Bring me the arsenal.
He's not going for it just yet. There we go.
Talon.
Finds the kill, and then Steel Guard ripped away. So less chance for Nongshim, but they've avoided it so far.
Ooh.
So back into position. Primi did not expect that whatsoever. Khelraay, can he hold down with just the Phantom now? Tries to reposition and regroup with his teammates, where Margaret then springs out from stairs. He's lined them up. Just the last one left alive, and it's Thai. The rookie has so much to do in this one spot, and Nongshim are not letting him come back into the fight. Nongshim though can't get the defuse all the way through, so time bought just enough for Talon to hang by a thread.
उसने पुल
Ty's
किया,
timing
इसलिए
on the
डिफ्यूज नहीं कर
gravity
पाया.
well there was actually millisecond perfect. I saw the body block coming through from Nongshim to try
भाई
and
अभी
get
बॉडी
the
ब्लॉक
half
हो नहीं
because
पाता यार, चाहे अभी तो पैच
but a
वैच
Red
किए
Bull
गए लोगों
clutch
ने
from the
सीक्रेटली पैच
grave
किए मेरे को
to
लगता है
come
बॉडी
out
ब्लॉक.
through from
मुझे बताओ क्या तुम
how
लोगों
much
ने
the
देखा किसी को
replay
बॉडी
is
ब्लॉक
actually
करते
going to
हुए?
be able to show us on the timer. A lot of kills to be collected upon. Margaret with the double there. I don't even know knew Khelraay was there. We will miss it at the end. He thought it was done as well. He thought it was done. No, your timing was there. They literally by the millisecond.
It's fair.
Just missed the half.
Another one of those scenarios for Nongshim, isn't it?
Oh, may very well be. Is that, you know, the scenario in this map though, to have Talon start to mount the comeback?
The straw that breaks the metaphorical camel's back. Nongshim onto a half buy. Well, they still got decent rifles.
Yeah.
Nice reaction.
You know, an opener or a good call here from Nongshim that can clip the wings of Talon.
Talon, though, for the first time in ever in the second half, full force, 1-4 split down into A main. Nongshim have no real idea.
I think Nongshim are still fine with how they're wanting to play this defensive side. Persia spots info at B. Utility to stave off any aggression. He's not seeing the likes of, you know, forward drone or anything like that. Cruz has just got salvos back online.
Players around stairs as well, which is always handy.
And I mean, Margaret's turret, for example, has seen nothing at mid. So I think you're still all right for Nongshim. You're getting a little bit of an idea that you may have to play post-plant. Now with Persia playing towards the tower of B, I think that's going to be the avenue for Nongshim regardless now.
So pressure into gate crash. B site hit play.
Ivy का ult.
Margaret alongside Persia to try to play spoiler around the site. The spike goes down regardless.
Oh, Ivy. See what the Steel Garden might do here as Jitboys finds Margaret.
Steel Garden, there it goes.
To
really wreck some havoc onto the site itself.
Thai with a shorty, so quick. Still the gun's not available to Talon, and this could end it all. Just Jit Boys who, fortunately, up around by the pillar. It's a tough obstacle in his face. He needs to find and land the shots, but it's not going to happen. Persia ends it all. Francis as well as he finds the shots. Final score by 13-7, and Noxian will stay alive to push us into a map 3.
Yeah, we've just seen some pretty...
जिस हिसाब से नोंगशिम ये मैप खेली है, अगला मैप क्या है? एक्सेंट. एक्सेंट किसका स्ट्रॉन्ग है? एक्सेंट किसका स्ट्रॉन्ग है, कोई बताओ? क्योंकि अगर इस मैच जैसे ही नोंगशिम खेली ना भाई, तो टैलोन घर पे, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, टेक केयर. ये देखो, इस बूम स्पोर्ट्स आउट लिखता है, मां कसम. बूम अब तक सिर्फ एक मैच हारी है. जाना हूं अनशी. जेंजी 13-4 मारा था टैलन को एसेंट पे. वो जेंजी थी ना. कैश टुडेज बैलरेंट रैंक, बैलरेंट एजेंट, दूसरा एजेंट देखते हैं अभी. गेको. सेटअप देखता हूं भाई, लेकिन ये एजेंट क्या है यार? यस पोकेमोन. ओए ये मुझे पता है, लेकिन मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा है भाई. ऑप्शंस देने चाहिए ना यार इन लोग ने. ओ ये कितना टफ है क्या? नल्ला पाव क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे भाई ये लोग आज. Which change is described by these? Come on, bro. कोई अरे शिट. स्ट्रॉन्ग क्वेश्चन दो, स्ट्रॉन्ग. अच्छा हो गया, चलो आ जाओ सेटअप ही देखते हैं. लोडिंग नहीं हो रहा. YouTube से रिटायरमेंट से पहले क्या लगता है आपको कितने आपके सब्स हो जाएंगे? 10 मिलियन आई होप. 1 CR आई होप. They say one day we leave this far behind, so live a life you will remember. भाई ये लोड क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? इंटरनेट मत बोलो. 1 Gbps इंटरनेट मेरा. डिस्कॉर्ड स्लो है, मेरी गलती नहीं है. क्या ये? हेलो, आ गया. हॉर्स बाय पीक. इस सेटअप पे इसका पीक रैंक क्या होगा? असेंडेंट. अगर असेंडेंट नहीं है तो बेच देना चाहिए बाय द वे. मेरा वाला टॉय आफ्टर 1 वीक. क्या? कूलिंग सिस्टम अच्छा है भाई तुम्हारे लैपटॉप का, अच्छा FPS आता रहेगा ना फिर। दिस इज हॉरेंडस। फरारी की खटारी। Bro can change the RAM in mid round. ओ ये क्या है चैट, क्या भारी है वो भाई, वेनम वाला एक्शन फिगर देखो। शीश ब्रो, these shades are diabolical. मजबूत सेटअप भाई, मजबूत।
आज तो चुम्मी दे ही दो। क्लर्च भाई आज वन पीस आ गया तो पहन के फोटो खींच के भेज भाई। बात कर दी मैंने।
मैं आया, हर्ष भाई गए। हाँ अरे ये वॉलपेपर काई को दिखा रहा है, लाइट लगा ना। लाइट लगाओ यार, चेटअप देखने दो मुझे। आरजीबी और वॉलपेपर कैसे देखूं मैं सिर्फ। ये देखो ये भी वही कर रहा है भाई, इसने माउस के बाजू में रखा है यार सीपीयू, धड़कता रहेगा ना, इसने भी वही किया है। लेकिन इसमें थोड़ा सा जगह तो है, मतलब इनफ जगह है। तो मालूम, अगर तुम ऐसा ये रखते हो, तुम्हारा ग्रिप ऐसा रखते हो जिसमें तुम्हारा पिंकी फिंगर इधर रहता है, और वो पिंकी फिंगर अगर ये हल्की सी एक गैप रहती है ना सीपीयू में, उसमें अगर धड़क जाए तो जो दर्द होता है ना ब्रो। सिल्वर मेंबरशिप लेने से व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ऐड नहीं हो सकता क्या? हो सकता है भाई, कौन बोला नहीं हो सकता है। हेलो भाई कैसे हो? बढ़िया। वाओ डैम ब्रो, God is a designer. Wow, रियल भाई, कितना प्यारा डेस्क है, बहुत भारी बहुत भारी। वाह इसके पास कोहिनूर है, PS4 है इसके पास। अरे शिट, लाइक द स्ट्रीम, बढ़िया सेटअप। साइकिट 2 वाओ, स्ट्रीम देख रहा है और बना रहा है कुछ तो। क्रेजी ब्रो, क्रेजी सेटअप, ब्यूटीफुल। कहाँ बैठा है भाई तू? आसमान में बैठा है क्या? चैट ये बंदा कहाँ बैठा है भाई? उसके बैकग्राउंड में सिर्फ आसमान क्यों दिख रहा है? गरीबी, एक्सक्यूज मी, दिस इज नॉट गरीबी। डेंजरस सेटअप, चार्ली गेमिंग वाईटी, भारी मस्त है यार, अंधेरा फुल। क्या बात, वाओ 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 वाओ। मेरा बेटा जल्दी उठ के कॉलेज जाता है, वो अपनी पढ़ाई को लेके बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस है जी, बहुत ज़्यादा। उसका कॉलेज भी बहुत बढ़िया है जी भाई। ये क्लासरूम्स देखो ना क्या भारी दिख रहे हैं यार। स्क्रीन टिल्ट कर दी ताकि हॉर्स की स्ट्रीम देख सकूं। कसो ये देखो, हैकर हो यार आर्यन भाई तुम, डेंजर हैकर हो। अच्छा तुम लोग ये शिशड़ी भी और कोई भी देख सकता है? तुम्हारे पीछे कैमरा नहीं है क्या? चेक करो भाई, पता चला कोई तो एक सीक्रेट कैमरा लगाया रहेगा। Danger scene. How much? What? Shut up. हाँ? पावर सप्लाई बाहर निकाल के रखा है. अबे तो इधर कौन सा पावर सप्लाई है? What in the world is happening? Horrendous gameplay. अबे चुप हो जा. इताची उचीचा ब्रो ये रियल है भाई साहब मेरे को लगा फाके है चैट Nice setup, bro. Beautiful. मेंबर्स का व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप भी है. यस ब्रो, मेंबर्स ओनली व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है. एक्सक्लेमेशन व्हाट्सएप डालो, वहां पे स्टेप्स आएंगे तुमको, वो फॉलो करने पड़ेंगे टू गेट इन. वो मैच स्टार्टेड बॉयज.
Not much either, but right now a bit of a standoff. Primi watching down arches. He's got that little high tide blocking so far. Demi has snuck all the way in. Will Primi
Harbor on Ascent is my favorite agent. W.
He's playing keep away.
Oh, Margaret has
W
just found Chip Boys going for a bit of a jump spot over towards B main, and with Primi falling too, maybe this round might be over. You stretch out through market, you get towards the B site and cruise. It's going to be cascaded off.
He does push into it though. Oh, but Dabby quick on the draw. Just the two players left alive, and they've got so much space to cover.
पहला राउंड नॉन्गशिम को आ गया चैट.
Margaret as well. You've got the high tide now, but it's the information from Ivy. There's both of them. Can he get out? Okay, he's bailed.
Salvos. Decent kill for Killua, but still, yeah, you know, Nongshim had numbers and spades in this spot. There was no way Talon would have been able to fight out.
I mean, you think about this map, you think about this series. I don't think there's any universe, whether it be Alpha or Omega, any of those Earths that Talon would have been expecting this sort of composition to come through. I'm trying to cast my mind as well and think, is there actually anybody running a harbor on this map currently in all of our partner teams? There's not a single team is actually running the harbor. So yeah, it's definitely the curveball where Nongshim have provided the goods on it before, but yeah, not expected.
Well, we will see the cascade. The harbor once again coming into effect to block off A main for now. Both smokes up around this spot. Wild.
हम आपके बेस्ट फ्रेंड है तो न्यू बंडल गिफ्ट कीजिए. चुपे पादरे.
Just Primi.
रियो रहा है.
Bit of silence. See if the numbers do sway in the favor of A
अबे जल्दी यार, ये सेकंड राउंड स्किप करने का बटन कहाँ पे?
An unfortunate series of events for Talon in the round.
It's already beginning to look like it's
Nongshim said they learned harbor tech from you. Indeed.
And
मैं जब मिला था ना इनसे Nongshim वालों से इंडोनेशिया में, तब हम लोग साथ में बैठ के डिस्कस कर रहे थे. वो पूछ रहे थे कि तू कौन सा एजेंट खेलता है. मैंने बोला मैंने हार्बर को काफी मास्टर किया. तो वो बोले श्योर, तो हमको कुछ आप बता सकते हो गेम प्ले?
Nothing at B yet. Maybe they might be surrounding A. I mean, eventually they'll start to consider the orb we heard by Persia.
Let them have one.
But apart from this, just the pistols. So for Talon, you're either going up the spike or you're trying to find, some liquor damage, which is probably not going to be plausible.
You gotta make a move at some point, one way or another. Certainly considering that someone might have pushed out in towards spawn, so it takes some time.
And to answer Pilski's question a little bit earlier, Darby's
played last game में या एक और होगा. इसके बाद तो PRX versus T1 है भाई.
It's going to be the second?
I mean, I don't remember it. I don't think they got the dub, judging by stats, but I may be wrong. Maybe this is where we need our resident Nongshim expert in Chobrot to have the law. But this sort of round,
fair enough.
It doesn't take an expert to kind of consider that Jitboys is not going to win.
Wow, even with the grab net, yep.
And now we'll get the buyout to come through for Talon in the next round.
And this is where I do have to agree with what
Big
Time was saying on the desk as well. I mean, you can talk about the comps for sure, but it also comes down to composure, right? The mental game between both teams into this state. Because adaptability matters quite a bit, and if you're just completely surprised by this curveball and that tilts you for the rest of the map, the rest of the rounds, then you kind of just have to kiss your chances goodbye. Well, just don't want to have that happening.
This is the map that one of the teams will kiss their chances goodbye. Potentially for stage 2, you got to have more weight on your shoulders because if you're going out here, you're not getting any playoff points, right? You got to get top 4 for that.
Oh boy. For all the hype
that has been built up, now we've got
the high tide, the execute into A. Talon, it's going to be a catch-up rotation
the wall
being played.
is
They've got 4 players already somewhere.
Salvo's in. Jitboys does have
क्या
Gravnet
crazy
as well.
wall है, लेकिन वो control दे देता है Heaven का, देखो ना Heaven out आगे देंगे.
Thankfully, but still the outlaw shot all the way from A main, blocking off the first point of contact.
Oh, Margot's lurk.
Oh my god.
Now, but actually अच्छा wall है. ये wall करेंगे अगली बार से.
Back of the crates, so Jitboys has information to go for the kill now, but in towards A main again. Still, Ivy,
भाई
Persia,
2v4 आ
they're
गया.
both able to block things
ये लोग हार गए by
off.
round.
Pseudo crossfire considering hell, and it's a tough position for Cruz to fight off of. Pushed out of the door, and it's just thigh left. Oh, look at that. Pepper shot's over with the classic right clicks. Francis from the back. All throughout, and they've picked up the bonus.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous round for Nongshim. And again, this is the sort of scenario which absolutely tests your team's coordination, your IGL's mid-rounding game plan decisions, your coach intervention to recognize what can be plausible. Because with no one running a harbor, with you probably not doing your research all the way back to the one instance that Sinprissa did run the harbor, it was, you know, highlighted. I think they said it in the interview that it was like against Riddle Order, I think. So yeah, this really comes down to a lot of that mid-round decisioning and what you can kind of recognize throughout the rounds.
Right, how much you're able to gleam off of these little utilities thrown in your face. Meanwhile, for Talon, you might have the double Sentinel, but how much can it really do when you're being tossed with so many uncertainties? Right now, it's Stabby down middle, but you have no idea that there are players all across the map. Oh, the shot's whiffed though, but Margaret will be able to recover at least one. It does get a chuckle out of Dion. Oh my god.
That's a hurtful laugh as well, because that one just looks absolutely just disgusting from Margaret, and not in the good way. Now though, maybe some stability, as it's just going to be Thigh left with 60 HP, gun to be retrieved.
भाई TOTS इसमें क्या उसे कहते हैं? TOTS स्पेन वाले पैक्स में I feel सबसे danger card Rafinha का होना चाहिए.
Reckoning for Francis.
Thigh TPs away.
And now we have the podcast.
Rafinha, Yamal, और
well, one thing's for sure.
Valverde भाई, Valverde का भी होगा.
Podcast episode would be that Nongshim gets to, you know, certainly build up towards a lot more for the remainder rounds of this first half. Meanwhile, if you're Talon though, mental form has been something that's affecting them. Oh, look at that! Even
not able to
take the sweep from Francis.
Nice hunt at the end, remove the bird.
Mbappe का
So now we'll get the proper buy-up to come
Mbappe
through
का
from
होगा तो
Talon
जबरदस्ती होगा मेरे को लगता है.
available for Jitboys. So waiting to sort of see what Premi's value is going to be back on towards this Jet as well. Not really given too much space around the map to play with.
Mbappe अच्छा खेला है क्या ये
I'm
season?
also wondering, it doesn't really matter what agent comp that you're going up against. I still want to just see some sort of tandem plays come in on this defensive side. Like you're still running the Teo, you've got a deadlock, you're expecting some sort of util combos. You've also got, you know, the availability from Khelraay with the Vice, you know, trying to play with some timings, trying to play with some stalling. Like, these are the sort of things that I want to see from Talon, right? Coming up with some sort of combinations. But a timeout to come in right now, and this is a really elevated Frost. This is... He's seen enough in 4 rounds, maybe. Because if you're looking at Talon, defensive side, double Senti, you know?
It matters a lot. And another thing that we do have to consider, I think it's not brought up enough, is the fact that he's relaying this to Cruz. Cruz has to translate then to the boys, and he also has to lead them. He has to get them to listen to him. Sometimes that might not always be the case when your mental is down in the dumps. So we'll see how it all shapes up now that the timeout has been burnt. You have the double Senti. you need to work around it. And what we're seeing is, okay, sheer wall towards tree once again.
अबे हाँ ना डबल सेंटी खेल रही है टैलोन फिर भी आ रही है अटैक में ये देखो एक बारी ये देखो मैं जाऊंगा ही नहीं भाई ये पे वैसे साइड पे अगर मैं पहुंचा ना मैं माउस और कीबोर्ड छोड़ दूंगा मैं बोलूंगा मारो मुझे भाई गलती हो गई
Start to gather some further information with
the
drone
smoke
as
is
well.
bad, I guess.
This is the time where I think, what traps are you setting up? Center util at A, leave Primi there. Rest of your forces towards B.
We'll see what the forces can do. Whoa. So far, so good on the off angle. Kill off of the blooming cyber cage as well. Down onto A, where once again, like you mentioned, it's all that utility.
Yeah, and now it's 2 unanswered kills as well, right? So it's the 5 versus 3 scenario for Talon. These are the ones that you cannot afford to drop. You don't give Nongshim a way to find an advantageous duel.
Trying to hold tight. Ivy, though, slowly trickling forward until Cruz goes in for the sidestep. At this point, 50 seconds remaining on the clock, sure, but surely not Komodo.
I mean, damage, really. The credits aren't in full control of Talon whilst they're, you know, around the 1500, 2k mark, but they're pretty gorgeous for Nongshim.
Flash करेगा नहीं करेगा decide कर ले भाई.
Be good. Get closer towards
flash निकाल के भाई अंदर डाल रहा है.
Now with just Persia
पता नहीं वर्का भाई.
Locked in from the Archros, he'll just take the ulti orb on the map for
they can hear him
for his takeaway.
He's gonna try to at least play for the crosshair flick, but yeah, not gonna be found. Primi detected on the A site, and it just shows how effective that one can be again.
Yeah. And now I'm sort of wondering as well, where the operator doesn't work out for Darby, do they change things again and instead of using that go back to a normal rifle and try to adjust the game plan as well? Because if I'm looking towards a way that you're going to put pressure on Talon in this map, it's changing the way that you're playing the attacking side a lot. I mean, you're adding so much to, you know, their mental scape that they have to contend with. Like, if you're changing things up time and time again, it can really play with them.
Possibly, but again, they had 2 weeks. Yep. For all we know, this was fully well prepped, but you also have the studs. Ooh,
the perfect
on the gate crash.
The perfect player to get out of dodge in that scenario. Combo between salvos and Gravnet, but it's Darby to get out of there.
And then for the smoke to block off A short as well as mid. The drone out towards B main, but it's somewhat slipped away by Margaret.
High tide eventually to fall. See what Thai can do with the operator.
It's also a good call for then Talon to push out B main alongside that drone now to possibly just hold space. Not fighting too much against Nongshim. Maybe hearing the clone.
Yeah, it's got to pop the shear, then the thorns to buy time.
Oh, Primi.
He is the only one here at this A side as well, by the way. So you'd be looking at a situation where if he falls, it might be a post-plant. Khelraay with the Steel Garden, Jit Boys with the Annihilation. Oh, but Reckoning in.
To where? To B.
Yeah, to mark.
B कर रहे भाई 3 जने B पे
30
लेकिन.
seconds to go. They don't need to stick around here. I mean, I'm looking at Persia, who's still towards this A site.
Right?
No, they're going back A.
To scatter and try to pick up the pieces because now you're not
दो
entirely
जने
sure.
A पे.
Just Primi to try to hold the angle. He does walk away with that one kill. The stray bullet catching square on Francis's head. So controller gone now. That could help out in the post-plant scenarios, but
I mean, Killer was gone, right? As well, so no Steel Garden. A bit of a sleeping Ivy means it's a 3v3.
So not too bad. Jit Boys good on the flank watch.
Kind of a 3v2.
Dambi low HP as well, but he is in tree, and that's a spot where, unless you check it out, you might not know.
Sub events
are line for Jit Boys now. Cruz does have salvos. Can they isolate a player?
Trying to. They throw it in towards Generator, where no one's hiding, so maybe some information to then collapse in towards Hell. Margaret, he's got a good chance, but full storm. Now Dambi out from the flank. Not detected so far until he gets a shot at the thigh. 2v2, but good shots from Jit Boys. Dambi desperately Johnson dives in with the shorty, but still Jit Boys able to block it off.
Yeah, the fact that you're able to remove the flanking player in Ivy in that sort of scenario, it makes it a little bit more tenable for Talon to get that retake happening. If there was a kill in towards Unders, yeah, maybe it goes Nongshim's way. A couple of good adjustments, and when you're in a retake scenario in a 3 versus 3, for a audible call and right, so making sure that Jit Boys has the lasting protection at the end there as well.
Crazy cover, bhai, crazy cover.
So there's a secondary round gathered up by Talon. There will be another bull buy across the board, however. And Army this time can secure all of the information with the dimensional
Comeback आ रहा है चैट ये close game हो रहा है
over though Quack and Primi with
Oi.
the operator. No
Oi.
one's looking for him to push on out, and he does get away. There's a second from Cruz.
भाई
Nice
साहब क्या
opening
cover
double
दिया
for
है
Talon.
Nice might be underselling it, Dion. 3v5 now for Nongshim, and they are...
Hello Just Bye, good morning.
Well, trying to scrounge up whatever they can find. They do have the creds for the upcoming rounds, though, so still able to march forward with whatever confidence they have. This duo now challenging Khelraay. The Cove to block things off. Khelraay opts to play it silent.
Yeah, you don't want to give them an option where they could W and look to bring it back into an equalization scenario. So it's 3 versus 5. If Talon want to allow the plant to go down, they can. But now, I mean, Ivy, please don't be doing this one. He bites off more than he can shoot.
And the Steel Garden ripped. So if you're Francis as well as Persia, not a lot of chances left.
Arbor बहुत danger walls कर रहा है Jack.
As well, and it's just Francis hiding inside of hell.
अरे माँ निकाल लिया था पछिया ने.
Saving his teammates from certain doom. Francis to spray, but Primi coming back in once again. He's back again.
Crazy.
Yeah, just making sure that when there's numbers advantages for Talon, they're settling down a little bit. You know, you would expect in that sort of scenario, IGL crews to come in, come up with the decision, the team to be all aligned and how they want to go for their retake. But more importantly, that sort of round, it's having a good idea in the beginning, something that you haven't deployed just yet to catch Nongshim off guard.
Certainly poetic. Now this will be Talon reaching the 3-point mark. If they get one more, that would be breaking that curse from the past 2 maps.
Yeah. Well, another big old buy. So these rifle rounds, we've seen Nongshim be able to get a plant, just not able to be successful in the post.
Firing now. Cruz though, this time with an open play in for
अरे
the
यार
grab.
येड
That
भगा रही है
combo
भाई.
for Jit
Time
Boys.
out लो भाई. 4 all
Cruz
हो
then
गया.
holding the angle. Does
4-0 से
Nongshim
4 all.
expect it? Certainly not. They haven't been here before.
Yeah, hard to get him off that angle. Surprised that there was no, salvo investment from Ivy first to push him off a line, but irrespective now, 5 versus 3.
VCT में हार्बर खेल रही इसलिए उसका बफ नहीं आया. भाई ये पहला पिक करेगा भाई.
As long as they don't overextend and give opportunity to Nongshim, they've been successful in winning them 100%.
Fake progression smoke to draw out utility now.
Yeah, you still got the showcase of a double sentinel though on this sort of scenario. Sheer to protect over in tree.
मेरे हिसाब से Nongshim जीत रहा है.
Also for Thine to possibly slip around with the TPs.
Jit Boys now.
Masters
with
जो
the
जीता वो पता नहीं.
Ravnet available. You got Cruz with the salvos online and an Armageddon. This sort of scenario by the position of Nongshim, it's just a respect save.
It's also the fact that they would have to take so much time and effort just to clear every single position if they were to march back into
क्या हुआ
A.
बे?
So
अच्छा save कर रहे.
Free timeout. Have a discussion here as Nongshim. You do survive with enough as well, where Ivy's going to be able to drop over a gun to Darby, you would expect.
मैं वही
Francis
सोचूं
is going
भाई
to
ये
be
लोग
able to be
गेम भी छोड़ दिए.
fighting for himself. This next round, I'm kind of looking at it in a scenario where you probably have to dimensional drift, maybe off the rip, maybe wait a few seconds and use it, see if there's any overpush
Ivy
for
का
Talon.
ult अगले round.
You've been holding on to that one for a little bit now, and
मेरे हिसाब से ये
if you're
time out ले
considering
रहे.
using it in late round for a sort of execute, maybe you need to use it early because you've been losing the first duels.
And that's sometimes what it comes down to, right? At least what we've been seeing for the past 2 maps. The first duels, so pivotal, paramount to both teams. Of course, on a map like Ascent, then you got the 3 clear lanes, and at times Talon pushing out onto them.
Yeah.
Nongshim get caught off guard.
And they're always changing up where they're pushing, right? It's either through cubby and a little bit of bottom mid, or there's some B main control. We're not seeing too much
Next
towards the A
champions
side,
bundle
which
when
you
champs
are
जब
fine with
नजदीक
in the
आएगा.
scenario that Khelraa's setups are generally over there as well.
Time
right?
out.
You don't necessarily
दीदी
need
सो
to.
गई थी बेचारी.
They're happy enough
उनको
and
कैमरा पे
confident
दिखा
enough that
दिया.
they're winning the mid duels, winning the B main
ये
duels.
क्या बनाया है?
They can potentially keep on going for them until Nongshim show us an adaptation that they're no longer able to.
Still, though, that once again brings back the question of composure. How then does Nongshim find their way back into the game?
Yeah,
I mean, timeout from Silkanon.
You got to remember as well, in the grand scheme of things for the 10 players in this lobby, there's a couple of youngins that are new to this atmosphere, right? So it
भाई
can
इसको भी
play
नींद आ
with
रही
the
है.
mental.
इनको भी नींद आ रही रहेगी भाई.
Both teams, absolutely.
साला 3-3 मैप.
And it's a map 3 in a playoffs game for your survivability in a lower bracket with Masters slot on the line. Yeah, you gotta have a bloody big gauntlet run. But,
I know.
You know.
If you bring that though, yeah.
चलो, दम्बी भाई ult करके दिखाओ अच्छा.
Nongshim, just given how they were able to persevere throughout that entire Ascension run.
I mean, they were kind of
ult कर रहा है.
untested until the final one, though, the grand final.
True.
As I mentioned though, Quack, using the dimensional drift off the get-go to try and get some early information was probably what I expected to come out in a scenario like that.
ये होता है Harbor Wall से मालूम.
Booked Darby.
वो अगर Heaven वाला वैसा किए तो.
Oh, and no one's spotting out Margaret,
shit.
but yes. 3 players.
Not expecting him, and it's another
क्योंकि
5
तुम वो
versus
दीवार
3
है ना
where the
बराबर
fight goes
काट
down.
नहीं
How
पाते हो.
successful have we seen Talon in these
वो जो
resets?
Heaven वाली
100%
दीवार
of the
काटी है ना.
time, and what do they have online now still? Kheraay with an Armageddon.
वो easily काटी नहीं जाती भाई.
Rip you a new one at the right spot.
Jit Boys for the flank as well, but
अच्छी wall तो है वो.
marked by Persia.
Yeah, but Persia's really deep. He'd need his paranoia to come into play.
It's good information, at least, for the rest of Talon to then throw on more utility. Francis trying to survive inside of the cove. Killua to bring out the guns.
lead मिल गई
then for Persia as well as Ivy. Counter Armageddon back in onto the spike to buy some time, but it's been halved.
Yeah.
Killua hiding inside of the smoke as well. They're sticking it all the way through. Killua springing out forward, trying to swap over onto the shorty. Ivy for the kill, but the round nonetheless headed over onto Talon.
Yeah, when it's half defused and the salvos are not immediately from a close position, right, there is some trajectory, distance that you got to consider as well. How long do the salvos take to get onto the spike? Well, they've got to fly a little bit of distance, so really heads up from Talon to just stick it for the remainder of that one. And again, another 5 versus 3 scenario where Primi comes online for the first shot, just going through the wall when he recognizes that Darby has to equip the gun out of the dimensional drift.
Direct gusto pe, direct.
Defensive side.
And now all of a sudden the potential A contest deterred by the op shot.
Yeah, and you've already still got, forward positions at this B main spot.
चली क्या मैच हो रहा है रे? कोई क्रच विच करो ना भाई, 5 किल ले लो ना एक ही जन.
Further gather some info.
Oh,
पकड़ लिया. नहीं
पकड़ा. Just missed.
Comes close.
But it's full control for Talon, and they kind of want to go for this. I can't blame them. I mean, how many times have they been getting opening duels this time? Darby answers back, but immediately Nongshim lose their smokes.
Off towards A as well. At least though information then for Talon. Damby, they found him.
And that comes down to maybe some inexperience and timing on this Yoru as well. Pushing
भाई ये तो हार रही है गेम. नहीं लेकिन डिफेंस है.
Turning around at the wrong moment. Now Francis is in the open and it's just for a trade. All of these shots have essentially been individual as well. Nongshim not able to get any trades happening. Meanwhile, Talon, every fight has essentially been a buddy system.
That's where you really got to consider as well. I mean,
yeah, the spike's above you if you did want it, Ivy, but with 20 seconds to go, it's the...
Probably not, yeah, trying to...
It's the save.
Tuck himself into this little cheeky corner. But that's the whole thing, Komodo. Once again, you might find some of these dots, right? Kills being traded or found all across the map, but being able to connect them together...
Hello, TSG Warrior!
Especially with Damby at the helm of things.
Yeah.
Things can kind of get away from the team at times. So 6-4 so far. Talon still haven't really broken the streak.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this was a very big risk for Nongshim to allow Ascent into the pool with the way that these rounds have kind of been played out now that Talon have an idea of what they need to do to look to close things out as well. On the back of that timeout, it's kind of been flawless from Talon. I mean, it was a bit of a different look when you had Ivy on the fade back then. You had Darby on the Neon and Margaret on the Yoru. That was what they buddied up this Harbor pick with.
Well, also now that the economical situation is turned around, Primi opts for the Outlaw. Margaret has been playing B main so far, but ooh, the shots somewhat whizzing by.
Ah, but it's another opener. Killer on a Francis this time. Nongshim have not been able to get any lead, any advantage, and I'm seeing a gate crash go towards Hell on the A site for Darby. He needs to be the hero maker if he wants to try and do it himself.
कल सेकंड ने single-handedly जीता Ascent को. Ban भी अच्छा खेला बे.
With the clone try to force a fake, so more reactions out now from Talon. And Darby kind of calls it clear for his team to sneak in. He holds space around tree. Hot flash over.
Bro,
Yeah,
full blind mein mara
definitely shows inexperience. Unfortunate, but still fantastic chance for Talon to launch themselves back in for the retake.
Another 5 versus 3, man.
We'll see. Off angle for Persia, possibly. Margaret to assist. Still, though, with all the utility coming in, the numbers and spades as well for Talon. You got possible grab now. Swings out for Primi.
Primi ने यार भगा दी माँ कसम भाई एक राउंड नहीं जीते 4-0 जब से था
nice timing on the arc race from Khelraay.
दूसरा भी टाइम आउट ले लो खत्म कर दो गेम
you pop that one out. Anyone looking to catch you when the smoke fades, well, they're just blinded. They're not dodging that one. Flawless round to come through from Talon. Another 5 versus 3 post-plant scenario that they just look really great in working for the retake.
Replay ops doing Dabby dirty in that one.
I mean, he's found the wrong timing. To be fair, if he dry walked through the smoke, it would have been better. They wouldn't have expected that. Potentially, who knows?
Potentially.
Another scenario, another universe. It's 7-4. It's 7 in a row for Talon. It's the second time out used by Nongshim because they recognize, well.
ओए चैट आज लाइक करने बोला नहीं मैंने तो लाइक किए हो तुमने कि नहीं किए हो क्या सीन
so yeah
चेक मारना पड़ेगा
Nongshim believers still definitely kind of
themselves in the game for that. They were celebrating at the beginning 4-0. You know, you're winning out the bonus round and everything. Thinking, oh yeah, we're cooking good tonight.
7 rounds in a row for Talon though.
Yeah.
कर दो यार.
Oh man. That's it though. Again, anything can happen. Both timeouts being spent.
मेरे को लगा अब तक 6000 लाइक हो गए रहेंगे.
This first half. Last round of the first half for Nongshim. So that means Silkanon is going to have a way with a statement really to prop them up for the second half as well.
Jidu ने almost throw कर दिया था against EG.
The value of the double sentinels is also working a good thing for the defensive side. I am keen to see how they're going to change it up on attack, but I mean it's just
double op. Judge thigh.
They're rolling in money, Quack. They can have
दो
other guns on the floor ready to hot potato.
दो operators.
Triple op setup. Hold up.
Triple snipers.
Hold up a minute.
तीन op.
Seriously? Well,
one of them's got to work. Yeah, Darby's just dry peeked out of bloody tiles. No one's watching him. Like, brother, protect your boy.
Brother,
Literally. Darby dead first yet again.
But that's the thing. Nongshim would have no idea. Who does this?
I mean, it's a staple thing. Having an operator peek for a tiles push. Generally, this is why you are smoking bottom mid on a map like this, or smoking up towards short. It was a deeper high tide. You just disrespect his Primi.
You might not expect the second.
क्या बात है भाई?
Primi repeats, gets spammed through. Great shot by Francis.
And now you got to contend with Khelraay, who rips the steel guard.
भाई बस B पे util देखो कितना है.
Answer to the reckoning.
He swapped off his op, thankfully.
As I said, there would be a gun that he could.
अंदर आ ही नहीं सकता इंसान.
Bad TP
Bro, अंदर इंसान आ ही नहीं सकता.
To get over it.
Enough ammo for possibly a second, maybe a third kill as well.
अभी flash भी बचा है, नहीं flash हो गया.
Spots the barrel, and that's instantly ripped away. The last one now, Francis, and he's stuck. Tries to look for the escape plan into B main, but he gets spotted out by Jit Boys.
Bro, वो लोग कुछ कर ही नहीं पाएंगे. 2 sentinels है भाई. 4-0 के बाद 8-4 हो गया direct.
Dominate the defensive side. 2 timeouts invested for Nongshim as well, eventuating into nothing. Just so many scenarios where there's a 5 versus 3 position that Talon are already having the numbers game. They can let the time do its work. Khelraay, great round in that one. Good coordination from the team as well. I mean, Angry Frost was here in the timeout earlier on, and it certainly whipped them up.
It
definitely was a wake-up call. I will say that.
3 months, Jesse plays for fun, Lala.
Incredibly good scoreline to start things off in the second half. The main thing is the team's got to keep this together.
Thank you so much for 3 months support.
Pulled it off by the wayside from that first map where Nongshim found 6 rounds in a row. There is still a scenario in a world where Nongshim is able to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking towards a little bit of the differences.
Namaskar, Nikhil Babu, kaisa hai?
Right, how Khelraay deploying device, how is Jitboys deploying the deadlock. I mean, it's I would say it's a little bit more mainstream when you look at Nongshim's composition. If you remove the harbor, for example, and you put in something like another initiator, that's a more common style, right? Where you got an Omen, a Cypher, a Teho, a Yoru. Like this is playing in towards sort of a shifted meta with the new Teho, but a harbor in there you know, you're flipping it onto the defensive side, you can certainly see some things.
Oh, अच्छा वो trend भाई वो क्या बेकार trend लगता है भाई.
We're not seeing opening kills. We're not seeing shots allocated for them really. There was a lot of individualness from Nongshim on that attacking side. Can they adjust that on this defensive side early? You know, is Darby going to be finding any opening frags here?
You would assume he has to, especially with the gate crash that he has right
ये
now.
क्या हो रहा है?
Utility
ये क्या wall है?
Sidestepped by Primi.
वो अच्छा वहाँ के लिए wall है. Oh, top mid भी wall हो रहा है उसमें.
Shots do pepper out when the dark cover does
Bro,
fade.
क्या horrendous wall है ये?
With the cascade.
भाई साहब क्या wall है
there as
ये?
they go looking for something different.
No bogeys on the radar just yet though. No, Talon still playing discipline around the corners and angles.
Of course, no gate crash for Darby now. Just a sheriff and some heads that he's hunting.
The repositions from Nongshim currently.
I wonder.
Right, a slight gap for Talon. They just made some noise towards middle.
Yeah, it's all 5 for Talon though towards this A side, and it's go time. Primi,
Bro,
gone.
Track kill है ना बंटा है.
Dies low as well.
Still, opportunity for Nongshim abound. Talon, they might have the sight, but this is where that utility comes in. The double sentinel, all-around generator, and they can potentially buy so much time. Now Khelraay peppering his own shots forward, but what is this? The wallbang for Margaret!
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, repositions in towards Hell. Hiding inside of the survival smoke. Khelraay needs to find the shots. Jitboys comes in with the assistance. Margaret dropping down, but the utility not coming in alive. It's just Cruz. It doesn't have any cells either.
Finally
the
around.
Getting stuck all the way through, and Nongshim answers
Finally
back.
around, but cheeky gameplay.
Cruz getting a couple of good cheeky kills at the end of that one, but both pistols for Nongshim, and they are still trailing, so they're going to have to do some heavy lifting at the beginning of this half. You know, they completely relinquish control of the A site, allowing Talon to get on in, but then a couple of shots come through. That's disgusting from Margaret. It's wild that he's able to find that one.
I reckon that's where the kind of
and मैं भी आज G2 की watch party करोगे yes.
Jet, and so familiar now.
And I'm looking towards Jitboys on the deadlock as well, right? That sonic sensor that he places at the corner or the top of generator. I've seen a lot of Cypher players when they're able to set up towards a post plane at the A site, they drop that one because it's one that if you're running in for a retake, your feet will trip and you're generally dead. You can also see some adjustments by putting the sensor under Hell and it will trip anybody running on the top. So I'd be interested to see how much depth Jitboys has on this map with just the deadlock utility for post plants.
Seen it drilled by Cruz from other maps, Haven for example. So hopefully Jitboy's able to pick up where Cruz left off. But right now though, at least with the pistols.
Well, we're looking for Nongshim to pick up where they left off on the beginning 4 of this map. Getting more.
Well, picking things up with the drone, they will find... Oh, just that.
If they find 4 rounds, they're only tying things up, Quack.
That's
right.
There's
still more to go.
Still though, I don't want to count them out. Now spotting so much information in towards B main, surely the rotation soon enough. Talon though.
Yeah, they're going to start to gather some information towards A, but if they do stretch their legs up through mid, they're going to have to break.
Expired, so he's going to play for a different position, but that's when then Persia comes in with the out-dueled position on the Bulldog. Okay, Dabby back in. Talon looking to recover.
9-5.
Not going to do anything for him as Ivy.
So far so good though, repositions with a Spectre! The last shot going through
WWE.
Rounds answered right back.
Yeah, 3 alive. I think you'll take that as a pass mark for Nongshim going in towards the buyout round for Talon. See what sort of bonus is going to be here. I mean, they did win the first one.
Scammer, मुझे लगा मेरा नेट गया.
You know, there wasn't just a adjustment from Talon, right? It took them a little bit to figure out how they're going to be countering the aggression of Nongshim. I think it may very well be another scenario where they've got to figure out how we're going to get throughout these defenses when we're a little bit lackluster on the initiator ability, right? You're going to have to see a little bit more come out from Vice, who Khelraay is playing a little bit more of that pseudo in it as well, right? You got the flash on the Archros that can certainly do that.
Oh
now,
my god! Hurt gaya bhai, bro!
And it's an opener, which technically pilfers with the util, but you'll take that one as a opener that's not traded.
Is there bonus?
Fantastic calling. Meanwhile, that's where you really want to see a lot more pressure on towards B main, but so far nothing found.
But this is the time where
saying
it's a couple of rounds in the beginning for Talon where they have to get ready for what Nongshim throw their way, and then they might wake up.
That's where the adaptability comes back into question.
Oh my god, bichara bhai. Bro, they won a bonus, that too flawless.
This may very well be a...
Oh my god, that's a huge comeback. That's a huge comeback. Cruz bhai, hatiyar chhod do.
I don't know. He's running straight back through spawn into two players from Nongshim marking tiles. Persia spots him.
Yeah, just don't give him the solo duel here. Make sure you go in together as a team. Somehow Cruz finds both of them.
Solo.
5 HP. Maybe he gets closer towards the Armageddon here. He's one with death. And he gets another one, so he's got it for the next round. Okay, I think you're kind of okay. Like, that's a bonus round. You probably should be winning that one as Talon. But the fact that, again, Nongshim have a clear idea on how they're wanting to play the beginning of that round. It's the stuff that they practice in
if you are watching, bro, thank you for the order.
Theory crafting nice and early on.
Amit bhai ne t-shirt order kiya apna. Double you, bro.
Very specific
Birish wala t-shirt. Love you.
Love to watch and really get enthralled by how the utility combo comes into play, but we gotta see Cruz as well.
Yep.
Dude has some kind of an arm injury and he's still able to walk away with 3.
Yeah, but this is the strange scenario now, right? Where you've got an Armageddon, where you've got a Annihilation. If you're able to get a couple kills off that one, I mean, maybe you steal a round back as Talon. Full 5 towards A main, however. Orb to be gathered up.
क्या wall है ये? कुछ भी wall घुमा रहा है?
That's just you
Angry
shot A main wall, that one. Or that one's
Balrog in this situation with just stingers.
Even when not in 11 anymore, yeah.
Specifically by Francis for this sort of scenario.
By stinger bike here, look.
Right wall placement.
How he's like, you gotta calculate the trajectory of how you swing your mouse when the high tide.
Alpha is not available in Biraj t-shirt. Stock update when? Stock update.
Stingers though here for Talon. Let's see if they're gonna be able to make it work of this one again.
नया collection आ रहा है और वो collection बहुत बड़ा है.
Try and contend with it.
Gonna have to be a monstrous.
Oh my god, भर दिया भाई को.
Right now though against
भर दिया भाई को.
Unfortunately he will bite the bullet. Francis, however, bailing his team out of the tough situation. Just Cruz left and he swings into his ultimate doom. Nongshim tie up the score.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay from Darby there with an outlaw where the no-scope ability of that gun is generally not too accurate. He does get taken down, but Francis stamps his feet and gets a couple of trades in there. Valiant attempt for Talon with the lesser equipment, the Stingers to try and get something done there. Maybe with the end result, you might say a bit of an overinvestment with the Annihilation, but they start to get a little bit closer to a couple more.
भाई अब भी अगर 9-8 हो गया ना तो 13-8 हो जाएगा मेरे को तो लगता है.
8-8.
मतलब Nongshim को 9 मिल गया तो.
To see some depth in this map.
This is where you need to see Talon try to find an answer back as well.
Yeah, for sure.
The op from Dambi though, I don't know.
UPI का problem चल रहा है.
I mean, you know that the credits are available to come out with a gun such as this one, a shorty to destroy the stealth drone. So a bit of a spot out too, but I mean, you're rinsing and repeating a lot of this Harbor utility where you've already used the drone to get in front of it. You'd have to sacrifice a body to get any farther forward. You do have your shear there as Khelraay as well to just make sure that nothing afoot happens in B deep. But we'll start to put our attention towards the A site, don't we here? No more Harbor utility until that high tide comes back online, and Francis, he won't know that he's done that much damage to Khelraay. But I don't think you can call for the team to come back to B, can you?
Yeah, not enough. Khelray's got to do a little bit more. Meanwhile, towards the A site, just a full hit and down with a TP. The corner left unchecked. Jitboy's finally coming up with the goods, but still, it's not enough. Khelraay,
he got Francis, but you're gonna have to call for Cruz to get over here. How much time can you buy yourself?
That's the whole thing. He might have flashes, he might have vines, but they could
transaction error आ रहा है. तो कुछ down रहेगा रे UPI.
Has to go back and help Cruz get across. Ivy, he actually could give them an opportunity here.
Oh, Khelraay, he's peppered Ivy down by a bit. Cruz!
Crazy.
There's the opportunity. He's given them a 2 versus 2.
Big kill.
Overstayed, you're welcome, Ivy. And now there's a chance still, though. 2v2, 10 seconds for the plant, and that offers some opportunity to Nongshim to close in onto market, at least until the stun comes in. Cruz then has 1 second left until the salvo is back, so gets himself into a position where he sends it over. Further time being bought.
Akros 2.
Khelraay hiding inside a boathouse, both players. Trying to play it safe. Oh, and off the flash!
God,
it's going to be a great kill. Just Dabby left, and he marches forward until
The phantom shots from Khelraay finds
Crazy round by Talon, bhai.
Yeah, the difference if Francis is able to finish him off through the spam in the beginning of the round, or maybe if Ivy doesn't go for the cutoff kill, the neural theft to secure that information. But I'm seeing in this sort of scenario where you've got the first opening kills, right? It's a 5 versus 3 for a mere millisecond in time that gets converted back to the way of Talon. It's a 3 versus 2. It could have been.
Thank you for the potty, bro.
But just going for the kill a little bit too earlier on. Always going to understand the risks to try to win the game there, but sometimes just doesn't work your favor, and now Talon will reclaim the lead.
Majestically, yeah, put together. Spots out Francis as well. Now Talon very aware of what could happen around A main after all that util combo.
Francis is just gonna UPI नहीं चल रहा. शायद मेरे UPI में कुछ problem रहेगा फिर.
Making sure that he's staving them off for quite a little bit of time.
क्या कर रहा है Khelraay?
That is a clone. You're correct.
And he still hasn't made a single peep, so still a chance for Khelraay.
And nice work to bait out the sonic sensor as well. Reclaim control of A main. You got to be too careful that you don't get flushed out by the salvos, for example, of Cruz if they want to go back towards the A side. But it looks like the call has been made for Talon here that they want to contest with B. And I'm wondering in this sort of time as Nongshim, what are you doing to re-get some information? You don't have a drone from Ivy. You have an operator from Danby. So you're going to have to try and figure out something, right? A drone in towards mid. You don't necessarily know if it's teetering towards A or B.
Yeah, well, that might do it. Especially in with the utility now coming out. Oh, Primi though, he's just going to gate pass all of it on for the sharp blades into the site where Margaret trying to play anchor.
Seconds.
Oh, they're going back A. Wow.
Well. And then for the mid round calling back into the A site. Francis though, so far so good. Puts up the tide. Jitboy jumps on over. What?
He needed a shoot. He didn't need a Ferrari picket.
Unfortunate for Francis, but he's still got Ivy around the corner. Down for the trade. Khelraay keeping the team afloat. Annihilation now just to push Nongshim away. Margaret back in. Sent out the last second on towards Heaven. Danby, operator into angle.
As soon as it makes noise as well, Sensor will get him. And you just got to call for the save here. Another situation where it's an individual member potentially for Nongshim. Had they tackled that a little bit differently, it could have been the round. I mean, Harbor is not a general pick, especially on this map, right? It's not a common pick. Some teams toy with it here and there on Icebox, but that wall, it does slow you a little bit. Jitboys has just jumped on through that one and found you. Had you just gone for the shot as Francis, that probably could have been the round.
It's one of those coulda, shoulda, woulda situations. Definitely bites them in the back. Thankfully, they will have enough to buy up scrounge up.
Ready नहीं था, obvious था भाई.
Upcoming round.
Oh, he's done him there.
वो shoot नहीं किया.
Really nice.
उसने pop in swing किया है.
Despite the time, bleeding quite low. Still eyes on the prize to finish it up. Now we come into a more stacked ult round of Nongshim, but the weaponry, not the greatest. A couple of pieces that you can certainly work with for sure, but you need to see opener from Danby potentially. All right, he does get out, but the operator, you know, it still looms. Reckoning, Armageddon.
Or at least knowing that it has TP'd away.
Yeah, for sure.
Thinking about it.
I mean, you're still looking just to the early game of Talon in this round as well, making sure they're trying to piece together some sort of information, any more lean of a certain player, right? Again, you're going to confirm that Persia is playing in towards market. There's a couple of bodies in towards mid. You can expect that there's going to be some Cypher bits towards the B site now with that camera there. So if you're Talon, this is the sort of scenario where you got to make a good conscious decision on where you want to try and end up. B split, the name of the game here, and there are 3 members of Nongshim. The thing though, the Reckoning and the Armageddon are on the other side of the map. They are not going to reach towards that B site.
The intensity of the calls right now. Final decision making back into the B site. And Nongshim, they have pieces on the board. Margaret to receive the first.
Play for time. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
भाई सब 20 सेकंड दो बैक साइड
forward with their march.
अल्टी चला दिया लेन पे heavy.
Time. And it puts Talon into a bit of a precarious position, trying to lock down
एक मर गया, एक अकेला बचा है backside में, और क्या ये मार पाएगा? नहीं, Primi!
Killua sticks the plant.
Clean कर दिया भाई,
clean
है sure कर दिया, 11-8 score, भाई साहब.
Francis desperately looking for a kill, anything possible.
अगला round नॉन्गशिम निकाल सकते हैं, उनके पास 2 ult है अच्छे.
Look at that spray from Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the positions of Ivy's Armageddon there. If I really want to be, you know, pedantic in this sort of scenario, he's trying to get as close as he can to be able to use it, and he has to drop it from outside into the site. Had it been the other way, towards lane probably, he actually could have forced the hand of Talon, but just not close enough because no one on Nongshim there were getting any extra further information up through B main to actually confirm that Talon were going to be ending towards that B site. Bit of a rough one there. Not a bit of a rough one, a really rough one for Nongshim.
Right. Things are incredibly tense right now, and Killua just keeps up the pressure once again. Meanwhile, in towards A, he got the grab net. Francis trying to get out.
Locating target.
Again, Talon sending up the stealth drone towards mid. Oh. And that's an opening double. Another 5 versus 3. Jitboys has found both of them, and Darby is on an island by himself. Only good for one, down with the ship.
Fortunately,
12 हो गया.
The rest of the team might continue to sink as well. Not too bad though, Margaret.
Hey. But it's still a 3 versus 2. You've got a lot of gaps around the map now that Cruz... Can he shift towards this trapwire? No, he's going to jump into it. And he will get taken down by Persia. Okay, 2 versus 2
9-11.
Just finds his scalp. So...
Oh, but this is risky, Quack.
Possibly able to turn things around. Yes, still risky. Jitboys coming back in with the assistance, and both of them wide swing.
Baited by the grav net. That's a real rough one. And now it's Margaret. An idea. Do you try and go for a 1 versus 2? Or do you save the gun for the last round, potentially, the next round?
Attempting to go for it. He's had a life game before.
He's got to have the idea, though, that this position is possible. He has to shift into it. It's confirmed, but it doesn't matter. Chipboys comes through with a 4K. And now it looks like the realization is there for Talon on how they want to navigate this map on the attacking side. Again, another scenario. 4 rounds over to Nongshim, and that's enough to get all the information. That looked forward at the end there, by the way. Ridiculous.
Window seat. घरी.
Really begin to feel for the Nongshim core.
वो इधर ही रहते हैं, घर पे ही है. Demon 1 ने अभी स्ट्रीम पे बताया कि उसे लेविट से कॉल आया, फिर वो फेस टू फेस मिले, and the person said you are not good enough, and then he said okay and left 15 seconds conversation.
No extra points accumulated, just 3 on the tally, which means they have to do a lot next stage. But let's see what they can do here, because Dami has sleuthed his way in towards mid.
Why yes. Still got some guns.
That
said, though, the stealth drone from Cruz could play detective.
Ooh, gate crash. Eventually going to start to fade here for
Danby. What?
And then it's a big decision. What do you do? Send another one? Or just get out? Yep, just gets out.
So
with the drone as
disrespecting.
well. So that's kind of force out the utility.
Comes back
always through mid
from Talon.
and wins
Drone
something
always through mid.
Huge.
Another
that will be a
for Talon
crazy
that
arc.
they can choose to go for if they want to. Now you see a lot of members shooting at that one from Ivy.
Okay, reckoning for info as well.
What can he do? Fight
maybe he'll peek out into it to find as many kills as possible. That'd be good for the first. Hops up over to the pop flash, but Primi does get away until he's tagged up. Thigh though, then looking for the lurk kill. All of a sudden into the A side. Persia had no earthly idea. Danby and Ivy though, finding shots right back.
Comeback is real.
Versus 2 now, Cruz and Jitboys to get towards the site. Favor Jitboys here for a plant instead of Cruz potentially. Get an annihilation on board, but they're not going to juggle that one as Danby sends in the dimensional drift for all the information.
Right, just keep him invested as well, so he's not able to really pull out utility just yet, but I assume soon enough. Got a great chance to, yep, let that one rip. Straight off through into heaven, and now you know that Danby's right in hell. Cruz finds a shot, looks for the flick onto Margaret, but Margaret able to snap one right back. Accuracy in spades. And it's just Jitboys left. Needs to come up with the goods. He's got the first one so far. Can he find the clutch? It's a hopping Ivy!
Nice
hopping
shot.
off to the sides with a
Nice
right click.
shot.
It keeps Nongshim in the game.
Call that a kangaroo hop in my neck of the
Jumping
woods on
Japan
that
one
one. He's just bouncing up and down to try and get the kill with 10 HP. By the way, it was Jitboys that went for the plant at the end there to make sure the annihilation was available, but it didn't actually cocoon anybody. No pretty butterflies in the round. As Nongshim finally will get another round back, but my oh my, these are certainly getting tense, aren't they? 12 to 9. There was 4 chances total, now 3.
Yeah, that's the another thing though. Talon continues to afford guns.
Yeah, I mean they've done well to get 4 in a row, right? To permit themselves a couple buys. With
Like
lost bonus, they'll have another one after this.
Armageddon.
If they don't end it here, because then you also do have to contend with the idea of there's eventually a big ult round that can be possible if Cruz holds it and Khelraay gets out the Steel Garden in a couple.
Depending on how the situations play out right now, at least it's just a conceded A main and a quick hit from Primi, but instantly gunned down by Ivy as well.
Armageddon used nice and early from Talon towards the top of the A site, but maybe a little bit too early because it doesn't find anything. Meanwhile, a pivot back towards the B site for a couple of these members as Margaret is the lone soldier there, going to call for Francis to assist. So they've got some pieces at this B site.
And so far, Margaret has done his job of putting up those cages at the right times. Meanwhile, for Talon, looking for gaps to slip in.
And they would have a 4 versus 2 at this B side if they wanted to try and slip in there nice and early. And
Carlo
fades. That's going to be the call for Darby to start to think that mid might have been exposed. So he starts to reposition. This, with 50 seconds now, is a bit of an interesting one.
Wow. Tree being checked as well. Nongshim doing their due diligence right now.
Yeah.
Down
to the anchor positions as well as the flank checks. So far so good on the entry.
Needs help.
Whoa! And he puts up a big wall just to keep himself
my
alive in the corner,
God.
but it gets spotted out by Talon. Now
GG's.
further kills being found.
GG's,
Cruz
baby.
cutting off on the rotations, and it's just Ivy left. Does he find the clutch? Salvos might be back in 3 seconds, but the TP as well. And that's just further distractions until Cruz swings out from the back. Talon sends Nongshim back.
Bye-bye, Nongshim.
13 good rounds from
fun
Talon in that one. It took a little bit on both halves for them to wake up and figure out how to do some mid-rounding adaptations of what Nongshim Red Force were trying to send their way. A team of Talon that's had their trials and tribulations through this stage. It's looked awkward, it's looked bad, but it's also looked pretty good, and they are still on a pathway here to be able to potentially go towards champions. You know that this was a series that delivered some pretty damn good Valorant from both teams in a lot of those rounds, but this time Nongshim Red Force will bid adieu to you in this stage, picking up no more championship points, which means, Quack, everything for them
liking, sharing, subscribing.
In stage
it's
2
the
for
huge game next up, boys. T1 versus PRX.
Make it forward. Well, that said, commiserations to Nongshim, but still a huge round of applause for Talon. It was rocky, it was back and forth. Nongshim tested them all the way through. A lot of progression from this team. I mean, the sudden comp switch up onto Ascent, and they definitely kept Talon very much so invested in the game. I mean, lovely handshakes between both coaches, both coaching staffs.
Yeah. Just let the teams kind of play towards that one.
अबे खुश हो जाओ भाई. जिंदा हो तुम लोग.
Congratulations. That's a hard-fought series.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see them
अब तक खुश नहीं
heave
हुए
a huge
actually.
sigh of relief as soon as they found that win. It came
बताओ
so
PRX
close.
वर्सेस T1 में कौन जीतेगा ऐसा तुम्हें लगता है अंदर से क्या लगता है तुम्हें अंदर से? Viewers are reacting to the match between Talon and Nongshim in the Valorant 2023 tournament. They are discussing team's performance, the strategies used, and the overall excitement. ऐसा जिनको लग रहा है PRX जीत रही है, उन लोगों को स्ट्रीम बंद कर देनी चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से. भाई T1 2-0 केक वॉक करने वाली है. काके वॉक. ओके बाय. दिल से PRX. # दिल से PRX. PRX और आई एम गोना सुपर चैट 2000 रुपीज. अभी कर, जल्दी अभी कर, जल्दी से जल्दी अभी कर. Dave. Oh. La 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 mama ba wow, beautiful setup bro, beautiful setup. ब्यूटीफुल. पांडरा चेटा. टेबल देख रहे हो इसका? टेबल भी इसका वैसा वाला है चैट. आरजीबी वाला चेटअप है. My old setup when I was in India. कॉल आ रहा है. हेलो. हाँ. नंबर कहाँ से मिला मेरा? हैं? कौन सी स्ट्रीम में? हाँ. अभी किस में दिख रहा है वो नंबर? ओके ब्रो. हाँ भाई. क्या बोल रहे हो?
भाई कहाँ आप वाशी में रहते हो ना?
हाँ भाई.
ओके ठीक है भाई, थैंक यू.
ओके भाई. अरे वाह कसम. अभी मेरा बहुत पहले नंबर लीक हुआ था, तभी वो बोल रहा है, तभी उसने नोट डाउन करके रखा था. अभी उसने नंबर क्या उसे कहते हैं, अभी उसने कॉल किया. मत करा करो यार ब्लॉक. What in the world is this chat up chat? Horrendous. Horrendous. और 4-5 चीजें यहाँ पे डाल दो. हैं? भाई साहब मोर्टीन भी है इधर. और कुछ है डाल दो इधर ही. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Guess the peak. Answer bronze 1. Wow. तो लाइक कौन करेगा? बेड गेमर है बे. W फ्री लाइव गेमिंग्स गिफ्ट कार्ड. फ्री लाइव गेमिंग MEYD लर्न जापानीज. वाओ. फिगरिंग फ्रॉम जापान. ही इज कैपिंग. वाह ये वाला तो हैवी लग रहा है यार. क्लोजअप दिखा ना, क्लोजअप फिर माने हम. ओ ये क्या है? सही में जापान से लाया बे. क्रेजी. ओ नाइस माउस पैड. मिनिमल स्टूडेंट चेटअप. अभी साइंस होमवर्क कर रहा था स्ट्रीम देखते देखते. वाह ब्यूटीफुल. मस्त बे. टेबल भारी है तुम्हारा. पढ़िए. वाह ये क्या माइक है? लैपटॉप गेमर्स. एवरी पर्सन इन द चैट इज अ लैपटॉप गेमर. लिवरपूल गेमिंग. भाई आप तो बहुत खुश हो गए. बढ़िया यार. लाइटिंग भी की है भाई. लाइट खराब हो गई. वो शीश. W चेटअप. ये क्या लिखा है यहाँ पे? में मैथमेटिक्स. 6 में BST. 8th में पता नहीं. एग्जाम चल रहे हैं हगा से और स्ट्रीम देख रहा है. डले करना जी. टिमोटी पेरिस. वाओ ब्रो क्रेजी. पिंटरेस्ट सेटअप लग रहा है ये फुल. शिट यार क्या लाइटिंग की है इसने. क्रेजी ब्यूटीफुल. 10 on 10 सेटअप. वंडरफुल अमेजिंग. कॅप नुसता कॅप लिखता रे तुम्ही. अच्छे सेटअप को कैप लिखते हो. बताओ ढूंढ के बताओ ये कैप है या रियल है. तो ओनली सेटअप आई हैव. पढ़ाई कर प्लीज. पढ़ाई कर. ये क्या पढ़ाई चल रही है वैसे? क्या बता. मेरे गरीब वाला सेटअप पे मेरा रैंक गेस करो. रैम 8. माई रैंक इज प्लैट 3. हाँ क्रेजी ब्रो. इस पे प्लैट 3 है. एक्चुअली कमेंडेबल. This is actually commensable and commendable at the same time. Beautiful. Changing thermal paste for average FPS. W. पूरी वाट लगा दे भाई, पूरी वाट लगा दे लैपटॉप की, लगा दे पूरी वाट। माई रैंक इज, वो ये क्या फिगर है यार चैट, क्रेजी क्रेजी ब्रो। पढ़ रहा क्या है ये, जैन कोचिंग क्लासेस, ऐसा भी होता है। लाइक कौन करेगा यार, तुम लोगों की वजह से 1000 लाइक नहीं हो रहे मालूम आज। हॉरेंडस गेमर्स। आपका रैंक मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से सिल्वर है। ओह होल्ड,
पाड़ी वास्ते
बर्थडे बॉय। मंची स्टिक्स, चिकन लिवर, ओ भाई साहब क्रेजी। माउस पैड ओपी, क्या ये इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, रिकॉर्ड बुक, वाओ इसने तक लाइक किया है। जिसके पास माउस पैड नहीं है अच्छे से वापरने के लिए माउस, उसने तक लाइक किया है। लव यू ब्रो। फिगरिंग फ्रॉम जापान, शिट चैट ये रियल लग रहा है भाई, कितना बड़ा है। ब्रो ये क्रेजी है चैट, शिट इंसाने। गेस रैंक, इसको देखो, इसको देखो, ये रियल है। टट्टी प्लेयर, ये क्या है? ऐसे तो मेरे को हमेशा आते ब्रो, एवरीडे अंडर पैंट। रियल है ये, रियल है। ऐसा मार के दिखाओ तब मानू ब्रो। ये बंदे ने चैट ऐसे शॉट मारा और फिर देखो, ठीक है अब ये देखो।
सरसरी करे कुरकुरी।
तो गेम प्ले 1000 FPS वाला क्यों नहीं आता यार? मेरे भाई मैं ट्राई तो हमेशा करता हूँ यार वैसा गेम प्ले दिखाने का, लेकिन कभी कभार कैसा हो जाता है ना, विफ हो जाते हैं, कभी कभार विफ हो जाते हैं तो नज़रअंदाज कर देना चाहिए इंसान ने, क्योंकि हर रोज़ थोड़ी ना विफ होते हैं। हर रोज़ होते क्या विफ? नहीं, कभी कभार होता है। तो प्लीज़ स्टॉप हेट रेटिंग। ये क्या है? ये लिया क्यों है तूने? ये दिख रहा भी है क्या इसका थोबड़ा भाई इसकी वजह से यार? लेकिन चैट ये कुछ तो ज्यादा ही हॉरेंडस चीज है ना वे, ये सही में जापान से लाई हुई चीज लग रही है। क्या बोलते हो? जापान से लाई हुई चीजें तो लग रही है। मगनस चेस, रिक रियॉर्डन। ओ भाई ये क्या बुक्स है चैट, अच्छे लग रहे हैं यार जो भी है। दिल मांगे मोर, बुक मांगे मोर, अच्छा। ध्रुव क्यूटी, नाइस। ये डब्ल्यू माउस है, पाइपर चोपड़ा। भाई की रैंक गेस करो। अरे मां कसम, चमन झिंगी वाईटी। ये क्या सीन है? गेमिंग सेटअप टू सेंड टू स्ट्रीमर्स टू गेट अटेंशन। व्यूसोनिक ऑन टॉप, डबल यूज। भाई मैं कौन सा पिक्चर देख रहा था? ये रॉकेट सिंह देख रहा था, रॉकेट सिंह। उसमें मैं देखा भाई, उसमें मॉनिटर्स व्यूसोनिक के थे। व्यूसोनिक मॉनिटर्स बहुत ओजी है भाई। ब्रो व्हाट ए सेटअप, ये क्या कैबिनेट है यार, क्रेजी शिट। कैबिनेट के पैसे है भाई, कैबिनेट के पैसे, क्या क्रेजी कैबिनेट है। वाओ, ब्यूटीफुल, अमेजिंग। लोग पुराने जमाने में ईंट के दीवारों पे पेंट वेंट लगा देते थे, लेकिन आज की डेट में लोग पेंट के ऊपर ईंट का वॉलपेपर लगाते हैं। Nice, good setup. Progress. क्रिक्शनक्स, ये क्या नाम है बंटा है? वो इताची उचीचा, वंडरफुल भाई. क्रेजी एक्शन फिगर्स तो है तुम्हारे पास बड़े बड़े से. नाइस गेमर. चैट, मेरे को एक जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है, जेन्युइन. सुनो, देखो ये जो है अपना, ये देखो, ये जो पार्ट है, ये जो पार्ट है, इसमें मैं क्या रखूं? इसमें और इसमें देखो ना कितना अजीब लग रहा है ये. मेरे को उधर कुछ तो वांगरे शांगरे रखना है. वांगरे शांगरे, जल्दी बताओ क्या लिखूं, रखूं मैं यहाँ पे? कोई अच्छी चीजें बताओ एकदम, मतलब ऐसी लगनी चाहिए कि और भाई क्या है ये. एक्शन फिगर्स ही रखूं? एक एक एक्शन फिगर अच्छा लगेगा. जाता हूँ फिर, इधर जाता हूँ अपने कोलाबा जाता हूँ और ऐसे बहुत सारे एक्शन फिगर लेके आता हूँ. या तो ऐसा रखिए क्या, वो देखो ऐसा शो का ऐसा मनी प्लांट होता है, जैसे जिसके ऐसे पत्ते ऐसे नीचे आए हुए रहते हैं, वैसा कुछ रखे. रेम का एक्शन फिगर लगाओ. रेम कौन है? Double U merge in the chatty. Double U merge in the chatty, everyone. Alt F4, exclamation Alt F4 to buy the merch. Wow, what a setup. भाई ये टेम्परेरी सेटअप है. भारी वे भाई, तू लाउड स्पीकर पे मेरे को सुन रहा है? रुक, तेरे लिए खास, तेरे लिए, ठीक है ना? लाउड स्पीकर पे तू मेरे को सुन रहा है. दैट हैज मेड मी हॉरेंडस.
It's cold outside in the night. Take your time, get your life. Then it.
Just for you, my friend. It was just for you. Love you. Take rest. Double U's in the chat. Peak rank gaze. Oh. मेरे हिसाब से सिल्वर. आई वॉज क्लोज. हाँ, ये ऐसे एक्शन फिगर रख सकते हैं अपन, क्या बोलते हो? ऐसे एक्शन फिगर रखेंगे अपन, ये काफी क्यूट लगेंगे, है ना? ट्रैविस घोड़ा, एक्सक्यूज मी. Bro, please like, please. Your one like can save my life. ये लगाओ. I need this bro. Action kame. Hi Gure. लाइक करो यार भाई, ये मस्त लग रहा है. ORS पी रहा है. नाइस चेटअप ब्रो. फिश टैंक बोलते हैं ये कैबिनेट को. क्या फिश टैंक बोलते हैं? इज इट रियल? चैट, इज दिस रियल? स्क्रीन छोटी है इसलिए कीबोर्ड के पीछे लगाया. वैलो में काम दिखता. पीक असेंडेंट 1 का क्या? वाओ, ब्यूटीफुल. कॉल आ रहा था. तुमको कैसे पता कॉल आ रहा था? ओ हेल ना. हाँ ब्रो.
अनोखी फोन नंबर
भाई साहब,
નંબર ડાયલ કર્યો છે
વાવ.
તે હાલમાં વ્યસ્ત છે. કૃપા કરી થોડા સમય પછી પ્રયત્ન કરો.
श्योर आंटी. भाई कल ही पैदा हुई है क्या ये? ये क्या है चैट? चकना आइटम. भाई कितना मस्त है, कितना लंबा इसका ये है भाई, कितना लंबा है माँ कसम. और ये मॉनिटर देखो. आई शपथ, मॉनिटर उठाने के लिए 2 जन लगेंगे भाई. इसलिए व्यूसोनिक मॉनिटर्स लेने के, हल्के फुल्के एक हाथ से उठा सकते हो. पासोस. ब्रो, हु इन द वर्ल्ड लिसन्स टू दिस पुस्तक लिखने वाली लेडी? कौन है भाई जो सोचता है आज मैं ना स्लीपिंग 24/7 लोफाई रेडियो मिक्स लगा के सोऊंगा? वाह. रेडी फॉर नेक्स्ट मैच. साला इसको देखो, क्रेजी भाई. That was actually good. That was actually good. स्क्वाडर, क्या आप पेपर एक्स का मैच देखने आई हो? 13-0 होने वाला है आज. ब्रो वाओ, कितना क्लीनेश्वर चेटअप है यार. दिस इज सो नाइस ब्रो, दिस इज सो नाइस, ब्यूटीफुल. थोड़ा टेबल छोटा पड़ने वाला है शायद आपको. नहीं लेकिन फिर भी बराबर है भाई, जैसा भी है. अरे माँ कसम, अबे क्या गाड़ दिया था क्या जमीन में लैपटॉप को? क्या विषय? ये भी ORS पी रहा है. प्रोमोटिंग योर वेबसाइट ऑन माई वेबसाइट. क्या? हाँ? अरे W ब्रो, W. पता नहीं ये क्या किया है भाई ने, लेकिन W है भाई, जो भी है. मार्शल स्पीकर्स. ये वाला रखना पीछे. कहाँ मिलता है ये नहीं मिलता है अपने इधर. हाउ अबाउट गुंडाम? ये कौन है? अरे मां कसम, ये कौन सारे पावर रेंजर है चैट? जी कौन लिखता है भाई? जी क्यों लिखते हो भाई? हाँ, स्ट्रीम अगर ऑफ गई है तो ऑफ लिखो ना। ये साला चैट में जी लिख रहे। मैं बोला भाई जी क्या हो गया? मैच खत्म हो गई। हाँ गासो, oh my god, what in the world is this? ब्रो क्या हुआ? या कॉल उठा लो। अरे तेरे को कैसे समझ रहा मेरे को कॉल आ रहा है? नहीं अभी नहीं आया कोई कॉल हगरे। जब आया था तब मैं क्या उसे कहते हैं, फिर कॉल बैक किया। क्या सीन? स्ट्रीम कर रहा। चैट इज दिस समथिंग लाइक कि वो ये बिल्ली ने यहाँ पे हाथ मारा है जोर से और फिर वो यहाँ पे बैठी है सोचते हुए कि क्या हुआ यहाँ पे। I guess it is something like that.
This T1 team said Pacific is a different beast. Just because they won there doesn't mean they can roll over everybody here. But I was, I'm sure they're hoping
उसने मॉनिटर तोड़ दिया हगासी।
With them being on the brink of elimination here, having to.
इसलिए मुझे बिल्लियाँ नहीं पसंद। इसलिए मुझे बिल्लियाँ नहीं पसंद दोस्तों।
How do you like dinosaurs? How do you like Tyrannosaurus Rexes? I love them. The once tyrants of Pacific. While they didn't start off stage 1 the way they wanted to, here's where they can hold down W in playoffs.
कल नीट है, मोटिवेशन दो।
They know that the world is waiting
एक
for them.
दिन पहले अगर मोटिवेशन ढूंढ रहे हो तो कुकड़ हो
आप।
आप।
All the way through the lower bracket.
बैटमैन ने बाल काटे, मैं सुसु करके आता हूँ। लाइक करो और मैं आता हूँ 2 लिमिट्स में। I'll be back.
Starting to play their way into form through a lot of those group stage games towards the tail end of things. They look like they're better and better, and they look like they're really embracing a different style of playing that fits a lot of their strengths.
I love that zoom out, by the way, when they zoomed out and you saw Divide kind of in the middle cracking his neck. Man, what a way to start off a series here.
Aura.
Yeah.
So intimidating, so scary.
Very, very scary. You know, he might go fishing and bring you up like a big, giant fish or something. Anyway. He's a fisherman! Dubai is a fisherman!
Brick by brick, Morgan.
Brick
Come on,
by
man.
brick.
Sorry, let me look at you.
Going into map videos, we're going into Fracture first.
Yes, we are, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, again, like you said, PRX, that's a comfort pick into a T1 that has played quite a lot of Fracture. They played a lot of great teams on Fracture. We did see, I believe these two teams played Fracture against each other in kickoff, if I'm not misremembering, but it was completely different comps back then. You had double duelists for T1. They were running the Neon Rays back then, and I believe PRX was still kind of struggling with what roles to fit in this team, and it was before they brought Patman in.
Yeah, very much so. We've only really seen PRX lose this map to Boom, but apart from that, it's very clear to see why they want to pick this. It's pure comfort.
And look at that! We have a familiar face on the stage. Mind Freak, of course, joining the rest of the team. He is back here in Pacific. And of course, you can see our predictions here. Mostly favoring PRX, but I would say the percentage with regards to voting this, it's 49-51, maybe a 0.59, whatever in there.
Wow, the viewers agreeing with us as well. I think predicting for PRX to win is a bit of a disservice to what T1 have accomplished.
Viewers, ये क्या predict कर रहे हैं?
Yes, they're very shaky.
How
in
they
Pacific,
can be so
but these guys
delightful.
really clutch up when the pressure is on, and they've got their backs against the wall here in the lower bracket with a star-studded roster. I really think that they should be the favorites in this series right now.
I'm going to say it. PRX have plot armor. There's no way they do not.
How can people still be in this dilemma?
Stacks, Buzz.
True.
Viewers are cooked, bro. Cause PRX are gonna get cooked.
There as well.
13-3.
I don't want to face Angry Buzz, right? An elimination. But of course, PRX, they have no choice but to. T1, they have so many good players here. And let's not forget Meteor as well. He can be so deadly. And as we're seeing right now, our compositions going into Fracture.
PRX changing up a lot. Something's on the Brimmy. You got Patman thrown over onto the breach, and they play double duelist here. Forsaken and
double duelist
comp. So actually, they're playing kind of the comp, a similar-ish comp to what T1 was playing against them in kickoff.
Yeah, big changes here. I think second
on Nyan
here for the PRX guys. Over on the side of T1, they're not.
गया ये first map गया. देखो तुम लोग.
Worries me. PRX have 2 weeks to lead up to this game, 2 weeks to plan, 2 weeks to anti-strat, and T1 are coming in with that same composition where it's PRX who are the ones who are making the change. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit worried that T1 might be too predictable heading into this.
I think though that T1, you know, they played a lot of quality teams on this map. They played a lot of reps. They've got 10 reps on Fracture this year in both Bangkok, Kickoff, and now in Stage 1. So they can be very adaptable. They played a lot of games to where they've had to face a lot of different styles. So I'm not too worried that they're going to lack adaptability in this first map.
Well, I don't know. That just made it even more difficult to predict who is going to take Fracture. But let's see what our casters think. Pass it over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yes, the desk brings up good points, but that said, this is still an elimination match, and you had a pretty good point yourself, Komodo.
Yeah, I got a new point though. These guys, they don't know their build diff teams whatsoever. Pilski is saying Forsaken, and Big Time is saying Jing on the smokes. Nah, how about something to bring out his first ever smokes on the Brimstone?
कमोडो भाई बोले थे कि जब वो इंडिया आएंगे तब उनको और इंडिया के स्नैक्स खाने हैं, लेकिन वो इंडिया आए नहीं क्योंकि कन्वर्जेंस हुआ ही नहीं. तो क्या ये साल कन्वर्जेंस होगा? Let's hope for the best.
We'll take you guys down a trip through memory lane right now. What did 2024 entail for us with the PRX team? Well, they were second in the grand finals for kickoff, right? So the game runners up. Stage 1, well, they won that one. They got the grand finals up. Stage 2, well, they bowed out in third. Come 2025, I'm turning my head. I'm throwing my hands up. PRX, where are you? You've scraped by into the playoffs here, but is this where it's going to be done again?
That's the thing.
ओए लैग क्यों मार रिया भाई?
The very first loss that PRX received was dealt by T1. This being an elimination match between two teams, between lots of players who have
अबे लैग क्यों मार रिया भाई ये?
So much history between them. It all started.
भाई हम देख रहे ट्विच पे आओ. लेग मार रिया भाई.
Right here, PRX on the attack on towards north side.
All of them.
अभी नहीं मारेगा.
As well. It's Buzz. It's
अगर मारा तो direct switch.
Over towards Dish, and they want to go for the fight. Look at this one. Everyone's trying to do it.
The salvos, though, they have punished on towards at least one player until Forsaken trades right back with low HP, and
heavy trade.
Collects.
And Jing's on 3. Meanwhile, Forsaken
4v2,
but they got to go back and get the spike, and now they're smoked off.
Actually, a 4v1.
Get through this one.
Maybe you start off by going back into spawn.
Ooh. I mean, maybe you click the... Can we start again? Start over. Reset.
Reset. Yeah, I had a... No.
Damage done. Sorry, mate.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And right now, it's looking like T1 are going to be able to come away with the round, unless they have some big mistakes here. Sylvan's low, Izu's low.
Delay hai YT pe.
And there's 0 pieces of utility that they're going to be able to run in with.
Unless Jing finds...
Bro, this is cooked. This is cooked.
Looting him for now. He tries to slide into safety, picks up the sheriff, but still, you gotta watch out for the shots through the smoke.
Bhai, YouTube pe kitna delay tha?
Outside where it's a quick and clean kill from Meteor.
Yeah, if Easy didn't go and
YouTube pe kitna bada delay tha? Abhi nahi lag hoga.
Been finding himself an ace, but I think his job was done. He got the trade. Or got traded at least at the end there, leaving really no space for Forsaken to come out with anything. Some really sensational damage early on delivered by the salvos and all the utility.
इससे मर गया भाई. 4K किया bro Izu ने.
Kill and then playing together as a unit for
crazy bro, crazy.
The last kill on a Forsaken. So pistol round, it doesn't work out for the PRX lads. They're going to take a knee here as well, not go for really anything of a force up, just a single bit of light shields in here for Forsaken.
And to make some noise off towards north and south side, closer towards B, where
eco round on PRX.
Clearly, a lot of the defensive utility coming in. Safety.
क्या बात है पहला kill यहाँ पे?
It'll be a second one on a Meteor if they're able to.
Ready हो चुका है 4v4 and that's the 3v4.
He can start to look for a bit of a plant here though.
3v3.
You're giving up a bit of the goods in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Izu, he's been on one. It's only 2 rounds right now, but still very much so aware, and you also have the utility coming back
goody call ready. Goody ko by
PRX north side, and well, you've gotten what you came for. So the spike planet is all it really is. Down to the off angles as well. It's tough shots. Something trying to trace it across the head, but still it's Buzz.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing that we're going to look to for something, right? Like we were talking about for Jing in the installments of this map for PaperX this stage.
तू किसके साथ है भाई बता? मैं तो चाहता हूँ भाई PaperX Masters जीते.
And then you're just shooting, right? You're trying to shoot.
But वो होने वाला है क्या?
Having somebody who's quite sharp on that role is not necessarily a bad thing when you have to contend with Fracture in the map pool. For the people that don't like it, it's gone soon and Sunset's coming back in, for what it's worth.
Well, it's one of those things again.
हर्ष भाई क्या आप जा रहे हो टोरंटो? नहीं भाई.
But that's
ये बार no Masters.
Down to the agents as well. I mean, could there be a little bit of discomfort right now with the utility down? You know, he does go into duelist mode, but so far not being able to come up with too much. T1, meanwhile, pushing out of tree.
Timing here right now, tagged on up, finished up. Only Divide was at south side. The rest of the squad for PaperX over at the north side of the map. And this is the bonus round, remember, as well. So smoking them off on Dish. It's going to be pretty hard for them to get on in. They've got no real drone ability, but they're going to go.
Yeah, in with fast lane as well.
Wow, what an entry by 4 seconds. Oh, क्या बात है. Oh, क्या बात है. W by round. W by round. Pratham Kanojia, thank you for the 40 rupees. Big fan, Harsh bhai. I love your streams. Love you. Love you too, Pratham bhai.
Incendiary for Sylvan. Flash for media. But it is a 2 versus 3.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the potty.
And also the door being propped open.
Okay.
Decent trades. Down to just Sylvan, who has already sent over the Incendiary, so PaperX kind of has an inkling. Petman kind of swiveling around, does get found out, and it's down to the final kill, and Jing biffs it. What?
Wait! It feels like Jing found the hard frags in the round, but couldn't get the easy one at the end. The submachine gun of Sylvan getting the job done, which means the bonus round goes the way of T1. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, PaperX, you lose the first kill, you know, kind of walk up to the start line at that point, and then you explode right on out. But it feels like you've just had that Red Bull can cracked in your face for the clutch that comes through.
round जीत गए, round ही नहीं देखा मैंने.
Of Sylvan.
तू round हार गई.
They got into the site, they were running around with their heads and finding all the T1s.
Bro,
but yeah,
what?
Couldn't get the job done at the end.
Oh my god!
That hurts.
So much so, definitely gasping for air off of a play like that. Well, PaperX, that said, now down with the economy. T1 finding so much confidence to peek out. Remember, this is PaperX's map pick, and now they're getting pushed back by salvos. They flash back against Buzz, though, but he's still able to hold down the line.
And you still got to remember that a team like T1, they can still know how to play this map, right? They can still fashion a good victory.
Oh my god, what are those utils, bro? They are winning the trust tree.
Full scrap, PaperX comes out on top of the brawl.
2 versus 3 again though, Quack, so you got to get the plant down. You
got to contend with
the fact that T1 are here relatively early.
2v2 hai.
That said, Jing does have an ult to work with, and he's playing around drop, a good launch pad if anything. T1 right now, both of them as a duo, marching forward inside of A main. A lot of noise being made known off towards Sands as well.
Huh?
Oh, wow, Meteor! Once again, looking for the needle, and he finds it threaded through.
That's disgusting.
Oh my god.
Illegal. For those that don't know, Quack is a PRX fan.
Well, that aside, you know, if we throw the PRX bias
aside,
3v2.
Yeah.
What in the world was that Jinga spray,
it's a
chat?
scenario where everybody has won the jewels over at the dish. For the
What in the world was that Jinga
1,
spray?
You've got Meteor that's just
Teen mara Meteor my goat
finding
ne.
an individual little lean out from Dubai and then individually winning the spray game.
Alright, abhi jeetegi. Watch this.
It looked atrocious. I'm not gonna lie. 2
Yeah,
rounds
that was
so
atrocious.
far, we've seen the spray not really look too good for Jing whatsoever.
Time out
Needs to
take
make sure
pause
that he tosses that to the side.
आवाज तो take pause
वाला
ही है.
PaperX start to wake up.
इसकी टट्टी मेरी.
Maybe. I knew. As soon as we heard the audio, I'm saying to myself, it's gotta be a tech timeout, guys.
क्या util usage हो रहा है?
4 rounds, and this is the wake-up call that we saw in the previous one from Talon, right? So maybe this is the wake-up call for PaperX.
It's not one where the coach gets to do any talking, though.
Yeah, this is true.
Bro, GTA 6 delayed till May 6, 2026. Yeah, bro.
A lot of great awareness coming out from the T1 players currently, and that's why, you know, what Pilsky said actually bears a lot of weight. While, you know, majority of us are PRX stands, fair enough.
इसके बाल कितने सूखे-सूखे हैं ना?
You cannot discount T1 whatsoever.
हुआ है क्या टेक पॉज में, वो तो बताओ भाई। हमेशा बताने चाहिए कि टेक पॉज में हुआ क्या है और कैमरा उधर लेके जाने चाहिए। तो कैसा है, हमको समझते रहेगा
Right, close loss to DRX in overtime.
भाई वापस 4 मैन ड्रॉप जा रहे चैट, वापस सेम कॉल।
You know, some close losses and a close win. It's not the most comfortable map for T1, but it is a map that they know how to play.
जा रहे, अभी भी जा रहे हैं। 2 जन साइड पे, 3 जन है टोटल ए पे और एक अकेला साइड। जिंग विद ult, जिंग gets stunned। सिटी जा रहा है।
Doesn't really find too much, but just lets it rip straight in towards spawn. Now hiding inside the smoke, and he stacks a little bit of a kiss until Izu though swings back out for the trade. Meteor now trying to play inside the smoke, and he will spot out the buy where Jing is the only one left. The spike down on the ground. Izu spots out the final player. T1 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Izu's been pretty phenomenal over this B site.
भाई वो स्मोक में क्या खेले। चलो अभी आ जाओ, पेपर एक्स को जिताते आ जाओ।
Everybody dancing around the sky smokes, working really good for them. I see the timer paused again. Maybe we will have a little tech issue once more. We'll wait to hear if there's going to be any audios. I believe it's a gear issue as well. So something that we can hopefully
अच्छा अबे पेपर एक्स का किसी का तो पेरिफेरल का इशू चल रहा है, इसके वजह से वो लोग हार रहे हैं। वो टाइम आउट है।
Kind of just all through dish. Okay, it's a normal timeout. Normal. So we got Coach Alex and sub
coach
Mind Freak.
हेलो, अरे घर पे जाने का है क्या भाई? अरे जिंगा, अरे क्या रंगोली बना रहा है? हाँ? क्या अल्टी दे रहा? क्या रंगोली? अरे खेलने ढंग से भाई। माइंड फ्रीक को बुलाओ भाई, वो बैटमैन को भेजो घर पे।
You know what I'm trying to say.
Please.
Yeah. Definitely not the performance that you were looking forward to.
For sure. Seems like
भड़क गया है भाई, भड़क गया है।
All the words to come through are done.
भड़क गया है, भड़क गया है। झगड़ा चल रहा है,
Not happy.
टीम में झगड़ा चल रहा है।
Not
feel good.
Nah, the vibes are not good. The vibes are not good, chat.
And it'd be unsuccessful. Could be 5, 3.
Yeah,
3 times.
कोच और IGL के बीच में मैटर हुआ है कुछ, तो मेरे को लग रहा है।
That's it. T1 on the other hand, phenomenal job so far receiving PRX with every hit that gets sent their way.
And it's going to be another eco scenario for PRX as well here with just something on the Guardian. Meanwhile, you got a little bit of this A control from Izu, just spotting by himself. And an attempted transition potentially from Buzz, but they don't need to do anything too unexpected here, T1. Just playing to the numbers, playing with the weaponry, waiting to see what PRX are sending your way. If they're going to go for any orb control, maybe it's going to be on Patman with the Rolling Thunder one away. You can kind of just give it to them at this point in time as well, because you know what the buy is potentially looking like. Forsaken with an overdrive available if they want to try and get in somewhere too. That turret is looking the wrong way, but the alarm bot will be the first thing to give info.
Okay, well, Steel Garden goes all the way through.
Wow!
Buzz now in
Wow,
with
Buzz!
Look at that beautiful movement straight into the side.
Oh my God! Ult को भी बिठा दिया नीचे. Never mind, they are cooked, bro.
Straight into towards tower where Petman tries to fend them off, but only good for the first. Meteor once again down to finish.
Yeah, and they will.
भाई ये speed run हो रहा है. मैं बोला भाई ये speed run होने वाला है.
Big ultimates or massive investments from PRX, so they'll have a gun round to come through here, but it is 6-0.
Nah, but abhi buy round hai.
You really need to see them start to pull their heads
together
on the side as well, right? Yeah, the
पहला round आने वाला है अभी. GG लिख दो.
Had a pretty abysmal
Breach का ult है.
After, well, that's just going to get even worse now with dropping that round. So you would expect the timeout is going to have to be for this round.
Wow, yaar.
And they've got the proper weaponry back in their hands.
See what they're able to scrounge up together. Desperate
drop जा रहा है.
Desperate measures.
Drop नहीं, arcade.
Just come up with as many rifles
as
possible.
Oh my God! How is he alive?
Suppressive fire down
How
arcade.
is he alive?
Get away with that one though, Buzz. Bit of a scenario where you think the
दो जन spray कर रहे हैं उसको.
The opening kill, which they still will do in a different location around the map.
Yeah, Izer's been sending out the stealth drone repeatedly now, so decent recognition. The smoke's back up. And then for
Bro, Breezeway को forward है खेल रहा है.
Around the edge.
Yeah, it's all patience now for PRX. What are you going to beat out? What are you going to try and do together as a team? Are you just going to go back to big old fracture things and try and set
I guess they'll go back here.
unders to ult in towards the site and try to go in together?
Possibly.
You got the shear over towards Dish, by the way. So that's not going to have to be thought of over at this site, but the operator line for Buzz, if he's good for one here, it would be great.
Ooh. Oh, he jumps up and sends in the relay at the right time. Does deter Forsaken straight in towards tower. Now Sylvan holding the off angle. And PRX completely stopped in their tracks.
That's on the back of the Rolling Thunder as well. Now, Stax is in the right location that might not even be expected here with sub 30 seconds to go.
Chance.
Nah, they're not even thinking about it. There's one and two. This round is done. Now, Patman, it's damage control. What are you going to be able to find? And Clack, it's absolutely nothing. That's a scenario.
Buy दो ना, buy दे दो एक buy दे दो. हमारे को दर्द कम होएगा भाई, buy दे दो.
Zilch.
खेलो मत मैच.
More synonyms.
दर्द होता एक और टाइम आउट ना. They are cooked. They are cooked, bro. भर देगा एलेक्स अभी, भर देगा. मजाक से हटके भर देगा अभी.
Because T1
मारने आने वाला है एलेक्स अभी.
Big old breakfast today.
Complete.
They are so cooked, bhai.
Southeast Asian brag on nothing, but nonetheless, yeah.
दोनों टाइम आउट used, bhai.
What do you got for us now? This is the pick of PRX, remember?
First half में.
Talking about the fact that we've got 2 weeks of preparations coming into this. It's 2 weeks of preparations for PRX to, you know,
Bruh.
get them veto the way they want, or at least get their
सोचो भाई 2 हफ्ते से तुमने practice किया है, and you are getting this cooked.
0-7 is
भाई
not
ये
the way that
mental पे affect कर रहा रहेगा
this to go. I mean, you look towards what they came away against Boom, for example. They lost that one. They beat Gen G, but that was earlier on where Main Freak was playing in the team on that one, and you also saw just like a bit better play from the likes of PRX. But then I also just remember Suggest was playing in towards that one, right? Yeah. So it was a bit of a different scenario for Gen G as well, and they awoke with Foxy9 coming back in towards it. So feels like this one is a bit of a pressure problem for PRX, especially just further accentuated now that this is an elimination.
Call like we see it. And once again, we are on the outside looking in, so who really knows? But you can definitely say that this is not looking great. Meanwhile, for T1,
looking fabulous. They're not really needing to stretch out and do too much in the map, it feels like.
Same defensive setups. Once again, marking down into Arcade. You spot them out in full. Sylvan able to receive off of the fault line even. Decent shots now coming through though. Forsaken able to silence Meteor.
Stun बाद में आ रहा है, 2 जन पहले peek कर रहे हैं.
PRX have not really been able to do successfully so far, right? Get a little bit of time on the back of getting the plant down, which actually has been staved off for quite a few moments as the lockdown will have to be respected. And this is the time where we'll start to see
this can be a round.
Rolling Thunder. Izu in position. Buzz making a bit of noise towards Canteen just to pull some attention away. PRX certainly keeping that in view. Patman though with the off angle right now. The Rolling Thunder not let rip, so just a call to save on to utility while the rest of the team tries to find as much as possible. Patman then.
क्यों निकला ये राउंड मालूम? क्योंकि मैं बोला था ना कॉल में कि भाई माइंड फ्रीक को लाओ. इसके वजह से पैडमैन में ने 4 किल किया.
Dropping a lockdown in there is what you like to see. Mind you, the reason that I said donut earlier is because I did see the kill department of something, and it's still the circular number, unfortunately. But this time, Patman getting a bunch of great shots out there, and just the team looking a little bit better to overwhelm T1, but they are not chipping away whatsoever. The scoreline, the credits will still be looking good.
Something by का अंडा कब फूटेगा?
Crack at a good half here to further extend the lead.
झूलिंग गेमर.
Buzz in position out by Tree.
And also you got Izu spotting out.
B-man forward खेल रहा है.
You'll destroy the turret, which actually looks like it got retrieved by Divide just before it got broken.
3 जन spot हो गए.
Shown at minute 20 mark as well.
Oh, Izu, what you got for us?
Izu.
Armageddon in towards stuns where he might just be able to find it, but no. PRX, they've got the angles locked down this time.
Entry fragging OP.
Slithers forward to silence Meteor once again.
Izu अगर ult अच्छा करता ना सब मर जाते भाई.
No ultimates in sight for T1, though you're giving Jules to Sylvan, not like this. A trade and Buzz now.
उसे का नाचते मार रहा है बारी.
With an operator.
He's making a lot of noise, so PRX knows exactly where he is, now holding the off angle into the site. You have the spike in view. Surely you're able to find it, and there it is! PRX recovering off the 2 timeouts call.
Could you imagine if he got off the defuse, line up that operator shot for the moment they crossed over?
Bro, for real, maybe वही सोचा भाई.
I would have joined you.
वो लोग अगर कोलैट हो जाते ना वो
Get on
लोग.
the desk. Like, get over here, cast.
Yeah, we'll be having fun together as a whole trio now, wouldn't we?
Imagine,
hey,
भाई.
look, PRX, you've actually
ये देखो
managed to
last
pull
वाले
away
shot
the
में.
round besides making us
नहीं,
get
इसके
on our
बाद.
seats a little bit when Sylvan is just winning two individuals.
इसमें अगर कोलैट हो जाते
Bring it
ना.
together, they collectively and calmly win the round at the end there. To try and get into
That would have been
a reasonable
horrendous.
scenario for this scoreline, right? If they can bring it up to 7-5,
yes,
then we're starting to wonder.
भाई क्या ऑफ स्पॉट किया उसने?
They're starting to get their
उसको दिखा भी होगा क्या?
Let's reset things. You make a bit of noise towards north side, bait Izu out
Oh
to the
my
opening,
God.
and then you go for the south side push where Buzz has already made known.
Is he gonna re-peek?
So the question is, how do you work
that's
around this
done.
operator that you're so aware of?
Yeah, well, it is just Buzz here by himself. So he kind of has to play a little bit more on the passive variety. Good work to at least dodge out the flashpoint, but he's still on the line.
And now it's going to be both ults being let rip from both sides. Rolling Thunder, though, a little bit more
Oh,
impactful.
wow!
Forsaken doesn't
Wow!
stop. Just into the smokes with the shorty. Takes out Stacks and looks to reposition. Off towards Heaven now. Sylvan getting peppered down.
Go back.
Suppressive
Just go
fire
back.
from the team
50
is good.
side पे.
We got a minute left.
50
and the spike's still
seconds.
not down.
Ooh,
This
4
is the
seconds का
time
position.
as well for PaperX. Generally, they would just look to stick around, go for more challenges, get chaotic. But playing on the more passive variety, Forsaken traded. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has started to already book it towards B. There is
जिनका एक kill में ult है. Oh, this Molly, bro.
Seconds that he bought from the incendiary too. So with the rotation from Buzz now also over here, this is now the more stack site for T1.
I mean, the
Batman का भी ult है बे. अरे माँ कसम हगरे.
Possibly rolling
काय को
Thunder
पीक
into sight,
लिया.
but now it's getting blocked off somewhat. The op still firing through. Sylvan in great position to find a
Cooked,
little
bhai,
bit
they are
more. He
cooked.
kind of almost gets propped up by it, but still, PaperX finding a couple more trades down to Buzz.
10 seconds, Spike.
Trading
Almost
right back.
irretrievable.
I don't see how Devi is able to make this sprint. He tries though, but the angle's still in position. Salvos soon enough, and Buzz sliding in. Devi caught unaware or caught in the animation itself.
Yeah, there was just no way that he was going to be able to get out of that one, unfortunately, when you've got Buzz and Izu playing together. If there's even
Something ने
a scenario where he's
वो उस पे
tapping
नहीं
onto the
मरना
fight,
चाहिए
trying
था.
to win the duel
उसने
against
सारे
Buzz,
smokes use कर
he
दिए
would
थे
have
क्या?
to find Izu in the millisecond
कर
as
दिए
well,
होंगे शायद.
that the round would almost
इसलिए
have left. So
उसने
just great
कैंटीन
little
स्मोक किया एंट्री के
allocation
टाइम
play
और
from T1
जनरेटर
in
ऊपर
the
रखा
moment
था.
there. And for Forsaken, I mean, yeah, maybe overstaying at the A side a little bit. What if he slipped in towards the tower instead and looked to catch up any rotations? It was early rotations from T1 to that B side that really worked the treat, wasn't it, though? Incendiary to stop any numbers of PaperX getting through the sheer wall together. Just not able to remove that operator from the equation.
And that's where you really just have to sing the praises of T1 once again. Every single player very aware of to what their role, what their responsibility is. Sylvan putting up that incendiary just shows great awareness. Next round coming up, and it's slightly different setup with Meteor watching the angle.
Yeah, it's not Buzz on the operator this time, at least, but there'll be no damage on the exchange.
Drone out.
See what PaperX want to try and do to end up at this B site when they don't have any, you know, I'll call them large ultimates available, large area effect ultimates. It's just Jing with the showstopper. But it is an opener.
Yeah, trying to be the catalyst for the team into the positions. He does let it rip. Second blast back out.
What?
Sidestep Sylvan! How was he able to matrix dodge that ult now into the kill from Stacks, where he's able to find yet another something through the smoke? Just Buzz off towards the back line, and Devi somewhat finding balance. He picks up the op, but you're down to round 11.
See you later to that gun.
Okay.
No 2 left feet, by the way, for Sylvan in this round. He is
Boy,
just absolutely done
this is
Jing
horrendous.
dirty. That showstopper dodged, and the kill to come through from Sylvan. Now the 1 versus 3. What can you try to do as Devi?
भाई जब से चश्मा निकालो तभी 2 राउंड निकले क्या PaperX के बारे में.
Very sharp shots here.
You gotta watch out for players who are trying to play off contact as well.
You can just salvo him and he's pretty dead. Aftershock as well. Yeah, the round's done. He's just flushed out.
Oh my
That's
god.
Really nice play from T1 yet again.
Perfect util usage.
Are commanding on this defensive side of Fracture.
Gun से खेलो ही मत.
And guys,
it's disgusting.
I know role changes can sometimes be difficult for a team, but not 0 kill difficult.
I have no words.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are just playing this one perfectly, and PaperX, even
Something
with
up till 0 kill पे.
Scrambling at best.
0-11, my goat is cooked!
But T1 have just had the right pieces to go back in towards the retake.
Oh, and look at this now. Buzz feeling confident to go in for the overdrive play. Perfectly set up by the team.
My God!
He's online for the face. Where is Forsaken? He's all the way across the map by north side.
माँ कसम किसी को दिख रहा ही नहीं था कुछ भर दिया आंखें बनती उतने में काम 25 हो गया उन सबका Oh my God!
Mid slide denied Forsaken.
Buzz has just been sent to the moon in this one, folks. 10-2 half by T1. He's come out with the goods and the entertainment there, hasn't he? Supported by the breach utility, the great fault line, the great flashpoints, and just the individual brilliance to dodge around as well. I mean, 32 HP, and he catches Forsaken sliding through to try and answer back. That is a just destructive half from T1.
Just to put things in perspective, you would have to anticipate. You knew he was going for that slide.
you knew he would go for it. Like, Buzz is just...
What a diabolical game we have.
Or even the calls for, you know...
What a diabolical game we have, Chad.
Hi, Didi. Who's the best flex?
Right now? I'll let you take this one, Komodo.
The giant rock in the sky.
Giant rock in the sky.
It's going to come crashing down and eliminate the dinosaurs.
That was, you know, a line that Paper Thin had last year. Extinction level event, Meteor. And he would be one of the big factors against Paper X. Remember, last year onto Gen G as the Sentinel player. This time on towards T1, and he's kind of doing the same darn thing.
Yeah, I mean...
Really? Oh,
it's the Masters winning team that's had some rocky starts.
साले कैमरामैन बैठने देना यार शांति से उनको कितना खराब है कैमरामैन यार ये
We're making their name known in the server over at Masters Toronto.
That's the whole thing about Valorant.
What is on the line for these teams?
बेचारा घर पे बताया नहीं रहेगा आया और कॉट हो गया भाई इधर आके.
Well, you can't make the same case for T1. T1's staying on top.
Oh, I mean,
kind of. Weapons up, comes up. Middle.
Maybe.
Forward playoffs.
They continue playing like this.
We'll see.
Pistol round though. Let's see if Paper X is going to be able to convert this one and make something of this defensive side, or if T1 are just going to run away with this map.
Off on the defense. Smoke's instantly propped up off of the flash from Meteor. And also for the rest of Paper X to continue pushing out of a main. But what is this? Checking the corners, and Meteor comes up with a double kill. Forsaken to trade. And if you can hear my voice, it doesn't feel good.
Job might have been done just there by Meteor to find the double, give an advantage to T1, who still do have the spike in possession. So they're going to push that towards the A site. They can plant to their heart's content.
Do you expect Buzz, though? Off with the angles, and he finds the first.
Wow.
Shots, relay bolts, slides for the second kill, looking for the third, but shut down so far.
They're not going to overheat. T1 in a 1 versus 3. I mean, Izu, I'm looking at your position, mate. You're just watching the rope. You're playing salvos here. Confirmed that the rope play is not the play, and Sylvan's just going to individually win the duel. So pistol round now over towards T1, and that just makes things so much more difficult for Paper X here.
Bro, 13-0 on something.
From then on, who knows? Even with the force, you can't really count on it too much.
That's rough, bro. That's rough.
If you hear some footsteps over towards the other side of the map, like why would somebody have snuck themselves in towards that corner? You're generally checking over towards, you know, the actual tree side of things and the choke. So you kind of understand why Meteor wasn't cleared there, but I mean, just credit to Meteor. Puts himself at the right position at the right time with the right damage. The rest of the team don't falter after that.
True and fair enough.
Now the force-up has to come through for Paper X. Otherwise, they concede map point, and 10 of them.
That'll be a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and they're just going to do it bare feet, bare-handed.
Like hobbits.
No tools to assist.
Well, for now at least, with the
game
control and assessing out information.
13-3 होएगा 13-3.
Oh, well, no. The fog of war still kind of plagues Paper X.
I mean, T1 in this scenario don't see anything from Paper X, right? They see
something को jet नहीं दिया तो throw कर रहा है.
Assume that there might be something happening over at A, but the shield that's been placed there by Meteor is just safeguarding that one at the moment. If they do traverse still towards this Bravo site, I mean, they're only going to have to contend with a Devi who's got the turret at one side to spot info, which now gets removed. And you're going to have some quick rotations come out from the rest of the Paper X members.
You got to find at least
I go.
So much utility. The drone, the fault line.
Posey, OP Posey.
T1 has a very good idea of where he is. Ooh, slip past though. Shot towards the back of Sylvan's skull. Down for the rest of Paper X to arrive somewhere near the site, but the spike still goes down.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go, and now a bit of stuns up around the site as well. Nothing can come through for Paper X at the moment, can it?
Cosmetic stun.
Gotta get the plant. Or maybe not, just get the kills.
Yeah, hunting down for a Jing, and there he is, Meteor, once again crashing down upon the dinosaurs.
And now it is the 10 map points to come through for T1. That was the force up for the PRX squad as well.
Hell
so
nah.
They're gonna try and do what they can come at this next round. And I mean, I'm just thinking to myself.
Nah, they are so cooked, bro. They are so cooked by 0-14.
Don't deliver us a gem effect that we saw last year on their Reina.
Bro, no way 0 kill.
No, if
this is going to be a 0-15 chat.
If he's able to turn things around a cent, maybe, but it's a cent.
Yeah. Opening kill would be needed for PRX here. You see a lot of bodies in
Oh
main.
bhai,
You
oh
see
bhai,
stun
oh
go
bhai,
your
oh bhai.
way. You want to try and get out, or you want to try and get one. And
50 HP ho gaya.
can't be delivered.
Yes!
We've cracked the egg!
He's on the board, and now it's going to be 10 rounds in a row for PRX.
Alright, I'm going to cut you right there. 3 players from T1 on the site. You also have Sylvan trying to reposition towards A main. He has a very good idea of where PRX are. Full contact now off the flashes, but PRX will fully collapse and descend onto T1.
Yeah.
Finding all of these rifles.
Well, it's 5 alive for PRX as well. So if you want to start off any chances to get back in towards a map like this in a
Double use in the chat for my
starting
goal.
off with a flawless round. And all doing it together. There you go. Effort by committee.
It's one of those where she's able to surprise T1, but how many surprises can you really pull out? You've been pushing A main for the past several rounds, well, past 3 rounds, a little bit. T1 certainly beginning to read that.
We'll see what the answer is going to be for, I think more importantly, PRX for the next couple of rounds if they have that available, because this is going to be another purchase for T1. Playing north side of the map. I like the idea that they have down towards the south side, by the way, with the Arcros, but it's going to be smoked immediately for some tree control.
Okay. Well, once again, the A main push.
Just confirming that the information is there.
So much of it.
Yep.
Do have some KJ utility towards drop.
Shia going to be baited.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but the KJ util's down. This could be very worrisome, although I think maybe something has heard this.
Yeah, he's trying to stay online, but he's not frosty enough. Petman, though, good for the trade. Now flashes out looking for another, but a little bit too greedy.
Top player loge bhai
4v3.
Angel's still available for Ching here.
Yeah, he's got a good chance to really chuck it in at the right spot, isn't he? But
where?
You got Meteor coming out from the back as well. Yeah, not truly certain. The smokes will dissipate, and now for the rest of PRX to hold this down, a full firefight until Meteor ascends from the back.
Oh, 1v1.
Though, trying to launch himself back in. Off towards the 1v1 where he knows
where
Meteor
करता है ना ये 4 second.
Doesn't really have much to work off of, just the spike, but that is where Meteor will silence the full outright. It's 13-3 at the end of map 1, at the end of PRX's map pick.
Yeah, I did not think that was going to be the result scoreline here for the first one of this elimination game, but T1 have certainly come out with something special on that map, a bit of a masterclass.
मेरे हिसाब से अगला मैप ऐसा कॉल देने वाला है ये, क्या नाम है उसका अपना, एलेक्स, कि भाई तुमको जो खेलना है खेलो, जो खेलना है खेलो बोलने वाला है। 4 सेकेंड हार्बर खेलेगा, जिंग रेस खेलेगा और समथिंग जेट खेलेगा। खत्म खत्म। और मेरे हिसाब से समथिंग को प्यार की जरूरत है भाई, प्यार की जरूरत है। उसको करीब लो, उससे बातें करो। चैट 1000 लाइक के करीब है, प्यार की मुझे भी जरूरत है। उसको करीब लो, उससे बातें करो और उसको 1-2 पप्पी दो प्लीज। आ जाओ, तब तक सेटअप देखते हैं। ओनिक्स का सेटअप हॉर्स भाई, ओह ब्यूटीफुल, लंबा इसका ये स्पाइडरमैन, वाओ यार, दिस इज गुड। गोल्ड भाई आजकल सिल्वर में भी बहुत लोग मार रहे हैं क्या? डेंजर डेंजर. गेस माय रैंक. ओ मंकी डी लुफी, सॉरी इताची उचिचा and one piece mouse pad Itusa has to be silver. रैंक गेस कर. अरे इतना अंधेरा और अंधेरा कर देना माइनक्राफ्ट प्लेयर. वाओ भाई चैट इज दिस रियल? भाई आजकल क्या कैबिनेट्स निकले हैं यार, कितने ब्यूटीफुल है. ब्यूटीफुली ऑब्निक्शली ऑरेंडस. ओ
मार्शल स्पीकर्स.
अबे इसके भी मार्शल स्पीकर्स है बे.
मार्शल स्पीकर्स.
बैकग्राउंड में मैटर चल रहा है. मम्मी छोटे भाई को भर रही है शायद.
मार्शल स्पीकर्स.
सच्चाई ये है कुछ तो बोली नहीं. ठीक है इसको तो भर रही है बस. ही गेस सुपली सोनियाची. लव यू. गेट दिस वन इट विल लुक गुड. ये कितने का रहता है चैट? ये कितने का रहेगा अंदाजे? तला मिला आखिरी पैक में. कैसे? कौन से पैक्स खोले तूने? 6,000 का मिलता है ये. 20,000. वाओ. गेस माई पीक रैंक. वाओ. ये 60 FPS ही देता रहेगा. और ब्रॉन्ज वॉच पार्टी. ना ब्रो इज सो कुकड भाई. एक काम कर, एक इसमें एक ग्लास में ये तीनों मिला दे और ये डोरिटो भी ऐसा है ना क्रश करके डाल दे और चम्मच से खा. That will actually taste nice. And some sauce on top. Wow. Beautiful. Amazing. This streamer is so nice. अरे यार चाय पीना है मुझे भी अभी. My kind of flex. Wow. किसमें जीते हो आप ये? वैष्णव प्रीमियर लीग 2025 WWW. सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन. हगा से ये फ्लेक्स कर रहा है. हाँ पार्टिसिपेशन सर्टिफिकेट फ्लेक्स कर रहा है. वो व्हाट ए चेटअप. टीवी चेटअप. मां कसम इसने टीपॉय को अपने डेस्क बना दिया है. ऐसा खेलता है ऐसा. भाई ये स्ट्रीमर भी है इधर. वेबकैम लगाया इसने. ओ माय गॉड क्रेजी भाई. आई होप तू आगे बहुत बड़ा बने. क्रेजी भाई. कीप अप. डबल यूज इन दी चैट. टाइसॉन. बेड चेटअप. ए कौन बोल रहा था चैट में 8,000 20,000 10,000 15,000? ये देखो ए ला क्या तुम लोग भाई. MOM ट्रॉफी देखो कर्टीना देखो. क्या बोल रहा है ये चैट? हाँ क्या बोल रहा है? गेस माय रैंक. ओ ब्रॉन्ज. ओ एक्चुअली गुड. यू आर अ प्लेयर. यू आर अ प्लेयर.
Standing.
1v3.
30 seconds left.
ये गेम निकाल. उधर ही था ये. सेफ प्लांट कर सकता है तू. सेफ उधर जाके.
Plate. His plate. Called it. Boy, sab, this was one of my first इवेंट्स। डैम, मैं कैसा चमन दिख रहा हूँ, देखो ना कैसा चमन दिख रहा हूँ मैं। वन ऑफ माई फर्स्ट इवेंट्स भाई। हाइड्रा भाई देखो ना, हाइड्रा भाई एल्वेज मॉगर। ये मेरी हाइट हाइड्रा भाई से बड़ी है। चमन लग रहा हूँ भाई, कितना स्किनी लग रहा हूँ ना मैं, बहुत ज्यादा स्किनी लग रहा हूँ। वो शर्ट भी मेरे को पसंद नहीं आता था इतना, बस मेरा भाई बोला था कि पहन ले तो मैंने पहना था। क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी। लव यू ऑल। अभी तो भाई हैवी, वो टाइम के बाद से हैवी ग्रोथ हुआ है अपना। डबल यूज इन दी चैट। अब कौन सा फर्क है? ए हगा से अभी भाई चलता है ना तो औरा दिखता है, औरा औरा, समझ रहा है? औरा। अभी भी चमन है, चमाटी दूंगा, अभी औरा दिखता है कैमरा के सामने भाई। ये देखो इसमें, ये देखो भाई अभी कितना डिफरेंस है भाई, अभी क्या डिफरेंस है बनता है। रुको 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 थोड़ा और। वो वैलोरेंट वालों ने एक वीडियो डाला था, उसमें था ना मैं। देखो भाई कितना डिफरेंट दिख रहा हूं इसमें, कितना डिफरेंट दिख रहा हूं। किधर गया वो? गायब हो गया? कितना डिफरेंट। ये देख, अरे क्या क्या अभी आ गया है ना, वो आ गया है ना अपना, वो आ गया एक। क्या भाई क्या ड्रिप है। ओ ये कौन से ब्रांड का स्वेटशर्ट है ब्रो? डेंजर लग रहा है। जो भी ब्रांड है एक्चुअली डेंजर ब्रांड। हगने का और आज चले। एक्सक्लेमेशन अल्ट F4 इन दी चैट। रीस्टॉक व्हेन? वो वाले स्वेटशर्ट्स तो अभी रीस्टॉक नहीं करेंगे अपन, गर्मी जाने दो, करते हैं ठीक है। गेस माय रैंक। क्या पहन के बैठता है भाई भाई, लेकिन ये क्या क्या लगा दिया इधर। माउस रेजर का है, माउस पैड के लिए जगह भी काफी है, उस कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से he has to be diamond. Ooh, solid. अक्षय वीबी, नाइस। फोटो क्रेडिट मुंबई पुलिस। ये क्या सीन है? सर्टिफिकेट का शॉर्ट फॉर्म सर्टी होता है हर्ष भाई, मुझे नहीं पता था, आप इतना भी नहीं पढ़े हो। ये कौन से स्कूल में पढ़ाया जाता है पादरे? कुछ भी स्किन कहे हुआ, कुछ नहीं हुआ भाई। कौन क्या खेल रहा है? Something on Jet!
Get the muscle memory
Something
going.
is back on Jet,
Believe in
baby!
yourself and believe in what you've done in the past.
Hey, I love what that fan sign said. Stress, hypertension, migraine. I am all for it as long as we have a banger match.
चलो one all
over
lead दो
to
अभी
our
chat में।
casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, big time at Pilski. Yeah, we're definitely
all
doing a lot
in
of
the
that, but
chat.
we'll throw that aside because we've got a job to do. T1 now looking definitely primed for success, but we'll see if PRX are able to come back.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, T1 came out with a masterclass on Fracture for map number 1. PRX has picked 13-3. If you are a PRX fan, the series starts now, guys. You didn't miss anything in map 1.
We just started? Oh, how lovely. No, I don't know about that, but one thing we do know is that there is a lot of history again. Buzz, Stacks, even Meteor, PRX, they should be familiar with this. This is a blast of the past with this composition that's being played, but right now, something onto the Jet, trying to pepper shots through the smoke. well, Forsaken's been spotted out as well.
And this is where the reset will happen. Media's already starting to get a little bit of a lurk towards the A site.
Ooh.
We'll see what he's going to be able to fashion here. If he dodges out the arc rows, that will potentially come out from Device soon enough. I think he may have spotted him. Now he definitely knows.
Right, if you've done your homework, you would know. Oh, and into the shots as well. Izu on the lurk. Okay, quickly dealt with.
Yep, but it is some damage to Forsaken, don't forget. So a 4 versus 5 retake. Gonna be the scenario for PRX. I'm also just wondering, how far forward did these T1 guys go?
Not too far. Still under the site, but you have a lot of the utility positions all set up.
Oh, that actually caught Stacks, by the way, so no flash drive available.
Right, door broken as well. They found Sylvan and Meteor, also all procured, but down to the trade.
1v3.
Stacks able to find a couple of shots in until Pat
Crazy, but man.
Up the third. PRX is going to come away with the pistol. Good little retake for them there as well. A lot of numbers. Spotted out on that B site for T1. So I'm a little bit surprised.
Sandeep was playing Gecko in this map.
Space and stretch out through his tree, but hey, they wanted to set up for.
नहीं ये वाला PRX जीत सकती है map.
And it didn't really work out. On the board though, PRX, it took them what 8 rounds to get one on the board over on map number 1. So as Big Time was saying, it's a lot easier to just forget the first map and how that eventuated and really just reset yourself into this one.
Yes, clean slate. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile for T1, not too bothered by any of this either. You do have the outlaw in the hands of something right now.
Standing ahead.
Yes, main control that they try to establish here is T1 just on this little eco.
Classic pop flashed over into the smoke.
Yeah, he's still got a 0 point for Patman and all the utility in case there is a big pop out. But you also
वो बीमेन push करके मारा 4 second. Bro.
Yeah, the Prowler snuck over. Still though, so far so good. You've got the anchors on the site doing their thing.
That's all you need in a sort of scenario.
Gun दे दिया free Meteor को. But उसके पास stinger है.
I mean, I usually say you want to try and survive with everything for PRX in a scenario like this, which they may do so, bar Forsaken.
Nice.
Yeah, whereas to their positions, Stacks and Izu.
जो आ रहा वो घर पे, yes, no second chance.
Way out possibly. Peek straight into something though. Off to the classic pistol duels. There was a little right click.
Yeah, wrong button. But the rest of your team is there to finish up the prey. So
चलो पिछले मैच जितने kills तो आ गए W.
T1 and
third map जाने वाला है ये match.
The addition of KO to this map. How many things can you talk about for these 5 agents in terms of ingenuity? So a lot of positions, a lot of good calls, a lot of mid-round decisions T1 will have to come out with. For PRX
T1 आ रही तो घर पे.
Adjustments on their defensive side. Device switching up, going to the B site this time instead.
Okay. Something looking for top mid. Be a little bit of a peek into the shots. Ooh, Forsaken to finish the deal. And with a double shot onto its Stacks as well. Tailwinds away into safety.
This is good from PRX. Dot and I's, crossing T's as we've been talking about, right?
Okay.
Making sure you destroy that dart, giving an option for something to be able to find some damage, find some kills,
bro.
Finish one off as well. That's a little bit of advice for Forsaken here, but the C's.
ऐसी 4 second दिख रही थी last match में.
Oh, looking for the shot off to the head. Izu though, opening things up towards A.
इधर kill मिलना चाहिए.
Continues to prove to be a roadblock against Forsaken as well as Divide.
3v3 ला दिया.
Ghost, can Forsaken really find the frag? Meanwhile, more mayhem on towards the A side. Forsaken finds the frag. And down to Sylvan, who does get blinded up, looks for the classic right clicks. Oh.
4 second versus Sylvan. दोनों aimers है, दोनों aimers है.
As well, a little bit ago, so it's just going to be this 1 versus 1.
4 second ज़्यादा healthy है.
A haunt for Forsaken.
And he has the recon.
He will reveal position with it.
Oh shit.
Sylvan has to smoke though. So to work around the corners now.
Oh my god!
A little bit of movement and accuracy, and Sylvan will be able to pin him down. The Red Bull clutch for T1 to put one on the board.
Good bonus.
Damage from PRX delivered in that round there, Quack. A great start for them as well with the opening double.
Silver Neymar है आज
version that I feel like we were saying way too bloody much in our first series today. But they do manage to get the job done. Some individuals.
भाई क्या मार रहा है वो आर पार?
Finding some key trades, some key duels. Say a valiant attempt at the end there for Forsaken to be able to try and win that one.
And speaking of the KOs from before, you know, you love this one, right? Patman
KO is generally my favorite agent of his, yep.
Something that he's been playing all throughout his career. Now back into comfort zones. You do have full pop flash. Petman being able to spin around 180, 2 kills until the trade from Izu. Quick launch possibly into the A side and quick rotations from PRX over at the top of heaven.
Yeah, of course, we did see some changes recently to KO with the normal click. If you bank it off a wall, pops a little bit quicker. But the right hand pulling out the gun always works a treat. Speaking of gun work,
what is he doing? What is he doing?
Can't quite do so. 5 HP left for
classic something gameplay.
Polished off, so now it's all down to Meteor, who was lurking. So a minute to go, Quack, for him to try and do something.
1v2, winnable for Meteor.
A main, somewhat expected. Divide as well as Forsaken. Yeah, you got an outlaw. Forsaken's tucked in as well. They're possibly expecting him to drop off from heaven, but now spots him. And into Meteor, continuing to kind of flutter back and forth around the corners. Puts down the turret for extra cover, but it's still something quickly found by Talon.
Are skins important for streaming? I think yes.
Well,
no,
right? The Outlaw
they are not.
When there was 125 HP for Meteor at the end there, so it was kind of given a little extra chance to potentially win out that round. But again, some nice work to come through from PRX. Underhanded flash drive to gain some main control. Love seeing Jets just try and dance through the air when there's no blade storms and get out of dodge, just to watch that one back. But ultimately, PRX to collect on another round.
मैं start off में कहाँ पे मेरे पास skins थे? मैं जब start किया.
Things also. Yep. Does have a judge now in hand, so alongside the Haunt, able to sneak through. Meteor can't really hear a single peep.
Yeah, and unless you're investing in
जो भी skins थे सबसे पहले जो भी थे वो सब अपने लोगों ने ही दिलाया ना.
Shot, which you're not doing, but you're still getting the kill.
And midair, off towards Buzz, who does have the perfect crosshair placement to pick up 2 kills. Jing though, Rex 2 up himself as well. TPs into safety into a position where maybe unexpected for Meteor. Oh, snaps on towards the quad.
Jinga ने ace ले लाया.
He's not going to be playing directly with Divide.
And you know where the spike is as well, so don't give Sylvan the 1v1s. That's
Low
the very least we could ask for.
Oh, this is actually loser. Never mind, it's not.
Okay, into the spot. Divide allowing his brethren to pick up the ace. Certainly a huge boost of confidence for the PRX core.
I mean, it absolutely
crazy,
has to be,
क्या दो मारा है उसने Guardian से.
Coming online, you want to see the team working together as a unit. A little bit awkward for something losing that first duel, but the fact that Jing is able to just get both of them in mid when you've got the dash from Buzz into the crosshairs of Jing. He doesn't need to move that much to be able to strafe that kill over towards him.
Insane, bhai.
Ultimately ending with the ace.
Which then brings us into the next round, where T1, having built up, I was going to say a couple, but that's a lot of ultimates. So full rush in towards the B site.
Hunter's Fury in as well, see what damage is going to be able to come out with this one from Izu, as the site itself is going to be fully cleared on out. Meanwhile, Patman can rest, he can wait, and he can rip on his own null command, but they have to kind of break this lockdown for now.
Could burn further time away.
बैटमैन पे अल्ट था वो अगर बराबर टाइम पे अल्ट करता ना
PRX opting for Forsaken on the fade instead, so Meteor taking this space. Could be cheeky.
Yeah, could definitely play spoiler. He spotted out that smoke as well, but Jing able to sidestep
Jing का aim है
into the kill.
They know that this is from behind, and now spotted.
Paranoia spots it out, but ooh, something fortunate with Izu able to hold down ground for the meantime. In towards Buzz, that was playing around the smoke.
He still gets one.
Still coming back until Stacks lines them up. Low HP though, and Divide able to possibly just run and gun down into the ground.
अगर लो नहीं हुआ रहता ना Stacks निकाल देता भाई.
Stacks knows that that was a winnable prospect in that one, finding the first ones and then just the 1 versus 1 at the end. But he's gets the better of him, you think, and Divide's position just expecting that duel to come locked in a little bit.
But मेरे पे skins नहीं होंगे तो audience कैसे आएगी? Because I personally think कि skins से game थोड़ा interesting हो जाता है, नहीं होता.
Into a little bit of a retake scenario as well, getting some
skins सिर्फ only content नहीं है game के लिए.
The null command makes it a little bit more difficult for
किसी दिन skins आने बंद होगी तो तू क्या करेगा? किसी दिन skins के लिए तेरे पास पैसे ही नहीं रहेंगे तो तू क्या करेगा? इतना dependent रहेगा क्या skins पे?
The likes of T1, and they're going to drop a timeout into the vault.
Fair enough. And also just, you know, anticipation from PRX, so it's seeing that many ultimates. But we'll see what T1 can cook up together now, because it wasn't the entire arsenal of ultimates being dumped into that one round, but it was a lot.
It's like तू महंगे कपड़े पहनेगा नहीं तो तेरे को कोई देखने नहीं आएगा, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है.
Big ones on a map like Ascent on this attacking side. They take a little bit to come back online, right? 8 or 9 ulti orbs.
little bit slumped over into their chairs right now, but also a lot of thought
T1 का time out आ
into
चुका
the
है.
process. They had a banger of a map on Fracture. Ascent, a map which, you know, they were kind of the innovators of things.
Yeah, I mean,
thrown around.
We've seen this map be banned by T1 in their last 3 best-of-3s, right?
Not played a single time.
Not played this year.
In regulation, yeah.
मैं तो गिरे हुए skins से मार के वीडियो डालता हूँ. Better भाई.
For T1 having
देख रहे हो?
been banning this map, usually they would come out and think, all right, well, I'm PRX. They're going to ban it in the second if we don't. But no, they picked it. So
apparently not. We'll see. PRX so far so good.
Yeah.
Just being able to read things, so kind of redeeming themselves from that first map, and I want to reserve my judgment for now.
We'll have to see if Meteor's going to hang around after being horn revealed on this one. Baited out
Jing
to remove his head, but that's
Meteor
the rest of T1 to get
danger mar raha hai
bhai.
Jing finding monstrous kill after monstrous kill ever since that ace now, but still.
They're getting a plant
Last time they did,
in their
and it
eco.
got the better of them. They're going to still choose
Not ego, but a low buy.
Patman with a 0 point can remove these blades.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tough for them
The
to
Vaika
find
ult hai.
space now, especially knowing so many players nearby. You got to think about A main as well, where another smoke comes out.
Oh
from
yeah,
Jing,
he's
so
ulting.
Kind of aware.
Everyone's ulted.
That's where they all get pinned down by the steel garden. Guns robbed away. How do you work around
3
this
on
unless
main.
you are
1 A shot, 1 heaven.
He's got to meet every single hostile with full threat. Finds the first and the second as well, but into the smokes to Vi. Buzz though, he's angry. He's finding yet another, stings onto another kill, but Izu then traded back off. Buzz.
No way they lost this, bro.
Into a right click, but something in with the phantom shots.
Bruh.
5-5-6 rounds just picks the round up, but no time for the defuse. And well, Father Time will be smiling for T1 for this one.
Oh, so
That's why one kill likes double use.
At the end, got to give him still some credit there with the paranoia that staves off Forsaken from being able to come in with a bit of an early retake when the flank was happening through main, and then also a From the Shadows reposition just to make sure he's in the right location to.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What?
Plays from him. You get that kill no scope. That was disgusting.
भाई ऑब्जर्वर दिखा देता यार ये.
That's another round for T1, and they will push
क्या मारा है
PRX onto
उसने?
a bit of a more eco variety in this next round. A couple of guns for sure, but nothing too substantial unless they get advantage and they can steal them.
Oh, what a shot, Buzz.
Certainly trying.
Oh, Buzz got 2.
Read by T1 until not stability found. They're not quite able to hold down this tile's position. The spike, though, will find an open A site.
Going to get straight in towards the site for another 3 versus 3 post-plant scenario. Meanwhile, PRX have picked up these weapons. I think the question is going to be with how deep they are in towards B main, are they going to still go for this? I did just note that Devi picked up the ulti orb before the plant went down. So he's at least, you know, wanting to get that one back online as early as possible.
Saवे round आ गया है.
For the latter half of this first half, but we'll see. Buzz is playing into a really slippery position, shall we say. PRX might not be aware.
Lots of util here.
मेरे हिसाब से सेव कर लेना चाहिए उन्होंने.
Buy further time off of the spike as well. Sends it through. Buzz now making some noise, creating presence where PRX then get distracted. The spike continues to beep away Komodo, and Izu tries to lock down the angle. So far, so good. Jing launches the first kill. Buzz then making noise around the backside of tree door. Jing still finds another shot, though, and it's just Sylvan left. The spike beginning to get tapped away, but still time being bought up now, and will go off. T1 coming up with yet another round.
And it takes both of them with
मैं क्या सोच रहा था भाई मैं सेव करने क्यों बोल रहा था मैं कुछ अलग ही सोच रहा था मुझे लगा प्लांट हुआ नहीं है लेकिन प्लांट हुआ था ना I'm tripping मेरे को नींद आ रही है
clutch out for T1 able to find a couple of openers, but it looks a little bit risky, doesn't it? Like when you're going for this mid tiles play in towards B main pushing as well. You know, we see a lot of teams crumble in those sort of scenarios if they're not comboing a dart, for example, on the back of it as well, but you throw it bit of distractor or a flash for that matter, but it works out a little bit for PRX. So it's good to see that they have a couple of these calls that they can come out and look to go behind them with gusto.
Yeah, so certainly much different performance from map 1, but they are still facing that potential loss coming on. I know it's early on, but the timeout now being called suggests that there could be something in the comms. Alex may be trying to.
Well, it's a couple more rounds in a row for T1, right? So you don't want to give them any sense of confidence that they're going to get back in towards this one. As much confidence as they already will be with the 2 rounds that they've picked up, right? So have a little bit of a discussion as well. You're on this defensive side as PRX, you want to try and gather as much as possible, especially when you're already in the lead. I mean, I think towards Ascent as well, and so far PRX have been the team that have got the most successive rate on defense for this stage.
That's considering, you know, the few maps they have played, but we'll see. You do have an outline in the hands of something right now. Some possible ultimates as well. Forsaken does stay alive. PRX has been pushing out for the past couple of rounds, T1, and playing cautious.
Just falling back towards a bit of defaults for this PRX side. Prowler in towards B main, not spotting anything. Jing, tempting fate. Wow. Does it nicely though, doesn't he?
Shot by. Oh!
Absolutely gorgeous. Imagine a third in this one. No, removed. But it is an advantage.
Patman relaying forward, however.
3-4.
But the main thing is you've just lost your smokes.
Yeah, it can make it a little bit difficult on the defensive side, but it is a 4 versus 5.
Around चाहिए बेटी वन को नहीं तो इको है उनका.
In for a retake scenario, so you'd be happy in this sort of position.
PRX का भी इको बेकार है.
Point back online actually, as I said, they just got it back online.
दोनों के लगे पड़े.
So.
Well, that is also precisely why he's trying to play into
W knife. W knife.
There, finds every single one of them, tries to spray and pepper all of them down. To possibly allow something to peek out with this outlaw in position now. Crosshair zeroed in. Chooses to take out the drone, the turret instead, into the pop flash, but still great nightfall. And that allows for the rest of PRX to begin marching in. Meteor trying to thread the needle once like he's done before. He might be seized up to 1 HP, where then, even though his feet have been planted firmly into the ground, Forsaken removes him outright.
Yeah, strikes him 6 feet.
Talon in finals.
Nice retake round again for PRX.
वो upper bracket final
है. The nightfall, right? That's why I highlight the 4 versus 3 because they're going to be absolutely happy.
Upper bracket final के बाद lower bracket final होता है.
Patman with the 0 point
नहीं wait.
removes the turret. It gives his teammate
वो लोग lower
a
bracket
little bit of an
finals
option to peek out just a little bit with the outlaw before ultimately having to destroy it when the 8 seconds are up. So a couple of great little moments there for PRX that you can give them a pat on the back. And they set themselves up quite nicely now for another round on the back of that swinger, because there's no real credits in the back pocket for T1, who have to play Hero Stinger. Now, you heard me talking about it earlier, Clark. Hero Stinger percentages have been very strangely potent in Pacific.
अबे lower bracket final भी नहीं.
Yeah, so let's see if he can
lower
do
bracket
it.
final में तो upper bracket final का loser जाता है. और lower bracket round 2 का जाता है.
Forsaken
winner.
Happy to lap up every single final target at this point. Ooh,
nearly.
The fragment. Still though, fully aware of where T1 are. Just got to play around the position safe enough. T1 begin to stream forward. Divine for the first kill. Forsaken for the off angle. Patman from spawn as well. 7-3.
Cameraman मरने वाला है.
Pretty damning defensive side here are PRX. They come into this next round as well with, some lesser weaponry, but they've got some ults there that can cut T1 down to size. Something's going to get out the operator, so they can even change the look on their defensive side as well. And I mean, you're staving up.
That defensive map तो है ये.
Right, you're locking 3 players behind the
तो बता नहीं सकते. T1 तो heavy comeback कर सकती है.
Buzz trying to upset you on the site with a flash drive support by Stacks. Not going to work.
A जा रहे
हैं. Starting to
something A shot off लगा है.
On this map, specifically on the defensive side here, to try and make it something of a 9-3.
He's beginning with it. Warning shot from the operator.
Lower के बाद upper होता है नहीं.
Peek in towards B main. Meteor has been continuously getting shut down.
Yeah,
upper में जो हारता है वो lower में जाता है. और upper में जो जीता है वो grand finals में जाता है.
By haunt or this time by body.
Possible slight agent diff, but that's it now. We do have Stacks snucked in towards Pizza. Something with the op, toying with fate.
Oh,
doesn't really catch it.
Just catch the belt.
Still scoped in though.
Yeah, you're not getting out of that one as Stacks, unfortunately. Another 5 versus 3 now, Quack.
Able to punch through. A main, it's a little bit clear. The fragment and everything all thrown in just to force
what
them
a
off as
shot!
well.
What? उसको abrupt में मारा. One Jing gets 1 still.
And now for the final shot, something
blind में मारा Jing ने.
Huge numbers as compared to the previous map.
Absolutely smushed down. That is a great shot to come out from something you would expect.
Smiles.
And yeah, I mean, highlight it again, right? Just forget the result on the
Ascent
first
grand
map.
final में गई है ना, पता नहीं.
Has a fresh new one. You still know how to play Ascent, even if you haven't had some good results on it. It's a map that's been in this game for ages, and you've changed one player in towards the roster, right? Mindfreak is technically still here, but Patman's in it.
अच्छा blind में नहीं मारा. मतलब blind में मारा.
That brings to mind also, for T1, any recovery. I haven't really called it any timeout yet.
Yeah. I mean, they'll hold it for the second half. They feel the need to, switching onto their defensive side again. They are playing the old faithful Agents of 5, the normie meta, the boring meta.
The normie meta.
Yeah, it's boring.
Well,
remember, you give me 100 agents, right? People are probably still going to play this 5 set.
It's tried and true. It's optimal.
Yeah, this is true.
It's a team that is so used to.
Is it though? Because PRX are leading quite.
Okay.
8-3.
Fair.
Trying to turn it 9-3
Fair
now.
Enough. We have modern iterations of the Ascent comp. For that said, though, right now it's a lot of footsteps, a lot of information in towards B until T1 rotates silently in towards A.
And you got to remember, there is a null command for stacks. Izu with a Hunter's Fury. They can look to set these up as Izu's playing Lurk. Maybe has to think better of overextending back. Too much. 50 seconds to go. 0 point though.
Bro, कितने reveal हुए?
Maybe 3.
Which would be enough to confirm a possible
40
hit.
seconds है, and they are falling back now.
50 seconds left for T1 and they have yet to decide.
Stacks का ult है उनके पास enter करने के लिए भाई, तो वो लोग read कर सकते हैं. Oh, a short से read कर रहे हैं.
If they want to pivot, but it's just going to be a pivot up the guts of mid. Potentially
no, they are
going
going
to the A side if they do want to with that lockdown. Pushing
oh, पूरा rotation आ गया भाई. ये पे crazy fake की है T1 ने.
The eyes are going to be towards this Bravo site and something's guns have to do the delivery here.
Oh, so quick. Well, thankfully Jing does TP
crazy
down
भाई.
Boathouse though to hold.
Oh, Jing backside आ गया.
By, might push into stairs. Jing gets taken out. And this might be a chance for T1 to get the spike down. Playing post plant as well.
Blaze are going to come
8-4
back
half,
for something here. Divide with the Steel Garden 2.
In position, but you also do have Meteor kind of lurking back around. PRX might not be aware. Then you have the Hunter Spear being sent through. Meteor springs forward.
Crazy round,
it's
chat.
just Divide left.
1v5.
Might have sent over the ult, but can he really
not
find
yet,
every single
Vasi
shot? If he pushes through that smoke, he might find certain death. So, trying to play it safe, but he gets suppressed as well into position. Then Buzz to
crazy
pick up
off,
the first.
crazy off, crazy off.
Round for T1 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, you think they might get a little bit locked
अभी comeback आ सकता है T1 का.
as well, right? And they're opting not to have Sylvan with the
doable comeback
to just book it towards B.
Very doable comeback.
For any lurkers that might be still on the site itself, which technically Jing did get there a little bit early, right? He wasn't taken out. He was given an option to try and win some duels, but just didn't really happen there. And T1, they do make it work. The play goes down, the layering of the ultimates and the lurk out from Meteor too. So 4-8 at the half. I think it's quite respectable for PRX going in towards the second. But I'm also just remembering, right, for T1, 4, whilst it's not the best, it is still manageable with a pistol, with a second, with a couple of slip-ups. So we'll see.
ये क्या दिखा रहे भाई?
Stacks celebration. Mouse kiss or vamos?
Okay, mouse kiss. that's what it's going down to. I think we've seen a lot. I think one of my favorite ones, though, is the one where he kind of gave that wave for PRX, you know, against, was it Cloud9? From way
yes,
back
Yug bhai. Small तुमको बैठ जाएगा.
Good wave. Which is scarier, Forsaken's agent pull or Alex's punch? Yeah, probably the punch, because we look at Forsaken's stretch of agents, and I mean, I'm going to do him dirty here. Look how many agents are actually resulting in a negative.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, when you only have like a couple of agents played once, right? It's the smallest of sample sizes.
When you put it like that.
Yeah.
Really, well.
Alex's punch, I mean, that's a lot more consistent than the agents that Forsaken's playing, so...
Oh my god.
Sengay Grand Final upper bracket.
Still could go the distance, depending on how PRX starts off on this second half. T1
Grand Final upper bracket क्या होता है?
Signs of life still. We're starting off with Buzz under Sheriff, possibly peeking down mid.
Yeah, let's see what PRX's offenses do have for us now.
Right, this is where PRX truly got tested because they haven't seen T1's Ascent in the longest
Why isn't Mind Freak playing? Alex को उसके बाजू में एक इंसान चाहिए जिसको वो चापटी मार पाए, and that's why.
Specifically where and what tendencies T1 are going to come out with, but you know, defensive side for this 5 is.
Batman को खिला रहे वो लोग और Batman अच्छा खेल रहा है शायद इसलिए Mind Freak को बिठाया.
B side, but
B की तरफ जाती हुई.
A little bit of a different look, and I don't mind it right now, but the test is going to be over to the B choke for Izu.
B side पे कोई नहीं है, सिर्फ एक जन है.
Takes a bit of damage as well.
Good
Jing
flash.
with the flash through. Ooh, that's
what a flash. Ooh.
Allows them to find Izu, but oh, Stacks and Buzz.
Okay, Forsaken, damn.
Forsaken to trade back. It's 2v2.
Yeah, it was a 4v2.
2v2 ला दिया Forsaken ने. Crazy भाई.
Plans to start to go down by Patman, clearing the site 2 first. Has the 0 point available. Do you expect Forsaken
वो main
to
खेल रहा
have
है.
slipped in towards B main here?
Maybe, especially with the flash. You do have the smoke up as well, so Sylvan could definitely block things off. Forsaken looking to peek off of the
Yeah.
A little bit early now. He finds himself in a precarious position. Can he find a single shot? Quick for the haunts, but gets cut out the animation.
I like this from Pat.
Oh, nice repositioning by
Sylvan. Expecting it, one
wow.
shot!
And now for the next
wow.
one, he finds every single bit, and he laps it all up. 1v2 clutch. It's a Red Bull victory for
wow.
Patman to pick the pistol up.
Gameplay by Patman.
Man, I'm looking towards the ghost shots to come out in this round, and you're just thinking to yourself, why have they bought armor? Why have they got 25 extra HP that I can't finish him off immediately? But the ones that haven't got that little light shield in there, I mean, they just head removed from the shoulders, buzzing stacks, courtesy of Forsaken in that one. But this first shot from Patman, I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting.
And it just tells you how confident he is now. If there were a scenario where he wasn't feeling as confident, was hiding still inside Boathouse, that might have been a very different round. So great round by Patman, but back in.
I mean, let's just put Patman on KO
all the time. Please. We'll see. Depends on what the team demands, but still right now, at least with a Vandal shots being sounded off, T1 then beginning to move on over. Tavai trying to lurk and hold out by top mid. Will be able to clip someone's head in towards the site, though. The hit kind of trails off.
A little bit. Tavai not able to get a second one, but it's a little bit of damage at least.
Yeah, good enough. Then for the site hit to come through, Paranoia sent over. Something looking for a different pathing, knowing that could be, well, Izu kind of tucked in somewhere.
Bro, no way. Kitna low kar diya usko.
In towards spawn. He does find the first one. And then to play disciplined. Haunt to check out B main as well, but nothing seen. Meteor then slowly creeping forward. In for the shot. Petman finds Meteor.
But it's Sylvan down on 19 HP, courtesy of the damage that Divide dealt before his demise. So this one...
इधर से भी comeback आ सकता है. Not gonna lie. 10-4 से भी comeback आ सकता है. क्योंकि अभी तो guns आएंगे हाथ में.
Decent economical damage as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, something that we think of from T1, right? They're getting a lot of victories, but they're never doing them clean to O style, right? It's always these three mappers that we're delivered for them, always keeping us on the edge of our seat. But, you know, still looking to have some deep runs, still looking to do some great damage. Is this another scenario, another page in the book of T1 Map 3 affairs? The way the PRX are playing at the moment, potentially so. But this bonus round here is going to be a potential decisive blow for either which way. It's a great little buyout for PRX, by the way. 3 Vandals, a Bulldog and a Judge. Definitely work with that.
100%. Endurance, and Meteor still has some left in the tank until that is. Something bleeds him dry.
Yeah, tagged up by the Shock Dart as well. So 49, Harry Potter's there. See if he's still going to be able to bring some magic in this round for PRX. Meanwhile, bit of a lookout from Sylvan to mid. You've got Stacks there as well.
Oh, ये short wide peek कर रहा है. Okay.
Something to cast Wingardium Leviosa into the A site, but you do have Sylvan sneaking up with an invisible cloak, though.
Patman's aware. He's aware of it.
Damn.
He's got Sylvan.
कैसा expect किया भाई ने ना? Danger विषयful.
Picking up the null command, removing everything.
Whoa,
Stacks is just trying to send it early.
Dives
and he's not going to do anything.
Oh, flash play being read as well. Down to Buzz, who's looking for the shots. He does find the first.
भाई सब लोग low कर दिया था. Oh my God, Patman.
Izu the only one
मेरे को लगा बस मार देगा एक को तो. Bro, crazy.
Bonus round secured for PRX. This is why I mentioned that there's certainly enough that they can do in this round. Right? Starting off with something. Finishing with Patman, I would have to say, picking up the good mindset, the good awareness that mid is open and T1 could be lurking up there. So the fact that he's able to find that kill, he already had the null command going into that kill before Sylvan, but just popping it in towards the site. I mean, you've got, what, 3 players assisting there for something's kill? I mean, you're getting everybody kind of contributing in this map for PRX in some way or another. That's the bonus round 1, so it's 11 to, tell me the number of T1, 4?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a rough one for the Korean fans.
That's why it's a little bit silent in the S-Plex stadium for now. But that said, you know, it still is a hell of a map.
And I mean, if you remove
next map fast नहीं होएगा. अभी T1 थोड़ा सा तो cover करेगी भाई. फिर comeback एक RCB वाला आएगा.
Right? So this
एक साल हो गया फिर भी RCB comeback बुला रहे भाई.
You're just trading maps and pushing us to the
आप किसको support करते हो? Bombardilo या तुम साहुर को?
But I will say, though, you know,
the
scoreline on Fracture kind of different, right? With how many rounds PRX kind of let slip.
बहुत देख लिया भाई वो, बहुत देख लिया. अभी BT हो गया उससे.
Stability thanks to the likes
Mind
of
Freak को देखो कैसा देख रहा है, अरे
putting up huge kills on the Omen, but also for Patman again. I mean, I have to mention
कुछ
because
तो
he's so aware. He's been a
कुछ
great
तो
addition
जोक
to
हुआ
the
टीम में कि Mind Freak हंसा, लेकिन एलेक्स को देखे
almost nearly every round, where in the last map he had 1 kill.
वाह कसम, एलेक्स नहीं मान रहा.
That said, we will have
उसको
to see
जीतने
what
का
T1
है.
has in stock for us. They called the timeout now.
Yeah, but it's just the bad buy, right? It's a stinger, it's some sheriffs.
Where you might be facing that point.
Yeah, I mean, might be here somewhere. But is it in the server today? Lots of killjoys set up for the A site here.
अच्छा मेरा थोड़ा उसके ऊपर था, shit.
Refresh the one way, you can send in a prowler as Forsaken to spot some information before ultimately going together as a unit.
Meanwhile, it's just all the defensive utility around the A site. PRX not really reconned out so
A
far.
setup लगाया और A जा रहे.
Yeah, this gets a little bit dangerous as T1 do have 3.
Just trying for the default hold. Yeah, 3 on the side, but we'll see if they can find close range damage. Something.
Wow.
Quick on the snap. Timmy for the kills as well. Timmy the turret does find 1, but Buzz in with a ghost 2. Then trying to waterfall off, but still with
कितना mouse हिलाते भाई.
Not quite enough. Stacks tries to line them
So
forward.
many reveals off Izu's recon, just can't finish
Not
anyone.
enough. Yep, you got the Razor.
भाई वो
vines
recon
up
क्या
now
danger
as
डाला
well.
रहेगा.
I think they shot it down, but still in for the firefight. It's just PRX with a firing squad, but now they're low HP.
1v2.
Yeah, both of them are low, aren't they?
दोनों 1
This
HP है
is
chat for a deagle.
Izu, slight chance, but PRX trying to hold up for the linear line now, which makes it
Why
tough for
Patman 1
Izu to swing all
HP.
the way forward. It would take
उसको एक shot connect
massive
हुआ.
bunch of cojones for him to really go in for the duel. Waits for the recon, plays it safe. PRX quickly shooting it down. Not quite able to locate the wall bang. He's trying to triangulate their positions, but PRX tucked down. Low HP, but Patman still comes out on top.
Just not able to get it. I mean, I'm
उसने
salivating at the fact that the
ये किया ना.
recon got so much for Izu
उसने
in that
complete clear
round,
नहीं
just
किया.
not able to find the kill with the sheriffs there. I hope we get to see it back in the replays, but of course, you know, a haunt coming out, you know, an opportunity, a turret getting a kill.
भाई सब चमाट.
I think he ran towards a molly, which is how that one's eventuated there. But yeah, nearly a round just stripped back by T1. With it not going their way though, Quack, that means it is a flawless attacking side for PRX so far, and it's now 8 map points.
Flawless in terms of 4 rounds. We'll see. Buzz now has an op in his hands. Posted up mid. Doesn't really spot too much though.
Yep, posted up mid.
Oh, nice. I see what you did there. That's it. PRX still kind of eluding a lot of these sight lines. They route back towards B.
And this is where they just need to you know, let it get the better of them. It's only 1 round, it's only 1 round, but we have seen a lot of teams crumble and falter in scenarios like this.
Why, yes.
Some information off the drone.
Meanwhile, for the rest of T1, they're still sticking true to their positions.
Oh, good timing on the 0 point, actually. Removing the Nightfall from the equation for a couple of seconds and allowing enough time for T1 to start to rotate towards the B side.
Wow, which is also a great push then for Meteor to go out A main.
And what does he do best? When we think of Meteor, we think of him in this game of Valorant. His lurks have always been a treat to witness.
Fine heads-up duels to crash down onto the dinosaurs once again. Do they turn back around? Answer so far, nope. PRX.
And he just had to find 1. He's got to go back towards the site for his utility potentially, or play to the numbers.
Which means PRX are then kind of just funneled straight into B. Something trying to fly past a lot of it though. Does hold up towards the top market, but down towards...
Crazy flash. Oh my god, something is on, bro.
Kill. Izu stacks. Can they hold it down in Boathouse? So far, so good. Izu with the double kill. Something swaps on, pulls out the blades. He finds the right click.
The plant?
2v1. He doesn't quite have the plant, doesn't need it as the Vi has collapsed on towards T1. We end the second map,
is so
13-4. A swift victory picked up and pushing us into map number 3.
I mean, this series deserved it. Our last series deserved it. It's elimination games in VCT PACIFIC playoffs here, baby. And we get map number 3 to hopefully deliver.
Like the stream, subscribe if new. Let's freaking go. Double use in the chat for something gaming party. खतरनाक 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 विषय खोल कर दिया भाई. आ जाओ टाइम पास करे. ये डेडसेक किसका नाम है यार? मैंने कोई तो एक गेम खेला है जिसमें डेडसेक करके होता था कुछ। चैट ये कौन सा एनीमे है?
Oh, that is such a tantalizing map to finish this series, isn't it? Yeah, so much so. I mean, think about T1.
Watch Dogs, Watch Dogs में.
PRX playing this map several times and having rocky performances back and forth. You never quite know what's going to happen, but you can be sure that it's going to be.
Dan Da Dan. इसका नाम, ये एनीमे का नाम है Dan Da Dan. Damn भाई. ये क्या नाम है?
Someone's getting eliminated on the tail end of the next map, not picking up any more points into.
ओपा ये स्टैंड देखो भाई, क्रेजी कैमरा एंगल। रिप्ले देख, क्या ये पूरा रिप्ले तुम लोग देखो आराम से। यस माय रैंक लिख तो, रुको ये देखते हैं। वो कल जाएगा, मैं देख रहा ही नहीं हूं भाई। प्लीज मिस द एंड लिखा है इसने तो। वाह, बाहर आंटी मीट चल रही है, उसकी आवाजें किसी को नहीं भर रही मम्मी। अच्छा ऐसा है, थैंक यू। नको हा घेऊन जाओ ना। ब्रो क्या मस्त, ये लाइट कितना मस्त डाला है भाई तूने, क्रेजी। चैट अप ब्रो, ये माउस पे तो इमॉर्टल है? नो वे। चैट इज दिस रियल और फाके? व्हाई डू आई फील दिस इज फाके चैट? ये माउस पे ये इमॉर्टल, दिस इज इम्पॉसिबल, फ्रिकिन पॉसिबल। इसने किसका तो वीडियो लगाया, मैं मानता ही नहीं भाई। चाय बटर खाते आ जाओ, मैं बिलीव ही नहीं कर सकता। रियल नहीं है ये, फाके है। टफ गेमिंग लैपटॉप ऑन टॉप, लेट्स गो। माउस वगैरह देख के, मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से माउस पैड भी देख के, आप हो एक प्लैट या गोल्ड। अब कुछ बोलना है और भेजू बहुत है। ओ क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है। गेमर है ये? ओ शीश, डबल यू भाई। वो टीवी बैकलिट टीवी के कलर्स के साथ चेंज भी होता है। व्हाट? लाइफ में एक बार ना चैट, मेरे को 2 लाख वाला टीवी लेने का है, मजाक से हट के। मैं जेन्युइन बोल रहा हूँ, जेन्युइन। 2 लाख वाला टीवी बहुत बड़ा रहता है, ओलेड डिस्प्ले, मां कसम जरूर एक दिन लूंगा भाई। पता नहीं, टीवी तो देखता नहीं हूं मैं ना, पीएस में खेलता हूं टीवी पे, लेकिन मैं लूंगा।
ओके हर्ष भाई, दिस इज माय आईडी। ओके एंड मेरे पे भी पहले बिल्कुल भी स्किन नहीं थे, और आप नहीं करोगे। बाय द वे PRX का कार्ड है, और मेरे पे T1 का भी है, ठीक है। और मैं भी तो स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ आपकी, और यकीन नहीं करोगे मेरे पे बिल्कुल भी स्किन नहीं थी, और मेरे को एक ऐसा मेरा दोस्त जैसा भाई मिला भाई, सीरियसली आप यकीन नहीं करोगे, उसने मुझे सारी स्किन्स गिफ्ट करी है, ये शरीफ, ये सब कुछ। और मैंने उसको बोला क्यों कर रहा है भाई, उसने बोला तू भाई है मेरा, तेरे लिए कुछ भी करूँगा भाई। और मतलब काइंड ऑफ ये इन्वेंट्री अभी की मेरी फैंटम की भी है मुझ पर, बहुत सारी है। और एक दो मैंने ली थी खुद की इनकम से, और ये है मेरे पे फिलहाल फैंटम की, ये नियो, मैं बहुत सारी है मेडल की।
दिस इज सुस, दिस इज सुस, आई डोंट बिलीव दिस।
बाकी अभी तो मैं स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ, आपके एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ।
क्या कहा है भाई ऐसे दोस्त? ओ माय गॉड ब्रो, ना हॉरेंडस। क्या है भाई? मेरे दोस्त चाय के पैसे भी मेरे से लेते हैं। W Porsche. Danger, danger, Porsche. Crazy. ओए माउस पैड डेंजर है रे, टांजीरो वाला. कार्डिंग. आपके दोस्त तो आपको तंग करते हैं हगरे. हाँ ना यार, मेरे दोस्त तो कभी सीधे मुंह बात नहीं करते मेरे से. स्किन तो दूर की बात. वाओ ब्यूटीफुल. ऐसे दोस्त मैं भी डिजर्व करता हूं. वही यार. वी नो नाउ वी हैव फाके फ्रेंड्स. दोस्तों, फ्रेंड्स को एंड है, गर्लफ्रेंड को एंड है, लेकिन फैमिली के एंड में ILY है, मतलब आई लव यू. इसलिए फैमिली ऑन टॉप. रियल.
I got black.
क्या है ये? क्या है? पागल है क्या तू? डेथ मैच में मोन्टाज कौन बनाता है? पागल, पागल इंसान. क्या है ये क्या है? अच्छा डेथ मैच नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी ये इतना बेकार क्यों बनाया तूने ये? नहीं अच्छा अच्छा, मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ. सॉरी मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ. वो जो आपने एंड में वो स्लो मोशन दिखाया है ना, क्या करो जब तुम स्लो मोशन करते हो प्रीमियर में, तो वो एक ऑप्टिक फ्लो करके एक टाइम इंटरपोलेशन में एक ऑप्शन होता है, तो वो सिलेक्ट कर लिया करो. तो कैसा स्मूथ स्लो मोशन दिखेगा वो. ये कैसा थोड़ा डायबॉलिकल स्लो मोशन दिख रहा है. सॉरी यार. गोट. रैंक. मां कसम, ये देखो साले को. गुंडा है भाई. लोटस अभी खेलने वाले हैं, और 2 बार पेपर एक्स ने पिक किया है लोटस, और T1 ने 1 बार. तो मतलब पेपर एक्स का स्ट्रांग है, ऐसा विषय है. ठीक है. एजेंट कॉम देख लो, यहाँ पे ऐसा खेला गया है हमेशा. T1 ने अलग अलग खेले भाई हमेशा. वेले कब खेले भाई पेपर एक्स ने? आज अगर वेले खेल लिया ना तो मेरा हो गया. फिर छोड़ो, फिर खेलो ही मत. पेपर एक्स ने भी अलग अलग कॉम्स खेले. ये क्या सीन है? चैट, दिल्ली में भी बारिश हुई ना, मैंने सुना. रियल. दिस इज रियल. और भाई के व्लॉग में क्रेजी भाई. बारिश चालू हो गई यार. या तो गर्म हो रहा है, बारिश कितनी भी आ जाए गर्म तो होना ही है.
Going into map 3, where T1 are on the opposite side of this, where they did have that dominant map 1, and now after losing map 2, you start to worry a little bit, you start to doubt, you start to think, okay, now they've woken up, now it's about the strategy, and I think T1 will be more in their heads about this than Paper X. Paper X thrive on the chaos, T1 don't.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we get. I think something is the right player to highlight here. On the Yoru on this map, he's been a bit up and down. He had one fantastic game, one kind of lackluster game, but you cannot go past T1 very, very close game against PRX the last time they played Lotus, whereas PRX have more so been playing some of the lower tier teams in Pacific. Looking at T1, they're not going to change anything up. So
Yoru
yet again,
Jing.
Meteor
Yoru
is
or
going to be
Raze
on the
combo
Teo.
कर रहे हैं.
Izu will stay on the Viper. I probably would have preferred them swap those roles, but they're going to back themselves, especially with how close they pushed DRX. I think they're going to think that that was a very, very winnable map for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm still curious about that. I think the other way around is a much more natural fit, but you know, they gotta know something we don't. Over on the side of
double
PRX,
duelist comp.
sticking with the double duelist with the Foeman. Jing back to that raise. I like this for PRX. This is what they were built on. This is what PRX built their dynasty on. Was double duelist. It was aggressive. It was in your face. So don't change now. Roll that train all the way to Toronto.
That was the something over on the Jet where he was really thriving. Now he's back on the Yoru. It's been up and down for him. So if he has a huge game here, this is definitely PRX advancing in the low.
Something Yoru पे कैसा है chat? गोटी है या टॉटी है? Bro, like no way T1 हारेगी PaperX के अगेंस्ट. Looking at PaperX का forum. Let's see what happens. पिछला मैप जीती solely cause something मार रहा था भाई. That's what I feel. ये सभी मार रहे थे actually. Horse भाई आपके फेस नशे करके बैठे जैसे क्यों दिख रहा है? By the way, love you. क्योंकि नींद नहीं हुई है शायद इसलिए दिख सकता है वैसा. But thank you so much for the huge 100. Ultravis Gaming.
So we don't get that.
Thank you so much Lala for the huge 100.
Rockety shaky map here. I mean, Split's not the greatest for both of these.
Thank you for the huge 100. Cheers.
Favoring themselves a little bit more on the Lotus side of things and inside of Split. So let's see how it's going to happen for them. T1 on the attacking side, PaperX on defense, and they're already having a how do you do up the front of B. Going to think better of that, however, and have to start to transition potentially to A.
Now, this is exactly what both teams get to do. They have Yorus in their composition. Something. Gate crashes.
ये कब देख रहे हो chat? पोटैटो ताई ने दिया.
A where he might be able to spot things out. T1 playing caution.
Yeah, back around the door as well. See who's going to be first casualty in this round.
PaperX defend कर रहा है.
Quite the slow one
They're
at the
going
moment.
C. T1 going C.
You have Devi with the Vice Util over at C Mound with a flash still available as well.
Yeah, some smokes being drawn out by Forsaken as well, though. So we'll see. He does position himself for the Mound push in with the flashes, and that Vi finds the first frag.
Crazy frag भाई.
Paranoia deep.
यार भगा दी उसकी.
Try and blind
ये मिल गया.
but with that kill, transition to the A side of things, something catching some loose bullets of the right click.
ये नसीब भाई. ये मेरा नसीब.
Firmly down. Something in for
the
he
still got one. Nice.
Stacks in for the burst from the rest of PaperX.
Oh, nice.
Finding two huge shots. The JD doing some damage, but for Buzz as well, he's down low HP. So a little bit unfortunate as Forsaken will clean things up for the Dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's on the foam in there, managing to get the job done. So PaperX will pick up the pistol round. Of course, they won both of them over on Ascent, and they lost both of them over
Potato का business link.
So if we
एक second.
play with the
business leak नहीं भाई. उनका तो दूसरा business चालू है अभी.
Sometimes that's what it comes down to. Still decent work in trying to bait out utility as well as make some moves all the way across the map. T1. That said, though, Komodo. Can't believe I am saying this, but we do have to say goodbye to either one of these teams at the end of this map.
I know, right? Like PaperX, a winning team of last year, 2024. Or T1, the Masters winners.
Oh my God.
I mean, there was a world in which, you know, PaperX didn't make playoffs as well, remember? So they just narrowly scraped on by.
Go down on T1.
They're still looking for that return to the international stage. Right now, looking for the T1 players, hearing a lot of noise around C once again.
Yeah, we'll see what damage is going to be able to come out for T1.
Arjing to hold it, a quick swing, but PaperX with the full rifles as well as Stinger from Devi will be able to collect into so many kills. Just Izu left.
3 members, too strong.
And Apes continuing together strong against Izu. He does do a bit of damage though, but you know, that's what happens when you have 100 men against 1 gorilla. The one gorilla, I guess, being Izu.
I don't know, Chief. Guns,
haven't been on the internet long enough.
No, I stay clear from the internet a lot.
Brain rot memes.
Oh, no, those are not allowed. That's illegal.
What is allowed is the full buy now.
For sure, T1 gonna get their buy up, see if they're gonna be able to get on the board or if we're gonna have another installment of a bonus round going the way of PaperX. Who don't have the worst buy as well, right? Lots of rifles in here. Combo of util towards the A Rebel side of things. And luckily enough, it was a Yoru to lead the charge and Buzz and gate crash out of there.
What are your thoughts on 100 men versus 1 gorilla? भाई मैंने तो क्या उसे कहते हैं 10,000 men versus 100 gorilla या ऐसा कुछ देखा था. Crazy था भाई वो तो.
You got a bit of a big stacking in towards B though for PRX with the Sheer still at the front of that as well. So confirm that no one's close at least with the Prowler. Meanwhile, something is going to catch the timing.
Wow, he got 2 like that in their buy round.
Gate crash.
And he peeks again.
Available, not online on the map. So sticking here to be this scary soldier with the judge. I don't mind it. It's a 5 versus 3.
And then you got the sheer.
You got a lot of control at A. You
got sheer still protecting B.
And then you've got 2 members at C.
माझ्या काकाची कंपनी आहे कधी.
Supporting T1's chances of trying to find a round right now. Still, at least the salvos, the TP over, just bypass the sheer. Sylvan has to play further up front. He's got to contend with Patman, who's
observer love you
right now, right off the rip.
Plant कैसा होता है वो दिखा दो आप.
Round 3 of map number 3 as well. Meteor, however, now finding a single kill. Trying to play off the post-plant positions. Stacks being able to block up a little bit as well. Another trade, but low HP
crazy round. 3-0, bhai.
Cleaning things up.
Yeah, another installment of the bonus round as I was talking about here, right? So, choo-choo, all aboard the PRX train if you're for them. But for T1, yeah, getting a little bit too ahead of themselves with Buzz trying to pull out some utility before getting any assurance that no one's really close towards A here. I mean, generally, why would you, right? Why would somebody be in front of a toxic screen with a judge in that location?
Can't blame them.
Is not normal.
You had no idea.
But it works. And this is PRX we're talking about. Sometimes they can be absolutely unexpected. Which is catches T1 off guard here.
Just, again, a bit of a welcome sight. Something, you know, having the worst game on map 1. He has had, you know, worse performances on the Euro on this map as well, but I mean, now starting things off, not too bad.
Has he had a worse performance than 1 kill map?
Okay, not worse than 1 kill, but you know what I mean. We do have T1 trying to fight their way back into the rounds, though. Sylvan TP'd forward in towards the alt orb.
There is a buy up for T1 here. See what they can work with, though. A little bit lacking on some key components, you might say. Sylvan with no Shrouded Steps, Meteor, no special delivery now. And Stacks, no flashes either on a breach, so you got to rely on buzzes a little bit more prominently, potentially.
On position for now. PRX, meanwhile, peeking out. This time with added cover. Both flashes dumped in, and he's collapsed upon.
And now you got another player advantage for PRX, right? Where you spot it out and push them back from Mound over towards A. You're expecting them.
Buzz और Stacks का एक और में ult है. Oh my god.
Full recognition. The salvos does kind of flush Jing away, though. But with the blast back moment, he makes it away safely. Patman then in for the crouched kill, but Buzz and Stacks both pushing up front as well.
Oh, that needed
4 second hagla.
You feel like you needed to get that 3v3.
They got 2 ults. 2 huge ults.
Something has been spotted, especially with the gun barrel.
हार गए round. कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है.
Stacks might even hold on to this ult for the upcoming rounds now. Well, Forsaken though. Straight in against Buzz. No chance to pull out the util. Forsaken trying to bring things back. Meteor low.
Boy, Stacks throw kiya.
Swing, defy to watch.
That's a you know, 5 versus 4 advantage, and T1 are looking to bring it back in towards the site when it comes down to the wire. The fact that the
no, that was bad.
Spotted out from T1 there, and it's just a quick call from PRX. Stay on the defuse. I've got your cross. It's a bit of a simple one.
Bro, Forsaken ने 2 मारे भाई, huge kills मारे, huge.
But you look through these replays and it's trades, it's shots, it's luck a little bit for Forsaken, catching some timing, and then just the last play from Divide just to make sure that he can call again. As I said, stick it.
Time out.
You good? It's 4-0. T1.
The train conductors for the T1 staff.
सारे टीम को champs जीत रहे हैं next season. Dead हो जाते हैं.
Whoa, that's what you need.
I was more gonna say they needed maintenance.
क्या बोल रहा है आनंद?
Yeah, that probably sounds better.
0-4, but trying to fight around back in together. They have had.
You know, 4 second के बारे में छोटा भाई उसका पापा भी सब esports खेलते हैं.
And now you've got 4. That's 9 in a row.
छोटा भाई का पता है बे, पापा भी खेलता है esports.
No, I like my truck derailing the train. They're on the right track right now.
Putting things into perspective.
Close range में बंदा util करते बैठेगा. अबे वो बैक साइड वाला प्लांट लेते साथ अगर वो ult commit करता तो हो सकता था ना.
Trying to route things back together. T1.
And these are the sort of scenarios, actually, as a coach as well, that you kind of don't want to change up what your team is doing to derail them yourself.
Because we haven't really seen T1 put in such a dire situation before.
Yeah. So for PRX, it's got to be a positive discussion for them. I mean,
मतलब जो चैंप्स जीते हैं वो नेक्स्ट सीजन बहुत थकते हैं.
All 5 on both
Valorant
sides.
game ही ऐसा है बनता है.
Counterplay, Quack.
Flash going over. Patman will be able to collect on the first. Blindside out from Buzz, but they have to back off.
कोई consistently danger नहीं खेल सकता.
Now it's going to have to be on the back of Izu.
He wants this so bad. He has the Rolling Thunder, but wasn't quite sure. And something just takes full advantage of that situation.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shutdown around the A side, isn't it?
He's back into safety as well off the drone. Buzz
backing around. T1 थोड़ी danger दिख रही है भाई.
And baited by the Prowler as well.
Eco round आ गया T1 का.
Angle on the B side too. So on the
T1 थोड़ी danger दिख रही है. पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है.
They are looking like not being able to convert.
But bro, आप consistent हो हगने में.
No, he didn't. It's alright. He's
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah. Apparently know that. Footsteps noted. Meteor back in for the snap, but
consistently.
That's how the story goes. That's how the
अच्छा बुरा होने से अच्छा consistently टट्टी रहो. There is at least something constant.
Damaging when that's a non-conversion on the back of the timeout as well. And now I'm going to do the ult check. 5 for PRX, 3 for T1. But does T1 have the weaponry behind it with the idea in towards the next round either? I mean, we've seen a couple of change-ups from PRX, right? We've seen some mounds takes, we've seen some rubble takes, we've seen a spot up through towards B pillars. They are changing it up for a team that we are generally
What about आसपास? कल का मैच देख क्या? तेरे आसपास भी नहीं था भाई.
The course of the group stage.
बहुत बुरा लगा कल आसपास का गेमप्ले देख के.
Switched up a bit. In map number 2 and map number 3 now for the beginning.
Yeah, really tough. A single week to recover off of 2 timeouts against DRX, and T1 now back into Lotus.
Change up now as well with the Sheer going over towards the C side of things.
Sheer.
Also got something who's going to be playing on the site. If he starts to get peppered by a little bit of utility, could dimensional drift out if needed as well to stay around the site, instead of gate crashing towards the A side of the map that's currently available.
कल actually Zekan ने फोड़ दिया भाई. Zekan ने यड़ भगा दिया कल. यड़ भगा दिया.
Too close. And this
ऐसा gameplay नहीं देखा था भाई कितने दिनों में.
Needs to be pretty good for PRX and maybe more so for T1 with the lesser weaponry.
A lot more so. Gotta be clear about what your objective
क्या
is.
भी ults कर रहा था ना वो.
Spike plant possibly into the A site.
Yoru ult से भाई कैसे मार रहा था वो danger.
That comes out from Buzz. He did get blinded either by self or by teammate.
Maybe self, but nonetheless, the spams through from stairs. Forsaken collects onto the first, racks up the second, maybe onto the third as well. Jing now coming in with additional assistance. Ooh, around the edges of the smoke. Forsaken snaps back into it as well. Jing. This is the Jing that we've all known and come to love.
4 ult है. Oh my god, ults देखो दूसरे दोनों sides पे.
No, don't quite that. He didn't say that. 6-0. PRX, they stave off a silly round that could have happened if the pistols were able to get in towards the site, but they managed to hold it down quite nicely. Cheeky spam through the walls and such, just good little crossfires that they come out with. So now is the real test when the weapons are back for T1.
PRX have kept their ults as well in that round.
Yeah, they have not been pressured enough to be able to utilize them. There may very well be a scenario here where there's
fight भी नहीं ले रहे, ये सिर्फ वो nade फेंक रहा है शायद.
Izu picks up the Viper's pit.
Logically, this would favor PRX.
Oh wait, कैसा लाला?
Buzz to play spoiler.
वो default वाला angle hold करके बैठा है.
That's important, right? An opening kill for T1 that we've not really been seeing solidified. Immediately though, PRX want to regain some of this control, forcing out the dimensional drift. Forsaken going to be removed as well by Stacks. So now 5 versus 3. It would be brilliant if they could get more, but Patman to bring one back, then trade it.
And also for something then to play the position around Rubble, but also with a trade from Meteor. This favors T1 as you find Vi alone in a 1v3.
And where has he been more often than not, Quack? The C side of things that's kind of been untested a little bit by T1. So seeing that nothing's here, they're going to expect him to be off yonder. And I mean, he can look for some kills here. He's swimming in cash. He can drop a teammate still if needed for Patman, but he'll still be able to buy himself anyway.
Raj bhai, RCB और CSK.
He's got a flash. He's got razor vines to work off.
आज के लिए मैं सबसे बड़ा CSK fan.
Shot angle spots him out, whipping the first shot. Devi able to capitalize.
They're not playing agents that have
CSK
any damage.
on everyone's top.
Side for Buzz and a paranoia for Sylvan.
I love CSK from my heart.
Well. The spike is planted for tree. Razor Vines, though, baits out the flash. He's looking for the tap into it, but Sylvan able to pull out the guns.
Yeah, much better from T1 in that round. Able to establish the opener, not being scared to run away with the tail between the legs, sticking around for the fight.
Okay.
But the damage, as I was talking about, right? The fact that
भाई PRX बहुत आगे आगे जाके मरिया ये राउंड में. ये देखो ये किल और वो ट्री वाला तो एकदम ही गंदा था. ट्री पुश वाला वो दिखाया नहीं उन लोगों ने.
Is what I'm talking about, right?
तो कोई अल्स यूज ही नहीं हुए इस राउंड में.
An awkward buy for T1 that they would like, you would expect, so they might have to deploy a couple of the ultimates to offset that come this round. Lots of light shields.
Heartbreak today, bhai.
Possibly still another big explosion. PRX, though, pushing all the way out mound. I'm sure the players around Pillar can hear all this.
Yeah, just imagine if Jing was going to be disrespectful and go through for that one, though. This time, change up Vice Utility towards the A site. Going to hold them at bay.
FIFA आज नहीं हो पाएगा दोस्त.
It's double trajectory lineup for T1. They want B.
Bro, heavy ults use हो रहे.
Is better.
Okay.
And that's where Jing will find his mark. Knows that there's another player nearby.
Okay,
as well.
that's a 3v3 stacks का ult अभी भी है.
Who are still not towards the A site just yet.
If they can get this pit down as Izu, they might be able to hold this one off cleanly.
Rolling Thunder possibly by time. Stacks just trying to get the spike down.
दवाई ने A पे Vice ult use किया और वो मर गया. कैसे? Oh my god, what a kill.
He takes down Stacks.
And they know that he was in there.
The boom bot might be able to spot.
Go dead.
Jing then in for the sprays. He catches Buzz. Just Izu left.
Okay, boys, 1v3. Izu can do it.
Really keep himself alive. Petman alongside another player from the back. Izu stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tries to maneuver back in, on and around. He hears the hops behind. It buys the distraction on over. Poison Cloud's into safety. Off to the wayside, but it's something with the shorty to cut him down at the torso.
भाई ये observer danger है रे.
Nicely done from PRX on that retake. 3 versus 3 scenario, and it's
भाई वो buzz बहुत lost किया उधर side पे.
The full protection for Stacks a little bit earlier on, just caught when it starts to evolve into the server. Really rough there. I'm talking about, you know, trying to navigate something here for T1. They're trying to get into the B site. They're trying to get into the A site. But who thrives better in the chaos right now?
Breach भी कैसा हो रहा है भाई?
PRX. You can never expect what they're kind of gonna come out with. Nice one out from the shorty there.
अच्छा try किया था भाई Izu ने.
True to the story, true to the prophecy.
7-1.
PRX running the story, the comeback.
Like the same for you boys.
T1 to, I don't know, P7. Instead of X for 10. Maybe we get there. Would have been better for me to say it then. Silver dead. Paint shells working a treat.
Then having to back off. They got spotted out towards.
ये पहली बार need फेंके शायद Jing ने. I'm not sure.
Just the pistols though for T1. So if they want to get this round over and done with, they could potentially line up to go a bit quicker.
Eco round है वैसे भी है.
That's a tough thing for Stacks to deal with against a team like this. He's always got to be on his toes as to where PRX could be if they're pushing out or not.
What are you doing on the back of this sheer though? Buzz has sneakily snuck in towards the A site. Very
चार जन खेल रहे हैं
but you're in the open using that as Meteor. Yeah, not expecting Divide to just dance around the site. He's good for some damage, and now it's all Stacks.
It's not too bad. He has a weapon picked up. He's gotten the spike planted, and that's the main thing that they were looking for. So even if he doesn't find any kills, something good on the cleanup.
Yeah.
But for T1 to get some cash in.
I mean, the fact that that TP comes out from Buzz and it's just kind of already been noted and dealt with as well. Maybe you're thinking towards Meteor on this Teo, just getting caught out by positioning as well, right? We're still looking for him to be learning a little bit on this Agent 2. I got to say, from the initial stage, Sylvan trying to try to step across to dodge all of the choke entry util, but paint shells go over the rubble.
That's just, once again, PRX controlling both
extremes. Can PRX qualify? Yeah, they can.
Lash on towards Mount. If
they can still qualify.
T1, you've got a roadblock at every step of the way.
That's it, right? PRX are playing this defensive side that the way that they kind of should be.
PRX after first map, I am not in danger, I am the danger. हाँ भाई, actually danger खेल रही है. ये तो भगा रही है.
Some position, you're having Patman with some good prowler timing, with some good haunts.
Something on duelist is actually good.
He's just not overstepping, right? He's helping the team where needed with the Arcros.
ये मैच में तो सभी खेल रहे हैं भाई अच्छा.
Playing this role better as well. So it's looking really
T1 को छोड़ के सब अच्छे खेल रहे हैं. T1 में कोई अच्छा खेल रहा ही नहीं है.
PRX, like Forsaken's going in for challenges. Something's going in for challenges. Jing's going in for challenges.
हैदराबाद की टीम में लफड़ा हो रहा है. क्या लफड़ा है? क्या लफड़ा है? जल्दी बताओ.
Where they're running double duelists, right?
प्रीमियर TODS आया ग्राइंड करो. भाई मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ कि सारे पैक्स इकट्ठा करके ना ला लीगा TODS में लगाओ. बोल W मूव है या नहीं?
Continues to mount up on the backs of these T1 players, these storied players. It's a really tough spot for them to be in, and you really look to the coaching staff to help them out in this one.
I mean, we've seen T1 be able to get in towards these sites to establish a plant, but they've just not been able to protect it, right? An opening kill conversion with the one round that they've been able to find. So you'd almost think that they need to get another opener, and they just can't. Jing, very successful with the paint shells yet again.
वापिस वो paint shell से मारा. Bro, they are 4 men fighting A.
That's darn distinct.
Damn.
And now if you want to go to the C site, well, the Vice Util's there.
Flash over, maybe you TP into safety, but still Stack's not calling full in just yet. The trade's coming over though, thankfully with a salvo. So T1 finding some possibility, but you still have PRX hovering nearby.
Stacks and Meteor, early ults. It'll buy them enough time though to actually talk in how they want to play this post plan.
Will it be enough? Meteor kicks things off with a singular kill. Jing then with a showstopper around the back. They have to react to this really quickly. Rolling Thunder to buy some space.
Oh, he's alive!
It does allow them to stay alive, but Meteor not able to come up with the goods. Paint shells to flash Stacks into a certain position where he's able to hold it down with the off angles, but Padman brings out the shorty. He dives into a victory for PRX.
Right guard at the right time for Batman there to be able to get
But मेरी shorty इतना damage नहीं करती.
Low, a classic right click potentially could have got it as well, but picking up the shorty, I mean, when push comes to shove, from beginning to end, PRX great in the round, a double opener. Though I will say, coming down to a 1 versus 1 at the end, T1 certainly tried to negotiate some advantage in the round. Stuns, well, they're cosmetic. The first shot just comes on out, and then ultimately Pat getting that one. It's 9-1 now. Another defuse from PRX. I'm saying, T1 can get in these sites. They just can't hold them off.
Exactly, and again, it comes down to these situations. It just feels like utter pandemonium all across the map right now.
Bro, अभी दवाई मार दिया
it's a kill from Davai with an outlaw towards the A site.
But Jing has to be careful here.
A पे हमेशा first pick दे रहे हैं.
Because this could get the better of them. So they will think better of it. Disconnect from the situation.
And possibly back into the outlaw again. Davai watched. He's been smoked off though. Great call by Stacks.
3 जन का half shield है भाई.
Corralled in towards the A site. Something's nearby.
Yeah, and he does have the dimensional drift, but he was snuck in towards the side. He's just not able to find Izu.
Almost a 90-degree flick, but yes, Izu, stability for the side of T1. And then for the flashes as well, but Davai just dives right in. Another kill coming through, and Sylvan tries to bring things back into T1's favor. Just Jing left, and he gets spotted out by Stacks, climbed onto the top of the ropes.
9-3, let's go!
T1 find a round back in.
Yeah, that's better from T1 there, but again, it's just another close round where trades are coming through from PRX. They find the
crazy performance by
timing that Davai was going to get another one.
Not gonna lie.
Through the smoke, but
NGL.
And they get the round by elimination.
At least 3-9 Komodo would
He's fully blinded, man! He's done him dirty like that.
Another blind as well. I mean, this is what happens when PRX are truly, fully W-keying every single round of the way.
And on the defensive side as well, right? They are just not scared. Last round of the half now.
Whoa.
Take your rubble control. Force T1 back.
Into a lone Davai around C.
Yeah, again, you can play retake if you want to here. Nightfall, Dimensional Drift, Steel Garden. Very valuable retake ultimates.
Something's already in position.
Gotta be quick now.
Salvos to launch. T1 looking for space, looking to get the spike down. Davai is just biding his time with this ult.
Yeah, but I think something will have to go in first here. Make sure you're sniffing out who's going to be where for the team.
Oh, every single ult at the same time. T1 just completely in disarray. They're calling it Mayday. Where do we go? Meanwhile, PRX says there's no return, pushing up front. Every single kill going through to them, and it's just Izu up by Mound. He's getting dinked up. He's low HP. The spike gets defused, and Padman delivers on the final kill.
वो stick कैसे किया plant को?
Where there's not too much you can
Stick
do at the
बराबर
ends
था
there
लेकिन
when
smoke
your
नहीं था
guns
वहाँ
get
पे.
removed on the side itself. When
Fade
you've got the
ult,
dimensional drift on
Vice ult,
something,
सब एक
getting all
साथ
the
हो गया भाई.
information, the shots are being collected by PRX. It's PRX, it's 10.
मौली मिस हुआ वो? I guess मौली बराबर था लेकिन वो कुछ कर नहीं पाया मौली because उधर स्मोक नहीं था. मौली में नहीं मरता एक साथ मतलब एक मौली में इंसान.
To come back.
Unless, my God, Komodo bringing out the Roman numerals now.
Bra, your world भी खोल दिया वो Vice ult में.
Situation, a scenario
Insane.
that we are so darn unfamiliar.
Shit भाई ये वीडियो हो रहा है. हैदराबाद का full लफड़ा हो रहा है.
Group stage, the playoffs even against DRX, but not a 2-10.
Okay, I know that word, but I don't know the top. So I'm going to say T1 fighting.
Yes, cheers of encouragement for T1. They certainly...
अरे प्रोफेशनल गेमर तो तेरे दोस्त भी है ना ब्रो. क्लैन वाले भूल गया जिनके साथ तो डुओ करता है ये भी है क्या फर्क पड़ता है
क्या मैटर है क्या
ब्रो बोलना कुछ सिग्मा बॉय ब्रो तू से
मेरे को और टॉक्सिक नहीं हो रहा भाई
क्या हैदराबाद भड़क गई कुछ
जज को ये दिखाए
हैदराबाद भड़क गया
कि भाई ड्यूलिस्ट लॉक मत कर भाई तेरी लाइक ही नहीं है
अबे चूतिया तेरी लाइक ही नहीं है तू इंसान भाई गेम हटा
क्या कर रहा है
तू गेम हटा भाई तू खुद की लाइफ को देख भाई क्या कर रहा है तू लोडे
अरे मां कसम
Eliminate one of these teams.
अरे मां
In
कसम
this match, T1 certainly hoping for a lot more. The Masters Bangkok winner.
And then you've also got,
TV, sorry.
one winners in DRX who are in the lower bracket too. They
लफड़ा हो रहा है
have an opportunity to fight for getting back.
लाइनअप देखो लाइनअप
If you're thinking about the first
हैदराबाद
Korean
भड़क
team
गए
beat PRX, it would be T1. Well, now starting things on the defensive side.
भाई ऐसा स्ट्रीमर वीमर रहता है ना टीम में मुंबई सर्वर में मोस्टली ऐसा करते हैं भाई चढ़ाने के लिए भड़काने के लिए अटेंशन के लिए अटेंशन सबको चाहिए रहता है भाई
Got the first one here. Can they get the second and pretty much seal the deal with the cherry on top on this map? Izu tagged up by the sheriff.
Now forced to play defensive. PRX quickly corralling over onto the A site. Prowlers out. Izu to play close. Every single player rotating over.
Yeah, a lot of numbers here now for T1 towards this A site. I think PRX might just have to go patient a little bit here.
Oi.
Timing in the smoke, Meteor on the salvos.
Trailing off for the mid-round call, but they're hovering in towards Link. Meanwhile, you got Lurks to Vi.
They're going back
inside
A.
a tree.
The thing is, PRX are already in front of this Vibe.
Izu 1 HP है Deagle से
doesn't have to worry about the wall now. He just needs to watch the angles on the site. Because
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
No way दवाई
Takes out
No
another
way
player. It's something
Izu
gone.
दो मारा बनता है 3v3 ला दिया उसने डेंजर Izu डेंजर प्लेयर है
going down, Meteor eventually salvos back online. Fault line for stacks as well, but the push up from Jing finding more damage.
Insane wallbangs as well, down to the tags. Patman finding out the shot from the back, and Jing
By
in for
T1
the double
hungry.
kill. The pistol round has been picked up in the
Oh
second
my
half.
god
It's
bro
11 to
PRX
2
ने
Komodo.
T1 को
Things
इतना
go from
one
bad to
sided
worse
हराया
now.
भाई
If you are a T1 fan or T1 themselves in the server here, the pistol round collected again by PRX. It's 11 to 2. You'd have to see the force up essentially to keep them off 12, keep them off series point, and I'm casting it back to what we said at the end of map number 2 here, Quack. We had a 13-3, we had a 13-4. Surely we get a map 3 that's going to be close, right? Right now, different universes.
What in the world is this script? The wheels are coming off of T1 right now, but they're trying to bring things back in together. You got Sheriffs, you got Stingers, and they're all positioned up towards B as well as C. Pushed out from C mount. TP's in the safety. PRX, they're happy with the info that they've gained.
Yeah, if you're toying with
सर ये lower round का match है ना तो T1 घर पे है ना अभी
to be able to do that as well with the 11-2. You've just spotted out Meteor at the front of B, and you know that you've lost a bit of control over at C. So how favored do you feel going towards, well, the other side in A? Slow and steady, PRX.
Gotta play careful. They will eliminate the first threat in the form of Meteor. Izu as well as Buzz, Stacks as well, still hovering around near ways. You have the paranoia just to block things off. Buzz has to TP out.
And Stacks has no idea. No idea that Jing's already got up there.
Open B side as well. Spike getting planted soon enough. Izu still trapped.
How far forward does Jing go?
Still hovering around stair. He does
I hope PRX भाई आगे ऐसे ही खेले throughout tournament. ऐसे confidently और ऐसे ही aim उनका खेले चले भाई.
He's got the Sheriff. He will find the shot, but he's got 3 more hostiles to deal with.
Altogether.
Trying to sling out the shots now, but the gunslinger on the other side, Defy, puts PRX up to map and series point.
Big time said it was PRX's time. It was not copium. It was a real belief. I mean, you better bloody be believing right now, folks. 12 to 2. You would need to see an absolute change of affairs here on Lotus from T1 to get back into this one. Will the next round provide us something a little bit different for them on this defensive side? However, you look towards them, and I mean, the attacking side of this map for Lotus for them, I mean, yeah, so. Defense also, yeah, so. So I don't know.
Really?
Make work of that one.
But it's just going to be something quickly sending them to their doom. Another kill as Forsaken opens up the C side. This might be it, Komodo. Oh, it's Jake diving straight in. He knows it's almost over.
Absolutely Goomba stomped on him.
Just
crazy, bhai. Crazy performance by PaperX.
How do you work your way around this 1v5? You can't bow out, but you only have a singular Guardian, 2 flashes and an Aftershock, and 5 PaperX players to kill. Look at the positions they're holding as well. He hears them coming out from the back. He turns back all around. They're going in for the knives! The thigh cuts him at his throat, and PaperX end this out. Final score, 13-2. They've been going up and down, but here they are in playoffs, and track by track, PaperX are not done yet.
They're IGL, bro! 13-3 map number 1 on Fracture for T1, but it's an absolutely commanding reverse sweep for PaperX. 13-4 into 13-2. That is the most commanding victory they have had on this map through this whole year. We've seen 13-9, 7s, 10s, 7s, 5s, but a 13-2 against the Masters winners in T1? Are you bloody joking?
You'd have to be. You can't imagine this scoreline. You have to watch through the entire series. You wouldn't have been expecting this looking at the first map's results. But PaperX have done it. And
that
turned
was absolute cinema,
situation around. What a triumphant win for the Dinos themselves. Meanwhile, for T1, though, your heart goes out to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone who's predicted this playoffs bracket so far with 100% certainty, what have you been blessed with? I would say we have had some unexpected results and maybe a little bit more unexpected in the score lines in the server itself, because PaperX looked absolutely flat on Fracture. Don't get me wrong, but they turned it around. They forgot about that one. Something stepped up. Jin stepped up. I mean, everyone stepped up on that roster.
That just means so much to them.
भाई अगर इतना अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस और आगे जाके अगर हगी किया ना ये टीम ने, मजाक से हटके बता रहा हूँ, अगर हगी किया, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम PaperX जब मास्टर्स में था, जहां तक जितना मुझे याद है, 100 Thieves के साथ OT में मैच था और थ्रो हुआ था. उस दिन मेरे को रोने आ रहा था भाई.
PaperX 돌아왔다라고 얘기를 했는데 약간의 정체기가 있었지만 이겨내고.
अब तक मास्टर्स क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई ना? अब तक मास्टर्स क्वालिफाई हुई है? नहीं हुई ना?
느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록
की हुई है?
하겠습니다. Congratulations, Jason. I mean, just after you guys finished up the match, I heard Davai saying, "Oh, we're back." Do you feel like you guys are back? How are we feeling about how the team performed today?
I mean, we performed good, and as well in the practice, we've been like practicing a lot. We've been putting a lot of hard work in our practice. So I guess the result is here, and yeah, we're gonna keep practicing.
진짜 너무 기분이 좋고 확실히 이렇게 팀의 폼이 올라오는 것 같고 그동안 연습을 굉장히 열심히 했기 때문에 그 부분이 오늘 결과로 나온 것 같아서 너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 좀 열심히 연습을 했을 텐데 2주간의 시간 동안 어떤 부분에 집중했는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So you guys practiced, worked really hard, right? What did you specifically work on, you know?
I mean, since Batman is like new to us, and I think she needs a little bit of time to adjust with our play styles and stuff. But yeah, I think I trust him on that, and we're just practicing on like, I would say, maybe last time we have role issue, right? But now
4 second का sleeper build है भाई chat. फोराम देखो उसका.
Map, you know? Maybe we'll to think of fracture again. Yeah.
Okay. 팬맨 선수가 팀에 적응하는 게 먼저 급선무였고, 그리고 뭐 워낙 팀원들 모두 팬맨 선수를 믿고 있기 때문에 연습하면서 어떻게 이 팀워크를 끌어올리느냐가 문제였고, 그리고 그 부분을 굉장히 열심히 연습해서 채워 넣었다고 얘기를 하면서, 그리고 지난번까지는 약간의 역할이 겹치는 그런 이슈들이 있었는데 이제 롤 체인지를 어느 정도 정립한 것 같고, 다른 맵에서는 조금 더 손봐야 할 부분도 있고 확실히 교통 정리를 해야 할 부분이 있는데 프랙처도 그중 하나가 아닐까라고 얘기를 하는데요. 이어서 이 프랙처에서 굉장히 큰 변화를 도입했는데 이건 또 어떤 과정이 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Speaking of fracture, major changes to that map, right? I don't know. We might see more coming into the future, but can you talk to us about why you guys made those changes?
Because we were thinking like, actually, I think we're just good at double duelists, and even in practice, I think we wreck a lot of teams with this comp, but somehow in tournament it feels different. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is, yeah.
확실히 페이퍼렉스는 투 타격대가 맞다라는 생각과 함께 연습과 스크림에서 상당히 이 조합으로 많이 승리를 했기 때문에 좋았는데 이상하게 좀 오늘 무대에서는 잘 나온 것 같지 않아서 다시 한번 생각을 해보든지 아니면 비디오를 돌려보면서 재고를 해봐야 될 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 내일 붐을 만나게 됩니다. 사실 지난번 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 성장한 모습을 보여주고 있는 붐인데 내일 경기 어떻게 예상하는지 마지막으로 물어보겠습니다. Next up is Boom tomorrow. They've grown so much since kickoff and since the last time you guys faced them. So, any thoughts on that upcoming matchup?
I guess it's gonna be our second revenge match after T1. So I'm kind of excited into it. But yeah, I'm just gonna having fun and trust my teammate. Yeah.
아무래도 내일이 이제
भाई बहुत टाइम बाद ऐसी पेपर एक्स देखने मिली है एंड एवरी पेपर एक्स फैन विल एग्री भाई कि बहुत टाइम बाद ऐसी पेपर एक्स देखने मिली है इतनी कॉन्फिडेंट और इतनी क्रेजी एंड भाई T1 को हराया है विच वॉज नॉट ईजी। अब भले अपन बोले कि यार T1 का नसीब नहीं था, सॉरी T1 का ये नहीं था, क्या बोलते उसको, T1 का फॉर्म वगैरह नहीं था, T1 पिछला मैच भी गंदा हारी थी। जो भी हो भाई क्रेजी, आज जो पेपर एक्स देखने मिली है वो बहुत क्रेजी मिली है, तो मजा आ गया देखने भाई, मजा आ गया। वी आर क्लोज टू 1.2K लाइक्स। होप यू गाइस एंजॉयड द वॉच पार्टी। मिलते हैं अपन अगले वॉच पार्टी में, पता नहीं मैं ये करूंगा कि नहीं, डायरेक्ट में भी रात में भी अपन डायरेक्ट आ सकते हैं। आज लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स होंगे, है ना, लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स है ना डायरेक्ट। सेन वर्सेस G2 होगा। ओ नहीं, MIBR वर्सेस G2 होगा, सॉरी सेन तो जीती है। MIBR वर्सेस G2 हम लोग देखेंगे आज, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होगा वो, एंड इट विल बी फन, ठीक है। एंड EMEA में किसके मैचेस है? EMEA है आज कि नहीं है? आज EMEA नहीं है, तो EMEA नहीं होगा क्या? अच्छा EMEA 8th को है डायरेक्ट, ओके कूल। ऑलराइट, थैंक्स सो मच फॉर वाचिंग, होप यू गाइस एंजॉयड द स्ट्रीम। इफ यू डिड एंड सब्सक्राइब। मिलते हैं अपन अगली स्ट्रीम में, टिल देन बाय बाय, टेक केयर एंड सिटी गेमिंग वाली चैनल ऑफ इंडियन गवर्नमेंट टाइम्स, बाय।